Damas y caballeros, niños y niñas, muy buenos días a todos ustedes. No quiero empezar a gritar, ¿no? Que en la mañana mi mujer me dice, ya estás chingando desde temprano con tus mamadas, porque siempre canto canciones, chiflo, bailo. Es una maldición que tengo el ser tan alegre. Discúlpenme. Aparentemente, mínimo con las mujeres. Y cuando digo con las mujeres, digo con mi mujer. No, que es con la única mujer que interactúa, además de su mamá. Que por cierto, hoy es el cumpleaños de mi suegra, damas y caballeros, y se me hace un excelente día para poder montar esto encima de ustedes. Hoy es el 7 de enero, mi suegra me regaló este calendario y ahora veo cómo se usa. Y aquí dice, eh, make some fucking New Year's resolution for once, en su cumpleaños un mes después del mío. Así que haz de una vez tu puta resolución de nuevo año o déjala, ¿no? Es un buen mensaje, sobre todo lo que estamos platicando estos días. Oigan, bastantes cosas pasando. Yo creo que ahorita estamos, si te encanta la economía, te encanta invertir, te encanta aprender de esto y simplemente lo estás haciendo más para poder entender lo que está pasando y en el futuro tomar oportunidades, ¿no? Que mucha gente lo hace simplemente para ganar ahorita. A mí se me hace más divertido aprender las dinámicas de todo esto a través del tiempo, porque te vuelve una pieza muy interesante de conversación que nadie quiere escuchar, ¿no? ¿Quién no quiere escuchar de la deuda de Estados Unidos? ¿Quién no quiere escuchar de las dinámicas de cómo se mueve el dinero en el mercado en vez de esto va a subir o bajar, cabrón? ¿No? Ahorita, como siempre, vamos a darle al casino. Ahorita les voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan. Pero antes, quiero platicar con ustedes de algo que se viene. He estado platicando hace bastante tiempo de ello y creo que por fin tenemos una fecha. No por fin tenemos una fecha, pero ahorita va a ser más como eh, idealmente este año vas a seguir esto para poder aprender y esto es la deuda americana, ¿ok? Los bonos, todo esto que todo el mundo no entiende y que le cuesta muchísimo trabajo entenderlo, quiero hacerlo lo más fácil posible. Y esto es muy importante porque recuerda, cuando el dinero se va a metales preciosos, todo lo demás no recibe ese dinero que se está yendo a metales preciosos. Cuando el dinero se va a la bolsa, todo lo demás no recibe ese dinero que se está yendo a la bolsa. Ahora, cripto y la bolsa van mano a mano, entonces es como un intercambio rico, ¿no? De volatilidad entre ellos. Pero cuando el dinero se va a los bonos, eso quiere decir que el dinero se está yendo a los dólares que están persiguiéndolos, ¿ok? Y en este momento la narrativa en todo el mundo, y ustedes lo conocen, está empezando a pintar rico ya caliente de que el dólar se va a desplomar y se va a ir a la mierda. Tuvimos una cosa muy importante, esto es muy importante para los que quieran seguir esto. Hemos visto que no importa qué tanto bajen los intereses, la Reserva Federal no bajan. Y esto aún sigue diciendo mucha gente que la Reserva Federal es la que baja intereses y están ustedes esperando a que la Reserva Federal baje intereses, que es lo más chistoso del planeta, después de ver que no funciona. Aquí tienen enfrente de todos ustedes el pedazo más grande de verdad en la historia, enfrente de todos ustedes, y todo el mundo lo está ignorando y continúan siguiendo esa narrativa. Eso es una cosa importante de aprender, en mi opinión, porque ya no te amarra la idea de, güey, tengo que ver qué va a hacer la Reserva Federal, te da igual. Quieres ver qué es lo que está haciendo el mercado. Te desata de esa atadura, esta realidad forzada en la que te han metido, que la Reserva Federal es la cosa más importante del planeta, cuando no es cierto, es solo un show para hacerte perder el hilo. Eso lo aprendí en el 2020 cuando me dijeron que no iba a haber inflación. Luego aprendí en el 2022 cuando dijeron, no, solamente vamos a subir tipos en chinga y esto va a pasar rápido. Lo aprendí en el 2024 cuando empezaron a bajar tipos y no bajaban. Lo reaprendí en el 2025 cuando bajaron más tipos y aún no bajaban los intereses. Y nadie se pregunta qué está pasando. Es un show. Lo que está pasando está enfrente de nosotros. Y es bastante, entre comillas, es bastante sencillo de entender y de ver. Tienes que ver esto. La deuda principalmente es comprada a través de, uno, préstamos para casas, dos, préstamos para coches, porque son la mayor cantidad de cosas que todo el mundo utiliza, que cuestan mucho dinero, y esa es la manera en la que la mayor cantidad de deuda es creada, ¿ok? En este momento tenemos, por ejemplo, en las casas, la menor actividad que hemos visto entre compra y venta. Tienes que dejar de ver los precios en este momento, de todo, porque cuando pasa esto, los precios van a cambiar muy rápido, cuando lo hagan. No estoy diciendo que mañana, pero el día que estos precios decidan seguir la tendencia en la que van, van a cambiar muy fuerte, para arriba o para abajo, ¿no? Si es que eres de los que cree que la inflación está continuando, aunque estás viendo todo en descuento, bien, va para arriba, no me vengo a pelear. Y si eres de los que creen como yo conspiranoicamente viendo descuentos que la inflación no existe y que simplemente va para abajo, pues sería la baja, ¿no? Y esto es importante entender porque hace 40 años no hemos visto la poca actividad en el mercado inmobiliario en Estados Unidos que estamos viendo ahorita. 40 años. Tengo 41 años. Literalmente desde que nací no había habido tan pocas transacciones. Y tienes que verlo como el mercado de los NFTs, por ejemplo, ¿no? Que es el más fácil o el de cripto. Cuando no hay liquidez entrando a cripto y estás viendo, ¿no? ¿Cuál fue el mercado del chiste del 2021? En cripto era, güey, ¿puedes creer el volumen que hay de compras de NFTs en, ¿cómo se llamaba? En OpenSea o en Magic Eden? Puedes ver el volumen de transacciones en Ethereum y todo el mundo empezaba a ver el volumen de transacciones y eso hizo que las monedas explotaran al alza. ¿Estás de acuerdo? Más volumen, más interés, más compra, más sube el precio. No tienes que ser un genio para entender esa dinámica, es bastante sencilla. Bien, estamos ahí. En este momento, ¿dónde voy a empezar? Ok, voy a empezar con esto. Estás viendo la peor cantidad de transacciones en casas. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que la hipoteca a 30 años no hay demanda. No hay demanda por dólares a 30 años en Estados Unidos, dentro de Estados Unidos, ¿no? Eso hace que los intereses normalmente bajen, pero no están bajando, se están manteniendo de lado. ¿Por qué? Esa es la pregunta que todo el mundo se tiene que hacer en este momento. Y para los que no sepan, pasaron el año pasado una cosa que se llama el Genius Act. El Genius Act es básicamente la transición al nuevo sistema financiero del que estamos hablando, donde todo funciona tal cual, pero va a ser en blockchain, ¿ok? Y lo que esto permite a Estados Unidos de manera sencilla es lo siguiente, toda esa deuda flotante, ¿no? Porque Estados Unidos le debe, crea deuda, se debe a sí mismo y luego se la vende a otros países. Es como funciona. Y estos países holdean esa deuda en sus reservas, que ahora están intercambiando por oro. Es lo que ha estado pasando en los últimos 12, 13 años. Más o menos, sí. 12 o 13 años. Desde el 2012 empezó fuertemente, pero en realidad el 2009 fue donde se desató junto con la creación de Bitcoin. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir? Que la demanda por dólares ha estado a la baja. Y es lo que hemos visto en el precio del dólar. Caer, 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 caer. Pero ahora que todo el mundo está intentando convencerlos que el dólar va a caer más, hemos llegado al punto final. Tenemos el Genius Act, fue creado para poder exactamente Estados Unidos, Japón en los 90s, mucha gente no sabe esto. Japón en los 90s decidió comprar su propia deuda y expandir, ¿no? Su creación de deuda. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando compras tu propia deuda, tienes que crear más deuda para comprarla y empiezas a entrar en una rueda gigante, inflas tu moneda, inflas tu todo y todo se va eventualmente a la mierda. Y eso no funcionó. Y Estados Unidos tomó nota y dijo, ¿cuál es el problema de Japón importando toda su deuda, trayéndola en Japón? Que no tenían comprador, que el Banco Central era el comprador. Y Estados Unidos honestamente tuvo una movida genia, Genius Act, acto de genio, donde ellos dijeron, güey, si nosotros hacemos que todas nuestras empresas se beneficien por comprar nuestra deuda, podemos traer la deuda a Estados Unidos, no hacer que la Reserva Federal la compre, sino que nuestras empresas grandes la compren y ahora todas las empresas que quieran. ¿Y eso qué va a causar? Y ustedes dirían, ¿pero por qué una empresa va a querer comprar deuda? Porque imagínate que te den dinero gratis. Es lo único que tienes que saber honestamente para que no te la complique. Es dinero gratis para las empresas. Y eso es lo que es genio comparado con lo que hizo Japón. Japón literalmente se la dio al Banco Central. El Banco Central imprime más para crear más. Estas empresas ahora les están regalando la oportunidad de literalmente hacer dinero de la nada. A través de ti, nosotros vamos a pagar por esto, pero eso es irrelevante y no te preocupes, no te va a costar más. Nosotros estamos poniendo el dinero en la transacción y es simplemente cómo organizaron la transacción, es todo. El Genius Act lo que permite es que todas las empresas que quieran, que sean aprobadas, pueden literalmente a través de Coinbase generar monedas estables que se llamen, ponte tú, tengo Alerón Coin, y puedo empezar a vender todos mis productos con eso. Y todos los clientes, ustedes son los que lo compran y yo holdeo yo me quedo con los intereses del beneficio. ¿Ok? Ahora, para que entiendan esto de manera sencilla, es toda la deuda de Estados Unidos que no tiene demanda alrededor del mundo, que nos están espante y espante, que te dicen 37 trillones, ¿quién va a comprar la deuda? Nosotros mismos lo vamos a hacer. Y tenemos lo suficiente solamente en depósitos No cuentes la bolsa que tiene 50 trillones de dólares en valor, no cuentes el mercado de bienes raíces que tiene 50 trillones de dólares en valor, no lo cuentes. Solamente en depósitos, en cash, hay 17 trillones de dólares. Al cambiar eso, 17 trillones de dólares pueden ser absorbidos instantáneamente de deuda, para que entiendan el poder de esto. Ahora, pasaron el Genius Act el año pasado. ¿Cuándo entra en vigor? 2027. Enero 18 del 2027, exactamente en un año. Esto quiere decir que en enero del 2010, en enero 18 del 2027, el próximo año, va a haber una gran cantidad de demanda por esta deuda. ¿Ok? Y ahora lo que tenemos que entender es que el mercado pone para adelante, normalmente en promedio, 6 meses. Está viendo para adelante 6 meses en promedio el precio. Por lo que, y esto es lo que tienes que entender, si hay una demanda grande para cripto y hay una demanda grande para la bolsa, ¿qué es lo que pasa con la bolsa y cripto? Suben. Cuando hay una demanda gigantesca, gigantesca, que viene de cero a reventar como lo que viste el mercado, el rally de los altcoins, en deuda, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Que ese mercado va a subir de valor. Y cuando ese mercado sube de valor, los intereses bajan. ¿Ok? Ahí es cuando va a bajar los intereses. Por eso yo les dije, el verano que sigue, este verano, es donde lo tengo que vamos a ver todos los intereses y ahora sí por fin caer, porque se van a adelantar todos a comprar esta deuda en grande. ¿Por qué lo sé y qué tengo de pruebas para todos ustedes? Rápidamente les voy a enseñar una tabla, no se me aburran, les prometo es importante. Y esto es algo que por alguna razón nadie habla de. No entiendo por qué, pero lo que me he dado cuenta es que las cosas importantes no son sonadas. Las cosas tontas, la vendida de la narrativa es lo que es sonado y tiene todo el sentido del mundo, porque si te dijeran la verdad, todo el mundo haría dinero. Si te venden una narrativa que tiene que seguir todo el mundo, que es de mentiras, pues nadie va a hacer dinero porque todo el mundo está confundido en esas narrativas. Ahora quiero que vean esto. Esto es el bono a 30 años en Estados Unidos. Y estamos viendo en un gráfico diario. Esto de acá es un setup de volatilidad. El bono a 30 años son las hipotecas, por ejemplo. Te está dando que va a haber un movimiento fuerte en la diaria, que dirán muchos de ustedes. Ah, pues no es tanto, güey, no te me pongas choncho, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a la semanal. La semanal tiene también un mega setup de volatilidad que lleva literalmente desde mayo del 2025 calentándose. Vas a decir, sí, güey, pero eso puede que no sea tanto. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que vimos un setup de esos, no? Tan sin volatilidad. Vamos a ver. Vamos a echarnos para atrás. Ya estoy en el 96 y no hay nada. Ok, no voy a hacerlos perder su tiempo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, refrescar esto. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Más setup de no volatilidad. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que viene el movimiento más agresivo de toda la historia en esto que ha visto o desde cuando fuimos a ver algo así. Que junta haya tomado literalmente un verano entero. Esto ya no es lo mismo porque se dio el setup más corto. O sea, ya estoy en el 99 y no hay nada. ¿Ok? No los voy a aburrir. Bien, vamos a la mensual. ¿Qué hay en la mensual? Puta madre. 2 barras de nula volatilidad. Bueno, vamos a ver cuándo fue la última vez que vimos eso. Nunca en la historia de la tabla que es desde 1987. Bueno, güey, es la mensual. ¿Qué tiene de preocupación? ¿Qué me dices de la trimestral? En la trimestral no habías visto este nivel de volatilidad desde el 2008. ¿Alguien le suena eso, esas fechas por ahí? Y eso, una vez más, no es absolutamente nada si no entiendes lo que estás viendo. Puedes ver que toda esta volatilidad en extremo fue esta subida que ocurrió desde el 2020 hasta acá y ahora está cayendo. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que viene el movimiento contrario del que viste. Bien, esto es la de 6 meses, para que tengan una idea. Vámonos a la de 10 años. 10 años son literalmente lo que marca los intereses para la Reserva Federal, tal cual. ¿Ok? Y en la de 10 años quiero que vean esto. Este es el bono más importante de todos. La última vez que tuvimos acá la volatilidad donde estamos ahorita, que es acá, la pueden ver aquí abajo. La última vez que estamos acá fue acá. Esto fue en 1991. 1991. Si pueden entender que esto, pues les voy a poner la mensual para que también vean que no es palo en todos lados. 2 veces de 2 de estas de 3 periodos de volatilidad nula. Vamos a ver dónde hay otro. Acá solo hay 2 y estoy hablando del 89. No hay otros. Algo está a punto de pasar con el dólar. Y yo sé porque es lo que les he dicho que es lo que va a ocurrir, que parece que estoy intentando salvar mi argumento, pero mi argumento continúa siendo válido de acuerdo a todo lo que está ocurriendo. Algo muy grande va a mover a los dólares. Va a haber un interés gigantesco o puedes creer la narrativa que te están vendiendo, ¿no? De que literalmente es el fin del dólar. Puedes creerlo, absolutamente. Estados Unidos con su ejército de no mames que pueda agarrar a Maduro en 45 minutos, ¿no? Sin pedos. No, va a perder la hegemonía del dólar y se la va a dar a Bitcoin. México, su moneda va a crecer más que Estados Unidos, con las empresas más grandes de inteligencia artificial en el mundo en Estados Unidos. Lo mismo con el euro. ¿Eso tiene sentido para ti? Y ahí es donde tienes que empezar a distinguir cuál es la verdad de lo que te están contando, ¿no? Porque la realidad contada es muy diferente. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir a fin de cuentas? Va a haber una demanda gigantesca por dólares. Gigantesca. La mayor que hemos visto en 40 años. 40 años. Y esto viene de acuerdo al Genius, que es la cosa más genia que he visto estos viejitos, honestamente. Todo el problema que le han vendido a la gente, que ahora ya la gente sabe no es como les digo, la amiga de Belén, que es completamente la persona más coco guachada que he visto en mi vida. Una vez que ella me dice que hay inflación, sabes que se acabó la inflación, ¿no? Ya que todo el mundo tiene la narrativa general de algo, la narrativa general ahorita es que el dólar se va a acabar, que se va a ir a la mierda cuando Estados Unidos está en la posición más fuerte. Ahora, no lo puedes comparar con el BRICS. Ellos tienen otra estrategia y ellos viven de otra forma y otra cosa. Y también la mentira de que el BRICS está agarrando el oro para que su moneda no se devalúe. Ellos devalúan su moneda a propósito. Si ni siquiera sabías eso, imagínate las mentiras que te están contando. Pero esta es la realidad. Se viene una movida grande en el dólar. Lo que nos dice, como en las altcoins. ¿Qué pasó en las altcoins cuando todo el mundo usó Solana? Subió un chingo de precio. ¿Qué pasó con Ethereum cuando lo usaron un chingo? Subió un chingo de precio. ¿Qué va a pasar con los bonos de Estados Unidos cuando todo el mundo los esté comprando? Van a subir de precio. Y cuando el bono sube de precio, los intereses bajan, damas y caballeros. Y ahora, te puedes esperar hasta el 2027 para que esto ocurra. O puedes entender que el mercado pone precio a todo esto 6 meses antes. Y es por eso que les he dicho, para mí los intereses van a estar abajo o van a empezar a bajar realmente en este verano. Es sencilla la dinámica de esto. Espero que hayan podido comprender algo y vayan a tomar ventaja de esto. ¿Qué ocurre cuando esto pasa? La bolsa cae, todo cae, absolutamente todo cae porque el dólar se vuelve la cosa más fuerte, porque lo que están comprando son efectivamente dólares, aunque se llamen deuda. Están respaldados por dólares, damas y caballeros, o los dólares están respaldados por deuda. Son las dos caras de la moneda. Esto sigue jugando a mi favor y sigo con mi tesis completamente acá en esto. Y una vez más, Coinbase es el principal beneficiario de esto junto con Circle y Ethereum. Pongan mucha atención. Eso es lo que yo creo, ¿no? No los vengo a convencer. Pongan atención y véanlo. Y ustedes hagan su propia tesis. Es lo que tenemos. Ahorita hemos traído muy buenos trades en la casa. Habíamos platicado de la sección de los 94. En vivo les dije, acabo de hacer un corto en los 94. Salió divino. Tristemente no lo vendí tan bien como lo vendió Alex. Yo me salí un poco más arriba. Pero ahora vamos a esperar este rebote para el otro lado. Esto ya se acabó. Recuerden, nos gusta ranguear un chingo en esto, ¿no? Bitcoin, si ya ahorita vamos a creer que nos va a dar este rebote, no, vamos a llegar a buena zona, nos va a rechazar, vamos a bajar, todo el mundo va a creer que fue el rechazo, no va a ser el rechazo, vamos a ir para arriba, todo el mundo va a creer que ese fue el fin, no fue el fin, vamos a rechazar. Y nos gusta jugar en el rango 7 de 10 veces. He jugado el rango 3 veces hasta ahorita, las 3 veces me ha salido positivo. Seguimos en el rango hasta que ya no salga. Una vez que salgamos del rango, nos ponemos un poco más pilas para ver a dónde vamos y dónde vamos a encontrar esa zona de confluencia para el rechazo o para la continuación, sea donde sea. Entonces, ahorita lo más fácil que puedes hacer es jugar el rango de Bitcoin en el que está. Los vamos a presentar en este momento a todos con ¿cómo se dice? Les vamos a poner a todos ustedes el rango de Bitcoin en unos segundos, pero también los quiero traer a que se den una vuelta a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Acá, para que sepan, jefes, déjenme un segundito, voy a compartir. Acá para que lo tengan bien medido, ¿ok? Tengo en el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, esto es gratis, este es mi análisis, el análisis de Salomón. Tenemos el análisis de Alex y de Farhan, que son los importantes. Ok, esto es para tradear. Yo le estoy dando pendejadas de cuando compré Lucid, la chingada. Ahorita vamos bien con esta buena compra de 10.65. Y les voy a poner también la compra de, ¿cómo se llama? Lo que va a ser mi nuevo portafolio, que lo puse en X ayer y se me olvidó ponerlo acá, me acabo de dar cuenta. Aquí les voy a estar mandando todo lo que yo estoy haciendo para que tengan un récord y se puedan burlar de mí a gusto y me hagan todos los videos que quieren hacerme, ¿no? De cómo te equivocaste en tus predicciones pendejas y ahora eres pobre, Alejandro. También tenemos en nuestro Discord, que es completamente gratuito, además de todas mis pendejadas en inversiones y a veces les tiro uno que otro trade. Tenemos los análisis de Alex, que son los efectivos. Tenemos los de Farhan también, que son los efectivos. Tenemos nuestros links directos para cualquier cosa que necesiten. Tenemos Criptolingo acá para los que saben cripto y no, tal vez, saben tradear y tal vez no hayan completamente aprendido cómo usar las abreviaciones y todas estas cosas. Lo tenemos en inglés, lo tenemos en español y tenemos más aquí abajo para todos ustedes, para que no se me queden atrás en todo esto. Y ahora, si ustedes son de los degenerados que quieren tradear futuros y todavía no saben cómo usar esos exchanges, ya aprendieron cómo tradear, pero güey, los exchanges son bastante raros, honestamente. Es la parte más difícil, la que más me costó a mí. Pues cáiganle aquí a nuestro sitio web. Tengo el enlace aquí abajo en la descripción de YouTube. Si están en otra plataforma, vayan, busquen YouTube, Alejandro Salomón, el último video en la descripción del video y aparecen todos los enlaces. No sean huevones. Y lo único que tienes que hacer es, sin registrarte, te metes en Tutos. Ahora vamos a cambiar este sitio y ahora que Salovisa tiene notificaciones en vivo, también lo vamos a poner acá para que le lleguen a todos los miembros. ¿Cómo tradear en Bitunix? Este es un exchange. ¿Cómo tradear en Blofin? Este es otro exchange. Los dos son exchanges de criptos. Los dos son buenísimos, honestamente, es preferencia. Y tenemos otro que es BTCC, que lo vamos a poner ya con el nuevo sitio. ¿Cómo tradear en Bitunix? Es el que yo usaría porque es un video de 11 minutos, es el más nuevo, el que más todavía es idéntico el exchange. Y en 11 minutos te enseño cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo fondear esa cuenta, cómo mandar el dinero de tu cuenta a futuros para que puedas abrir un short, un long, tus posiciones de acuerdo a lo que estés buscando, cómo encontrar Bitcoin, cómo encontrar Solana, cómo encontrar todo eso. También te dice cómo abrir el long, cómo abrir el short, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo poner un trailing stop, cómo hacer todo lo que tienes que hacer y cómo mandar tu dinero de vuelta a casa. En 11 minutos lo aprendes completamente gratis y el enlace de Bitunix está aquí abajo para que no te vean la cara de pendejo y también participes en todas nuestras dinámicas que tenemos todo el tiempo porque estos exchanges necesitan nuevos usuarios todo el tiempo. No hay de otra, no somos genios. Además de esto, si, güey, ya aprendiste cómo usar todo esto y y no sabes cómo usar los exchanges, si eres una de las personas que quiere aprender a tradear, cae a nuestro sitio web. Tenemos un curso de 1 hora 40 minutos que se llama De Cero a Trader y es para principiantes. Nosotros no estamos enfocados en, güey, que el no sé qué. Necesito, y esto es como yo aprendo todo, aprender de lo básico. En 1 hora 40 minutos vas a aprender, no te vas a volver un master trader, pero vas a entender todo lo que decimos acá. Y si ya estás acá, hacemos 3 en vivos de 4 horas a la semana. 12 horas de hablar de esto. Con solamente ver esto deberías de poder entender casi todo lo que decimos. Y lo que no, tenemos clases este jueves, mañana, tenemos clase con todos ustedes a las 7 de la mañana, media hora después de lo que empezó este en vivo, exclusiva en nuestro sitio. Por si tienen cualquier pregunta, podemos resolverla y poder cerrar esos gaps de falta de información. Y con eso vas a poder aprender perfectamente, porque para mí ese es mi método de aprendizaje, lo que yo uso. No solamente el curso, pero, güey, aprende cómo habla la gente, habla con ellos y luego lo que no entiendas, pregunta para poder cerrar esos gaps de información que no tienes y eso te ayuda ya a poder comprender algo mucho mejor y así vas a poder hacerlo. Si estás aprendiendo apenas y estás usando los exchanges, te recomiendo que uses el modo simulador para que no pierdas dinero. Es muy diferente cuando tienes la presión de tu dinero y haces muchas pendejadas. Primero empieza con el dinero gratis. ¿Qué más te da? Y de ahí pon tantito dinero para que veas cómo cuando pones dinero cambia tu cabeza y te nubla el panorama. Y una vez que aprendas a cómo usar eso, te vas a volver una verga. Así que con paciencia. Lo que queremos aquí es duración, durabilidad en este mercado. Quedarnos por un rato porque esto nos va a hacer, esto se me hace la única herramienta para hacer dinero en el futuro porque ¿qué más vamos a hacer como seres humanos? Ahí tú respondes a pregunta, brother. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle para adelante con todo esto. Vamos a ver los precios de los bitcoins y de todo lo demás. Good morning, boys. How are you? Good?
Yo. Sorry about that.
I'm muted.
Just muted.
I'm muted.
Morning, boys.
Buenos días, muchachos.
How are you?
Doing well, doing well. I believe it is Wednesday. I just grabbed myself one of these homemade creme brulees I made out of the fridge, getting a little bougie and fancy in this on my bullshit.
You just grabbed some creme brulee, motherfucker?
Cooked it myself as well.
Wow.
Fuck, it's 7 in the morning here. I haven't eaten in 2 days, 3 days. But look at this. Look at the results.
Jeez.
Oh, wow.
Buddy, shredded.
I'm fucking
Sitting down,
shredded
too.
like cheese, son.
Damn.
Shredded like cheese.
And I'm fat like the Michelin man.
Shut the fuck up. What do we got on the Bitcoin, Alex? By the way, excellent analysis on Monday. I took advantage of the trade. I'm playing the range. It's been great. I know you're taking advantage of it right now. You're doing fucking fantastic. You held that short way better than I did. So congratulations. And sharing the profits, dude. Come on, don't be a fucking dick. No, I'm just kidding. What do we got, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, really, Monday was a very good stream because every time that we keep reaching this, 94K region on Bitcoin, we get massive, in my opinion, we get massive FOMO at the top. We also see crypto Twitter getting bullish each and every time, right? We've only reached this region since this consolidation phase 3 times. But I've mentally noted every time we've reached that zone, it's almost as if 100K is guaranteed and we're so back. But really, what I've been saying the past weeks, if people have been here, is nothing's changed, right? I'm all about if things have changed, I'm ready to change my bias. But if things aren't changing and actually maturing more for bears, it makes it more likely for me, well, that bears are just going to end up taking us down basically in the, what am I trying to say? During this bearish consolidation, which is the first we've ever had. Now, if we look at price action now, you do notice that we did end up rejecting the bi-weekly EMA 34. It's very important because the big point of really us avoiding 69K is if this bi-weekly can actually get back above the EMA 34. Still, if it rejects, this still makes it in bearish consolidation. This makes it more likely you'll have the move down towards the target, which is sitting at 68,400, or just that bi-weekly EMA 100. This has been an easy perspective to keep. Whenever I'm feeling maybe a little bull FOMO, I go back to my bi-weekly chart. I look at this. I'm like, no, this will eventually break down. But also, you have a very easy area on when to get bullish. Just visually, you've seen this 34 hold, and you make expansion moves to the upside. So this is actually, again, just quite the opposite. And it's interesting to see not many talk about this bearish consolidation in the midst of even putting in a bear pennant, just bearish consolidation confluence. We're very close to a move down, in my opinion.
I think it's very odd that since you're bringing it up, a lot of people are married to just technical analysis as is, with the rules as is. And you got to look at every single chart in a different way, right? Like each chart speaks its own language. And when Bitcoin consolidates to the upside, it goes down most of the time. Like you can see it on the left of your chart. Consolidates down, fucking goes up. Every single one, that up, And once you consolidate upwards, that's when you get the down moves, which is, that's why Bitcoin is so predatory. And it's so strange that all these people have been looking at these charts and not learning what you boys have, right?
Yeah. And I often really ask myself that if some of these people are traders on CT, because it'll just be very obvious. People will say this is a bullish chart, bullish consolidation. It doesn't look that, I'm not seeing that.
I have a Peter Schiff type of take on why Bitcoin likes to do that, where it'll consolidate to the downside and then bust up and then consolidate to the upside and then bust down, is because it's
Most
not
traders
really
are retarded.
that, and also because Bitcoin is not really generating anything of value. So as the price is consolidating downwards, it's just getting people to short and then using their liquidity to bust the price up, and the reverse in the other direction.
That's true.
Because there's no value here.
There's none. I mean, other than us believing in it. It's like the US dollar, right? Like we all believe in it and it's just a piece of fucking paper. Same thing with Bitcoin. So yeah, fuck, look at me on the same side as
gold.
But gold on the other hand,
beautiful.
By the way, if all the I'm sorry, Alex, I'll just cut it out right here. if all the AI stuff and predictions were right, we're going to do construction and we're going to create other things out of nowhere, like other minerals out of nowhere. And we're going to figure out how to create gold with AI, because all the car makers, this is something I actually know already. The electric car makers, Tesla now and Rivian and those guys, they're getting ready to completely change, not their production chains because they're going to remain the same, but the way that they use those precious earths. Because right now, they need silver and they need other materials. But now they've already gotten the technology to a point where you can grab sand and make these fucking batteries.
Yeah,
Like,
'cause
it's that crazy. You know what I mean?
You can make diamonds in a lab, so why not gold?
I had always told Belinda, and now she bought one that looks. Her wedding ring was $100,000. Like, that's how much I paid. Just being completely honest, the ring that she just got looks way better and it's bigger, and it was $1,200.
Yeah, these lab
R.I.P. my $100,000.
Fuck.
Let's go. Sorry, Alex.
No, I mean, because Farm brings up a great point, though. You know, in the midst of these moves down, you're just getting shorts, feeling confident, that end up just fueling the short squeeze. But that's exactly what's happening here. Every time you move up, you're getting longs quite confident before eventually becoming trapped. And again, I'll say last 3 times this has been the occurrence. Now, if things shift for me, we can quickly flip-flop. But until then, I'm still very bearish on Bitcoin. To me, Bitcoin looks extremely weak here. Eventually, you're going to get a move. This isn't going to stay here forever. It's been, what, I think we're on the 8th week now. 2, 4, 6, 8, yeah, of just nothing. This will eventually break, and statistically, it's still pointed down. Now, you have to really put a lot of weight on this index BBWP, because the index, unlike, let's say, CME, which has already fired off, quite mature, the index actually is just getting started. This is very interesting because we have a massive volatility setup literally right now as we speak, in the midst of firing off for the first time in a very long time on an extreme low read. Last setup was here in October of 2024. Look at this, right? During this bullish consolidation before the squeeze up, bullish consolidation because you held that biweekly 34. But now you're getting bearish consolidation in the midst of this volatility actually confirming expansion to the last close. So this is maturing, sitting at 16.27%. I was observing this too. I think you can go back on Monday's stream. We talked about it when Bitcoin was in that 94K area. This was sitting around 15.82%. Now you're noticing it's at 16.27%. So actually, that's giving you confluence that as Bitcoin moves down, you're getting volatility expansion. That is exactly what bulls don't want to see here. The hopium was that on this next bi-weekly candle that we're currently in, you will see a massive green dodo to the upside, similar to here where you just got volatility expansion to the upside and quickly just started to move up. For now, that's not the case. And as we move down, you'll notice BBWP will keep moving up ideally because this setup is firing off now. It's very significant because I know during this 8-week of consolidation, we often forget how big of a setup these can really become. Potentially a 30% move is brewing on Bitcoin. We'll measure it off of that biweekly EMA 34. That'll put us right into that $65,000 area. Now, this plays exactly into the weekly analysis that we do. We go to the weekly analysis. Let's really see where that median rejection, where the median is, right? And if it rejected or not. And Monday, this was a big concern for me. All we've essentially done is rallied up to the weekly median, but also for the first time ever since the dump in October, you actually tested the weekly 9 as well. This made it a very probable zone to see some kind of rejection. Now, we've seen rejections back in the beginning of December. We saw, let's see here, there was another one here in, just the beginning of December, essentially. These rejections are a little different than what we have here, simply because you have not hit that weekly 9, and you also haven't really tested that weekly median for a while, actually. I mean, it's been a long time. We observed on Monday here, really the dump started once you started to really reject off the weekly median. Look how long it took Bitcoin to actually reach it. Multiple weeks. You then had that major move up, in the beginning of October. But notice how the weekly median stop price here started to move down. Perfectly fine here. And then you notice the actual retest of the weekly median. And that was basically the start of the major move down. From here, you didn't test the weekly median. It's been multiple weeks. Let's actually measure how long it's been. About 84 days since you've tested that. Well, now you've tested it. And so to me, that just made it more likely to see some kind of rejection, specifically when you know what's brewing on the biweekly Bitcoin chart for volatility and the fact that this is still bearish consolidation. So now what we need to be watching very carefully is, does this weekly flip red? The weekly closes in 4 days. And in all honesty, bears are just trying to simply flip this weekly red, solidifying that longs are trapped at 94K, fueling this move down towards the weekly EMA 100. Now, things don't change with time. We're still gauging the weekly EMA 100, similar to when we move down to here, when we move down to here. I will say the more times you test this, the weaker it does become, but we still have to really watch this zone as our confluence zone if Bitcoin's truly going to get a major move down. Because remember, that biweekly setup is giving us about a 30% move to the downside. When you throw your weekly estimate 200 on, where is mine? Oh, it's already on. Perfect. You're actually noticing here that, well, if you lose that EMA 100, you're actually getting a target down to 57,000 on Bitcoin. So that'll play very close to that bi-weekly setup, dumping us all the way down and perhaps actually finding some kind of bottom around that weekly estimate 200 over that 2021 cycle high. It doesn't matter though really where Bitcoin bottoms. What matters is you have targets down to either 69K or the low $57,000 region on Bitcoin at this current time. That still makes it very actionable to look for shorts in this region. And just like what we were saying on Monday, the 94K area still seems like that extremity high zone. Now, we did reject the weekly median, or we're rejecting it or in the process of that now. You notice here that the bottom side 38.2% is coming at 81,400. That's significant because you're also going to take note that that's very close to November's low. If you end up taking out November's low, you most likely will see a major breakdown on Bitcoin, in my opinion, towards 73,000. So things are lining up here pretty nicely, actually, for bears. But understand that this chop hasn't been fun. This consolidation really isn't the best. But has anything really changed from the really middle of November up until now in 2026? No, nothing's actually changed. And even more so, you can make the argument that actually things have only changed better for bears. Actually, they've just gotten more in bears' hands with this weekly 9 coming down, the median coming down, and even bi-weekly BBWP on the index finally firing off, while literally nothing's changed here. Still bearish consolidation. And when we do end up breaking away from the EMA 34, the EMA 100 often does just become a magnet. Not a good example. You just ended up swiping down immediately to that EMA 100 on the biweekly chart, which did end up bottoming us out. Let's see here. Much better example here is what we saw in 2022. You know, the bear market. You lose the EMA 34, something we've already done. You aren't getting chop around it, so you're not reclaiming it, you're not losing it. It's not like here. You're just simply in this kind of posturing. The only difference here versus where we're at currently is, well, you've solidified a lot of retests that this EMA 34 is solid resistance, which again plays into bears' hands, more confluence of this being more likely to dump at this point. Now, notice how Bitcoin made a pretty easy move down to the EMA 100. You got some kind of reaction, but then that ended up leading you down even more, getting closures below it. You're watching for just shorts, and that really is what took us down to 15K on Bitcoin. But the point is, once you start dumping from the EMA 34, you can just really make aggressive moves down. Took 70 days to go down 37%. So a little over 2 months, just straight down. And you would be looking at this same exact thing you're looking at now, here versus here. It was support. Okay, we've never really tested it. Once we did, that was the big spot. Okay, we've gotten closures below it for the first time. This is a shift. This is bearish consolidation. And you even did end up taking out the highs when you were in this consolidation here. Let me clean this up just a little bit better. Right, so these are representing the highs. You did end up taking them out. One more move up before coming down. Why I mention that is because, well, you did technically take out the highs here in this consolidation. This looks very similar to what we had in October. Mentally noting these, where, perhaps we're looking for lower highs just per the book, right? That's what you should be looking for. We're actually getting these liquidity grabs where it takes out the last major lower high, but then that leads to the dump. This is something I observed when we had that major move down after that high in October, or the beginning of October. Ended up taking out the high very, 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 little, ever so slightly, and then we move down. I'm observing the kind of that same characteristic here. Just now what we need is to move down. And this is actually putting in a bear pennant, similar to a bear flag. So that's my weekly and bi-weekly analysis still. Still think it kind of holds the tone of the chart, still telling the major story, which is, Bitcoin is still looking pretty bearish here. We should be pretty cautious of this aggressively moving down. Hopefully soon. I mean, per this chart, you should see a move. This candle, definitely potentially the next. And I can say that considering, well, volatility is confirming expansion. You should be more on the camp that you're going to get a major move here within the next 11 days. And then if this is going to be bearish, you should be on the camp that, well, this ideally was the local top. We're now going to just start getting that bearish follow through off the back of this volatility expansion, which is very important to know, because in Monday, when you get these moves up and you maybe want a long, it just keeps you in check. Let's see where the EMA 5 is on the monthly. And to me, I'll delete this now. We actually got pretty close to testing the EMA 5. In all honesty, you actually could start seeing Bitcoin moving down. Weeklies flip red, causing the monthly to flip red. And then this just drags down the EMA 5 for the reconnect. Because the issue is when you lose, let's say, a monthly 9, and in this case, we'll use the 5. Often the 5 can be used in super bullish or bearish markets. More likely than not, most times you get a reconnect. It often doesn't stay this far from a monthly 5 or even the 9. That was the idea going into January, which was you'll get a bounce off the 21 and start moving towards this 9 or 5. Notice, right, when you start losing, and I'll delete this here. When you start losing and going past that 5, we'll use the 5 for this example, Bitcoin likes to move up towards that. You can see here, right, when it likes to lose these 9 and 5s, it moves up towards that. If it rejects, that's your follow through move. So in this argument that bulls had, I mean, there was legitimate concerns maybe going to that 95.5, 96K. But remember, it's all dependent on the biweekly. And so as long as the biweekly is holding us down under 94K, you just really aren't going to get a test of the monthly 9. But what you could get is this reconnect of the 5, kind of playing into bear's hands here. You'll just end up reconnecting this. Bitcoin will be extremely bearish, and you'll just end up rejecting the 5 over the 9. Again, not a promising sign if you're bullish. You notice here, you're holding the 21. It's a big spot. But for me to really confirm that we are just about to bigly break down, is when this monthly flips red. If we start taking out 88,000, this region here is just not going to be a lot of idea that this 21 is going to end up holding again. Because the idea now is that, okay, this should be the bottom. Really, this should be the local bottom here. We should not go back down to the 21 on this monthly candle. And you should just keep continuing to hold this low. But if this candle ends up selling off, flipping red, going back to the 21, is that going to be the major boost of confidence for bulls that that's probably going to get a bounce? No, it's just going to play into that's probably the trap. And what's brewing is that EMA 34 retest at 76,300. Confluence of what I said, which is, well, really when Bitcoin starts, in my opinion, losing 84K, you're just going to start aggressively moving down to the 70s. And again, I think that was based on the weekly here. Yeah, it was the weekly EMA 100 gets lost. So that's even a little before 84K. Actually, you are going to just start seeing an aggressive move down to 70s. Let's see really fast too. How much like price action do we have from 70s to the 90s? Let's see. Well, here we go. I mean, we had some price action here. Not much though. Just literally speed ran from 69K all the way up to 98. Interesting. Okay, remember that dump down when we went to 73K? Let's see. Once we lost 92K, you just kind of speed ran the 80s and went straight down to the 70s. Interesting. And that's it. So really, I mean, the last few times have just been speed running the 80s. Let's go straight to the 70s. Only change in that was here. But in my opinion, this kind of gives me more confidence what I'm saying, because, well, what was the high here? 95,000, 96K. What was the low here? 80,600. So to me, it seems like Bitcoin really absolutely doesn't want to be chilling in the 80s. It just speed runs it down and goes to the 70s. Again, confluence of that idea that once you start losing this EMA 100, you are just going to aggressively start moving down to the low 70s, 73, 74, 75K region. Right? And if you don't like EMAs, just logically, you'll be using this low as kind of your gauge, right? This April low. That'll be the next target. Delete this. This will be the next target down. And then there's your confluence on that monthly bounce, perhaps on that EMA 34. But still, I mean, from what I found, is it still look like it's about to go up, break out to 100K or even 95.5. No, to me, it looks potentially locally top now. And look at this. 92.2 was a big spot for bulls. Getting back under that now starts opening up the EMA 100 trade. So at this point, if you stay under 91.3, stay under 92.2, look at this as a range, little tiny range, you will start dumping aggressively towards 86K. That currently is about a 5.69 for the culture percent move. That's a very good setup at this current point. Now, let's look at the daily, because, well, we had just a little range. Let's see here. No, let's go to the 4-hour real fast. Right, so we were trying to see this little range hold, 91.3, bounce, 92.2, reclaim. The issue is here we started to reject lower time frame line I drew on Monday. That region at 93,800 ended up rejecting us. But also, you would just be fully aware that this is producing lower highs, not bullish. This is just lower highs, right? Let's just throw in the trend wave catalyst. There's no confusion here, right? Okay, interesting. Higher low, maybe. Interesting, maybe low, lower high. So we're not sure. Here's your lower low dump. You came in for a very aggressive lower high, and now you're in for the lower low already. So this is already now in lower low posturing. 4-hour is fully flipped down into a downtrend. Let's look at the 12-hour. 12-hour is still giving you an idea of a short setup onto tonight's close. If you end up losing this 4-hour, my apologies, 12-hour EMA 100, this technically held it. You're now losing it. Bitcoin can come all the way down and then end up making a rally tonight, testing that 12-hour EMA 100 before coming down. Notice this big move up really started once the 12-hour EMA 100 got reclaimed. You just unfortunately couldn't expand from it. Now, I'll say that you haven't lost it yet. So that's why this still is giving you some kind of setup into tonight, if you're not even positioned. Let's see the last kind of 12-hour EMA 100 setup we've had on Bitcoin. So we can kind of see this in real time. So here was, okay, deviation setup perhaps brewing. That's confirmation of this being the local top, just so everyone's aware. So let me change this to white. So if this deviates this 12-hour EMA 100, boom, now we have confluence of this being a local top. And now we can have confluence of that 92.2, 91.3 short. And then also, right, this will just produce potentially the next 4-hour lower high whenever it wants to give it to us. Because we're now in a lower low. Mind you, the last lower low break gave us an immediate lower high. Dirty, right? But this doesn't change anything for ETA shorts. Not at all. Stacking here. So like the trend will always be your friend. Going back to the 12-hour setup, though, let's just look at that, because that is an actionable thing we perhaps are going to get tonight. This closes in 8 hours. This is still a very early on setup that we could get on. Now, let's just see, though, really, does this 12-hour EMA 100 hold any weight? We're in a very similar environment to this. We were under the EMA 100. We came up very quickly, hit resistance, and then deviated it. Notice price action here. Imagine shorting into this. Maybe you felt like you missed it. That was it. Damn, I didn't take the extremity short. But this is why finding these setups are important, but you need confirmation. So once you lost the 12-hour EMA 100, you actually got a pretty easy short setup here for, what, a day? It'll let you position 12 hours dump. So at least for 12 hours, you're able to position here. And just using what you know, okay, well, this is a deviation setup. Perhaps this is locally topped. Maybe I'll punt a short here. Well, look at the results on this short. I mean, this just would have been money. I mean, I'm pretty certain we took this actually on the Discord. Because 12-hour EMA 100 setups are nice. You hear me say it on the 4-hour. So if you get it on a 12-hour, it's just even better. So here, we'll just take it very cheeky, right? You got a 28% move down from that 12-hour EMA 100. Okay, so that was, pretty nice actually. Even here, this is technically a massive deviation of it. So then you would have looked for shorts here. And then let's just see what that would have produced, assuming you're just the best trader, you sell at the bottoms and whatnot. 10% move down. That's life-changing money on your leverage, potentially, if you're leveraging up. And it works to the long side, too. Getting back above it and holding above it gives you moves up. Getting back above it, holding it, gives you moves up. So why am I mentioning this? Well, because this is still potentially a setup today. You're watching this carefully. If you're not short now, you're just not having FOMO. You're just going to let tonight or today do its thing. You understand this is in lower low posturing already on the 4-hour. This can come all the way down if it wants, but we probably will get a pop-up, test the EMA 100 before moving down. Now, if you end up not seeing this get lost, Bitcoin ends up holding 91.3, bouncing up, reclaiming 92.2. That'll have implications of another retest at 94K. And then you're just watching to see, does lower time frame trend break? Does the weekly end up maybe flipping green? It's on the verge of flipping red. So it's still green, I guess I'll say, but very, very close to flipping red. Only 0.2% away now. Not very fun. And whenever you get lower time frame bullish setups, let's say here, but you're under 91.3, when you get a candle like this, this is really visually heavy. This is all in favor of bears. You have so much long strap here. The more likely chance is this candle flipping red. So just everyone's aware here. You also, when you were last in this setup posturing here, but mind you, again, something I'll note is Bitcoin's weaker than it was here versus here, right? Because you're testing that weekly 9, that weekly median. You ended up rejecting 94K and then coming down, let's say, 7% before the weekly closed. So how much have we gone down so far? 4%. So again, it's weaker though, so remember that. But you still could be brewing another 3% down from this point. Perspective, especially for, maybe people are trying to long right now. And there are people that are trying to long right now. Unsure why. But for sure, people are trying to long. I mean, that's why we're making these moves up, because it's the perfect trap. Everyone's trying to catch a bottom. And it's just, that often is what you see in the beginning of trend shifts. It's very brutal if you're a trader and you're not able to identify a trend shift, a price structure shift early on. It's almost like just going to the party and being the only one there. Very late, not fun. This is something we've been talking about for a while. This is a major shift. We've never seen this in this entire bull market, this price structure. Now, I can just show you many points on why, just so people are aware. Visually, are we consolidating above where we've always consolidated before moving up? No, actually, you're flipping that into resistance. That's like a bear market characteristic. The monthly 9 that's been holding this entire bull market, never closing below it. We've gotten multiple closures below it. And even more so, you're potentially just going to reject the monthly 5 before moving down. Something you've never seen this entire bull market. And then very easily, if you like lower time frames, the 2-day SMA 200, last bear market that told us, things are going to get nasty, is when this 2-day SMA 200 got lost. I actually identified this on stream. Wasn't even looking at it, but we were doing the 2-day, and then I just observed 2-day SMA 200, very much so like the monthly 9, never really got lost this entire bull market. When it got tested here, you bottomed, really. Are we above that? No, and even more so, you're potentially losing the 2-day buy trigger and full on deviating, playing into this was just a trap. So there's many things now playing into, Bitcoin's more bearish than bullish. And even here, this 2-day volatility is something we should be watching, because we were actually gauging this 2-day volatility on Monday. We don't want to see any of these lower time frame, right? When we're looking at the biweekly, monthly, a 2 days lower time frame compared to that. You don't want to be looking at this and getting volatility expansion to the upside. Now, what you're potentially doing now is flipping this back down. This is closing in 1 day, 9 hours. If this 2-day volatility starts firing up to the downside, this will play into the idea that the weekly is going to flip red, and you're just going to start aggressively moving down from this region. Now, watch very carefully here, the 2-day 9. You lose the 2-day 9, that'll be confirmation before the weekly close potentially that you are going to start moving down to $86,000. That's where you test that weekly EMA 100. See? Ever so slightly takes the highs out, and then you just dump. Ever so slightly takes the highs out, and then let's see if we dump. You actually now we're watching the 5-day, right? You got the 5-day close back above the EMA 100. That was a good sign. And then remember, the more likely thing was perhaps a pullback and a retest where then bulls needed to get a bounce off of that. You're not getting that now, and you're flipped back under 92.2. And once you lose this 5-day EMA 9, this will actually open up a whole other short setup in itself, really. Whenever you deviate the 5-day EMA 9, this often makes it a very easy place to just scale shorts. Whenever you reclaim a 5-day EMA 9, it just often makes it a very easy place to scale longs. You lose it, you short, you reclaim it, you long. Very easy. The only issue with this is if you're not trending. If you're just chopping, then that's not fun. So here, I mean, in the next, 3 days, you're potentially just going to confirm a whole short setup in itself. You're going to mentally note that this 5-day 9 is coming into that 91.3, 92.2 region. Confluence that maybe into next week, you're potentially going to get a move up to this zone, or then this will be the rejection area. Can't act like this wasn't the case before. Look at this 5-day deviation. In lower time frames, if we go back, you can see that we really did just start to reject the low, or I guess the high 92K region. So I think using this zone is actually smart. I think that's wise. So for me now, we're just kind of watching Bitcoin to get follow through to the downside. If bi-weekly BBWP is going to fire off, then you should really start seeing this move down. That'll start by, well, just simply the weekly and bi-weekly flipping red. And then once that flips red, you'll just potentially get a capitulation down to the 86K region. Now, we'll play what we know still. Nothing's changed. Once the weekly EMA 100s are lost, we then can start really looking at that as the capitulation environment. Once you're under this EMA 100 on the weekly, you are very, 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 very likely to start capitulating. Very similar to what occurred here, where you stayed above it a little bit, went up, took out the highs, remember? But then you ended up losing it. And then this just led to a capitulation environment where essentially Bitcoin just went down only for multiple weeks, essentially. This will potentially take us straight to the SMA 200 on the weekly, which really, it's like if you look at the bi-weekly, you're getting a 69K target. If you look at the weekly, you're getting a 57K target. So still both are pretty low at this point. What I'm not getting is a 100K target, 109K target, or even a 95.5 target anymore. I'm not really getting that. And why you would be betting on this being the local top, if I haven't already shown you many reasons why, like on that 12 hours, well, if you're going to bet on this weekly median kind of being, that was it, the retest, you should start expanding from the weekly median. If this weekly ends up getting bought up, like maybe you're trying to position, but you're worried that this wasn't the top, understand that if you end up breaking this weekly high, you're going to start breaking out towards 100K. I mean, the weekly median idea will die. It most likely will flip back. Price will end up reclaiming it. So you should, in theory, see this zone hold as the rejection, and you should just start moving really down. You should start moving away from this zone. So that's just something to note. If you really do start seeing this move up again towards 94K before this weekly closes, okay, that's going to be a concern for me. But until then, it's not really a concern for shorting. And just like what I said, every time we've gone to 94K is, why didn't I short more? Because it's just been working. Now, I actually noticed something on the 27-day chart. What was it? Or was it the 15-day? We were in a breakdown. 10-day? Yeah, it was the 10-day. That's what it was. The 10-day. That's what it was. So I did notice here the 10-day, really, honestly, too, why you can make an argument on why maybe this is locally topped. More reasons, right? We shared about the weekly, the 12-hour, but even the 10-day here. All you've done on this move up was retest the bottom side 38.2%. Now, let's see, again, just like the weekly median, when was the last time you actually tested this bottom side 38.2%? Okay, so like from here, no, you didn't test it, right? You were just playing the 61.8%. Interesting. Okay, let's just follow the blue. Oh, so you tested it here. So back in November before you made a major move down. See, very interesting because that's very similar to what that weekly median was telling us as well. Anytime you really test that weekly median like you did back in October, really started to move down. Now, you have tested this 38.2% again. This is still in breakdown mode on the 10-day. And you still have a pretty mature 10-day volatility setup here. Let's count this out. 3, 6, 0, 5. So, and this is off the back of the biggest 10-day volatility setup you've ever had in Bitcoin's history. I just thought that was an interesting thing to know. Because I saw that yesterday. I was like, oh, more reasons on why I'd want to short. Now you do notice here, you are in breakdown mode. Let's see. So let's see a similar environment here. When was the last time, other than in November, when you tested the bottom side 38.2%? Well, it was here you lost it, and here you tested it. Obviously, it went a little higher. I guess we'll look at this one here. This is a better one. So you tested it, and then it ended up dumping 8%. And then here you didn't test it, you just tested the 9. But we'll just measure from the 38.2% to this low, give about a 15% move. So let's just measure a 12% move from here. Like 82K. There's your 82.2 maybe on Bitcoin. So just something to watch as we keep going. Now I'll look at lower time frames. I've been really focused on the higher time frames. Notice here that really bulls need to pick up today. They need to see a move off the daily 9, really, in all honesty. This move off the daily 9 still can be the hopium because you didn't lose yesterday 92.2. So this is still sitting technically above 92.2 if it gets the bounce today. Now, if this ends up not getting the bounce today, well, this will play into the idea that, yeah, this is locally topped at 94,800. This was a massive trap. People really playing this breakout. This was just a retest of the 38.2%. We get expansion today. You're now dumping today. So that just plays into it. This kind of looks trappy. But most importantly, if you fall back under the moving averages, this will diminish the EMA 100 setup that we were talking about on Monday, which was the concern. If we ended up not holding back under that EMA 34, maybe you wick a little past it, you test into that 97K and actually solidify a monthly 9 retest. But if you end up losing the daily 9 today, tomorrow, this will just give you confidence that this is locally topped and you are more likely to end up going down. Now, watch very carefully the levels. 91.3, 92.2 is still a big spot. And it lined up with the daily 9 means that this is kind of the last zone for bulls to pick up and get a bounce here. Now, there's more things pointing to why a bounce isn't going to occur here. But still, similar to the 12-hour setup, you didn't lose the EMA 100. So that is still brewing today. Now, observe the 12-hour median is basically touching tips with the 12-hour EMA 100. So that's a big spot, actually. Now, the 5 hours on the cliffside edge, right? EMA 34 on 91.3. So you are potentially brewing a breakdown here at this point. The issue is you're also in a nice downtrend. And what we observed on the 4 hour is you already got the lower low. So two things can occur here. You can just keep moving down. The lower low doesn't have to stop here, of course. But the flavor was you just formed that lower low, immediately shot up, formed another lower low. Are you going to immediately shoot up? But still, even if you move up, you still are gauging 92.2 as the zone. You still want to be watching the zone carefully. It's just the 5 hour 9 very easily. Look at reactions when you get back above the 5 hour 9 and you're trending up. It can be simple. So now we want to just be gauging 92.2 confluence with the 5 hour 9. If you end up, let's say, moving up, trying to form a lower high here. But this is on the cliffside edge. Very curious to see what the Bollinger Bands look like on the 5 hour. Nothing, actually.
You see the dude that created the Bollinger Bands came out and say that the next level after 95 or 97 was 107. And that's going to be the place, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, John Bollinger. What are you saying?
I've never seen, I actually didn't know that the dude was alive. I didn't know anything about it. He came across my Twitter feed. I was like, what? Fucking amazing.
Yeah, what a call. I mean, again, people say those things, and I just don't see even 100K being a reality, let alone 107K.
As of right now, yeah, it doesn't look like it.
No.
But it has to be a full strap. That's why, to me.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? But
No, of
I
course.
understand technically looking at this. No, you're totally right. I'm with you.
Well, because the issue is exactly you're kind of expecting what's been occurring, which is okay. We move down, we bottom, we locally bottom here, we consolidate, chop, squeeze up. We come down, we form a wick low, we then consolidate, and then you squeeze up. But that's why this environment's just different. It's just people aren't realizing that what was occurring here is just different than here, in my opinion. It's just the bearish consolidation argument. So we'll see. 107K would be epic, but yeah, it's not looking likely, honestly. And even this 4 hour is breaking down now. So, right, we're looking at the 5 hour. The 4 hour is breaking down. We've already gotten a few hits of this EMA 34 in the 4 hour. So if you end up losing this zone here, 91.3, 4 hour EMA 34 is lost. Confluence of the lower high maybe being formed on the 4 hour around 91.3, 91.6. Something to just be watching here. Eight hours about to close as well. So in all honesty, really what you're watching now in lower time frames is this 91.3 hold. If 91.3 does not hold, again, we've just seen kind of that be the spot where bears can start flexing and moving us down. Look how easy it is to go from 91.3 to 84K. Very simple, very easy, happened in less than 1 day. Let's keep going. We'll just take it from 91.3 again. Right, it was about a day, 2 days. I guess 2 days it says. So we'll just say 2 days. Okay, pretty easy. We'll take it from here down. Okay, that took 7 days. But still, I mean, it doesn't take that much. Let's go to the dailies, show better. Right? It doesn't take that much to really start dumping you from this region. So when you are on the cliffside edge, something to be watching, 91.3, you have that 8 hour, 4 hour, probably that 2 hour close coming. It's something worth watching now, specifically if you're trying to trade. Understand Bitcoin is in lower low posturing on the lower time frames, which means you absolutely can bounce from here. Does that bounce just give you that 4 hour EMA 34 bearish retest? Maybe. Or do we actually start moving out from this point? Daily 9 gets the bounce and bulls break us out from this area, leading to a move up back to around 93,800. Until you actually sustain closures above 92.2, like what we saw here, you're not going to make any kind of moves up. 92.2 is still the big spot. We were gauging that yesterday on the Discord. Perfectly fine. We shot a little past that, came in for the lower high. But now it's the same exact idea. 92.2 is still the big zone. You want to be watching that very carefully. If Bitcoin is going to reject and break down, it's going to actually start in the lower time frames in this zone. You're going to either see 91.3 reject, 92.2, somewhere in this region should give us some kind of rejection. You don't want to see any kind of closures above 92.2. Now, the 12-hour EMA 100 is a very actionable setup. And into tonight, I may give ETA another Bitcoin short. We were able to short this region and even add before the move down. So if we lose the 12-hour EMA 100, this zone could just be an add zone. Remember what we observed before, that 28% move down. You had a day to position at the 12-hour EMA 100 before Bitcoin moved down 28%. So that means that, well, I like money. I want to be watching that same kind of reaction, specifically when I know biweekly BBWP is firing off on the index. Now, the index BBWP firing off is very significant. And really, I mean, last time you saw it on an extreme low read was this major move up after bullish consolidation. Now what you have is bearish consolidation, and perhaps it's firing off. So you just want to be aware that the environments here are different. The fact that you have volatility at an extreme low doesn't mean it's the same. It's going to be the same outcome as what occurred here in October. Not at all. And that's why structure is important. Until then, this is still looking like we're in a massive bear market. And what we're potentially brewing now is just a bear pennant rejection off the 34 before the next leg down. I mean, let me try to see. I can't show you a good setup here on the biweekly, but this is bearish consolidation. So you just want to be fully aware of that. Now, that's Bitcoin index, very similar to CME, right? You're just still at that spot, 94K. And even the biweekly in CME has flipped red. And CME's BBWP is quite mature, unlike the index. This is what institutions trade. This isn't very bullish at all. Actually, this is even worse than index, just so everyone's aware. Anything different here that I should bring up that wasn't on the index? Again, something I should still say is we are still brewing a very, very, very low monthly read here. And you actually are perhaps getting very close to breaking above the moving average again. We'll see where this closes in February, going into February. But this is still very significant because what you've had so far is the 2-day bleeds into the 5-day, the 5 days bleeding into the weekly, and the weekly now is bleeding into the 2-week. What you don't want is that 2-week bleeding into the monthly, because the monthly is a major, major, major setup. Whenever it gets you an extreme low read or just a below 15% read, these are pivotal times for markets. Let me go here, boom. Okay, so we've had 3, 1, 2, 3. I guess we'll count this too. Why not? This was a real one too. Oh, and even the one we didn't want to count literally took us to a high. Interesting. Look at this. This was the bottom at 29K. Bull market. Here we go. Here's the bear market. Fired off. This is what took you from 38K down to 15K. Interesting, actually. And you've actually seen 2 fire off in similar spots. Firing off in the 30K, firing off in the 30K region. It's interesting to see that. Here was another one, fired off, bull market vibes. And then here was another one, fired off, bear market vibes. Right, fires off, Bitcoin's at 9,000, ends up going to 3,000. And then that was it. So very significant as we sit here at 91K, still brewing a setup, still something to mentally know. And even the index here is just like how the index is breaking above the moving average. CME is actually very close to confirming this. And this is very different than what we've had ever, because you've never had a monthly volatility setup on the on CME monthly chart. Never. You've had it on the index. You've had it on the index like we showed here. Never on CME's chart. So that's actually significant. You actually have never had a monthly BBWP setup on CME's chart. We don't even know what the reaction is going to be like.
I showed this morning the 30-year bond and the 10-year bond, right? And we haven't seen a volatility setup on the 3-month, on the 10-year, like the one we're seeing in 40 years. And also on the 30 and the 10-year, on the daily, on the weekly, on the 2-week, on the monthly, on the 3-month, you have volatility setups. We've never seen that. Never. So if you're seeing shit also here, that means these things are going to play against each other. It's one of the, I think it's one of the funnest times to be on the market and know what you're doing, because you're going to learn a lot if you're not a dumbass and lose everything.
No, these moves down often teach you way better than the moves up. Really, they do. Because you have to think. I mean, it's easy to just long up only mode. With shorting and betting the market's moving down and identifying a price structure shift, that's just how you learn. You either lose a lot of money and learn, or you make a lot of money and it exacerbates what you learned. So yeah, this will be an interesting time, but this is a very big setup that we've never had. And even relating back to bonds, I remember what you were showing us weeks ago. So all those setups are still brewing. They're just getting lower. They're becoming
Do you know why? By the way, you guys know, I always talk about the Genius Act, but I didn't know this until like a month ago. The Genius Act actually enters in and becomes a law and actually into practice on January 18th, 2027.
It was already acted.
No. So they passed it, and different things are already effective, but the actual thing about issuing stable coins and getting everything ready starts January 18th. So normally you want to go 6 months ahead of that move, right? Like the market moves in theory 6 months ahead of whatever is really happening. And that means the demand for dollars and bonds is going to explode to a different level once it's open on January 18th, exactly in a year. So imagine
I
6
see.
months before that. That means all the cash is going to go into the US dollar then.
Makes sense why I saw a headline today saying there's so many headwinds for the dollar.
Of course. Because remember, when it's the bottom, you get bad news. When it's the top, you get good news, right? If right now, Oklo has great news, right? They're telling everyone while it's going back up to $100 that, oh my God, look at the government contract that he got, and he's going to help him with nuclear reactors too, and blah, blah, blah. Good news on a pump, it's bad news for the idiot that bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Exit liquidity news.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially. So, it's something big's brewing here. So really, I mean, that's why we don't want to get discouraged during this chop. Things are majorly brewing here for Bitcoin, up or down, really. It's very easy for bulls. If you want to get bullish, just get back above the monthly 9. Very easy. You can start talking about 109s and possibly higher. Until then, you just have to be very cautious that the monthly 9 setup hasn't even activated yet to the downside. And really, once this does activate, it is pretty just brutal for bulls. So that's my idea on Bitcoin. Really, nothing's changed. Lower timeframes are giving you a setup. 91.3, 92.2 is the lower time frame range. And so far, you're kind of as a bear gauging the weekly and bi-weekly to flip red. Now we can go to tether dominance. We can see here exactly if people are flooding to buy crypto or sell crypto. And let's go to the weekly, because that was a very easy perspective to have on Monday. Now, the weekly SMA 200, our friend, we love it. It's a great chart. This is a very sobering chart, because remember what we were saying, this should be a spring zone. Really, you should not see this weekly close under the SMA 200. If that does happen, doesn't mean we're so back. It just means you're probably going to start getting a deeper pullback on tether dominance towards 5.52%, maybe down to 5.52%, maybe a move down to 5.2%. So, sounded weird, right? You're just either gauging the 21 or the 34 and 100 year. But we were talking about, you still really can't be talking about that as long as price is proving to you that this 5.92% is still really solid support still. I mean, visually, look at this blue line. Look how long we were held under it. Really, when you lost it 2024, you really haven't been able to sustain closures above it. Well, what about here? Yeah, you got 1, 2, but you're not getting closures above it. Here, you've gotten a reclaim, and you've stayed above it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks now. You've been above it on the 7th week. That is, to me, bullish consolidation, right? Just very obviously what Bitcoin's not doing. Tether dominance is putting in bullish consolidation at the spot that you would be looking for a major move off of really essentially the weekly 9. Last retest of the weekly 9 led to a major move up. It was here. I remember we talked about this. So you've tested the weekly 9. You're at the weekly SMA 200. Every time you've gotten above the weekly SMA 200, you often deviated it. Deviations led to major moves down. You're not deviating it. You're still bouncing, still getting bought up. Let's check the HBDR. And you even had the bottom 38.2% in that region. Now, aggressive bulls on Bitcoin will look, yeah, that's a probable breakdown zone. To me, that's just 4 areas of confluence saying this should be a bounce. 38.2%, SMA 200, meme line, weekly 9. So, that's why I was saying on Monday, more likely a spring. Now, you just simply need to see the spring happen, right? You're getting bought up, but you need this candle to flip green. It's very crucial. If this starts flipping green, you're going to get a target back to around 6.58%. this is very significant that the median has flipped up. Now, for me, this will be the next target if you get a bounce off the bottom 38.2%. That's basically really lined up with taking out the highs, getting a little past the mean line at 6.48%. Getting back above this weekly median here, which is the next target technically, will start breaking you out towards that 7.8%. So I'm looking at this as, well, this is just lining up with this tether dominance idea of breaking out towards that 7% zone. All it literally will take is this lifting up to the median, not rejecting, reclaiming, and then just breaking out towards the 38.2%. Here, 7 weeks of just nothing led to bulls making a very strong case of this being bullish consolidation before expansion, where you're ideally not going to test around this level again for a long time. Meaning swing shorts in this region on Bitcoin ideally are very profitable, because once you start breaking out from here, well, you could have a move up 9%, reclaims that, you start moving up in total around 24, 28%. Meaning, still, the more likely thing to do whenever Bitcoin reaches that 94K is still to short. And just like we're saying on Bitcoin's weekly chart, how, well, bears are more in favor than bulls than ever before, even on the last 2 dumps, this is stronger than ever before. You are getting bounces off the weekly SMA 200 and the mean line, but you really weren't testing the weekly 9. This is a big point for me, because we saw the weekly 9 really bottom us before breaking out. So just off this weekly perspective, there's still the bullish opium for tether dominance is still very much alive. Didn't take the lows out, got bought up, now brewing a move to 6.3%. Notice that this, all it takes is, a little, you really essentially break December 22nd's wick high, and you're in a bi-weekly breakout. Now, remember, the weekly median is sitting a little past that. So even if the weekly goes for the median, this will start triggering maybe the bi-weekly to be in a breakout. And mind you, the monthly has shifted. We drew this line December. Right, this is a price structure shift on the monthly. You are now in a monthly uptrend. Significant. You are now in a monthly buy trigger. Very significant. And you are now, for the first time ever, well, really I shouldn't say that. For the first time since January 2024, you are now holding above 5.932%. Brewing maybe a bull flag here. Ugly, but maybe. So again, just why this is still looking very bullish to me. Should be, yeah, no, you've never actually held above this region. I mean, if you look at 2024 here, you held above it. This led to major moves up. Yeah, so since 2024, you've actually never gotten this kind of price action.
Seems like above that is bear market.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's a good way to think about it. Above this 5.92%, you're just in a bear market. So we already are in a bear market, and you're just consolidating, meaning this is bullish consolidation. And even if, let's say, tether dominance makes an epic move down, you're just going to get support off the 5, and you're going to retest this diagonal. So it could look like shoo, and then up. So, for me, let's see if we finally get some follow through. But as I see it now, you're not going to be like in this posturing forever. And things are really starting to line up with bears once again. Never did they lose that lineup, but it's just even lining up even better than what we wanted, let's say, last month. So that's what I have on tether dominance. I'm trying to see if I see anything else. Look at that quarterly reclaim. Yeah, pretty epic stuff here, though. And look at the 6 month in this level and this wick low. Look what can occur in 6 months. Let's just measure from exactly where we're at up. So just be aware of that. That's tether dominance. Let's see what Bitcoin dominance has for us. Did I even go to the lower time frames? Let's see. Before I go to Bitcoin dominance, let's just go to the 2-day. 2-day is always nice on tether dominance. So you're avoiding the breakdown. You're getting back above the 5.93%. It's very good. You want to see if this 2-day reclaims the 34. As long as it gets back above the 34, you're just back within this range essentially. Now the daily is important because, well, you yesterday saw it not get back above 5.92% and even made a pretty nice move and rejected currently where we're at. If you just gauge that wick here. So today you really just simply, ideally, want to just see 5.93% get reclaimed. It can do this. It can form bullish price structure. There you can make a shot at reclaiming the EMAs. So again, that means maybe into tonight, you're going to get some kind of positioning opportunity. As I showed on the 12-hour, this will play into bullish price structure before expansion, where maybe you actually get that bearish retest off of that 12-hour EMA 100. I'm not really looking for this to just shoot up, do this and do that. That's not how markets work. You need bullish price structure. So let's get a higher low here. Let's get a reclaim, a bullish deviation, and then we can look for maybe that upside. So still see an opportunity tonight to position. So that's all I have on tether dominance. You just let's watch 5.9, 3%, I guess. Accurately, it's 5.929. That's the number, 5.929. Let's go to BTCD. Let's check out BTC's D. Oh, let's go to the weekly. That's what we're looking at. Okay, so now, right, again, on Monday, nothing shifted. Just rejections off the 21 led to a loss of the weekly 9. The hopium was that, okay, maybe if you come down to the weekly EMA 100, you'll start forming some kind of bullish price structure. But until then, you're just still brewing a move down to that 58%. The 59.68%, 59.69% for the culture is a big spot for Bitcoin dominance. Something we observed on Monday and we keep observing is, well, you just keep, if you can't reclaim 59.69%, you'll get major breakdowns from this point. Shown here. This wasn't even major, but still, cheeky breakdown. But what I'm mentioning is here, major breakdown. And then even off of this retest, major breakdown. Right, this line. I'm going to make it not red. Confusing. Make it, oh, that's even more confusing. Same color. Of course, they use orange. Let's make it purple. And we'll add some girth to it. So we know this is a big spot. Go to your own Bitcoin dominance chart. Just put on a line at 59.69%. You can just see how significant it is for bulls to get a reclaim. When you're not reclaiming that, you have extreme low reads on the weekly volatility, and you're in a weekly sell. You need to be very cautious of this breaking down. Again, the only hopium now is a weekly EMA 100 holds. But if that doesn't hold, just be fully aware Bitcoin's going to start brewing a move down to 52.5%. Not even going to be convinced that 57.4% will hold. Because ideally then at that point, once you lose the weekly EMA 100, the volatility setup will start firing off. And this is a pretty big volatility setup. Same idea, bi-weekly's in a sell. Bi-weekly candle, you know, looks potentially topped here. Lower high, you're brewing a lower low. And for weeks, really, we've been saying Bitcoin dominance is not in a buy. This is not in a buy. This isn't bullish. As long as you're under the 34, it's not in a buy. And so far, that's just been accurate analysis so far. I mean, Bitcoin dominance looks very bad. Now, mind you, the weekly MA 100 is the last hope, and same with the monthly 21. you're just in a terrible moving average range here on the monthly. But as I see it, this is getting pretty tight. I just see it getting tight. You can just see here, you're going to get some kind of move here soon. And still statistically, it's more likely to break down than up. So just be fully aware of that. Once you lose this monthly 21, you're going to get a move down to 57%. Or then that ideally holds. If it doesn't, well, what's going to start looking likely is a move down to the low 50s. And you're actually just going to fill all this out in maybe 1 or 2 candles, similar to what we had here and here. Right? This is chop, chop, up, 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 up. And this is, nope, let me smack it down in 1 or 2 candles. This takes multiple months, years actually. This gets shut down in 3 months. This gets shut down in 3 months. Is this going to get shut down in 3 months? Let's see. Right, because look at the yearly on Bitcoin dominance. Does this look like a massively bullish chart? No, it does not actually. Looks like you have an evening star yearly top. Looks like you just produced the next major lower high. Bitcoin dominance needs to break this high. Obviously, it's not going to reach the 100%. So at minimum, this cycle, it needed to just reach 73.8%, and it did not. Now, if Bitcoin dominance starts moving down to 50%, like what I mentioned, nothing's wrong with that, really. I mean, the hopium now is that it does move down. God, I need to delete this. The hopium is that it does move down and not take the slow out. That is truly the bullish hopium. If you're a bull here, you need Bitcoin dominance to move down. Form the next higher low, that'll start breaking you out. But still, in all reality, this is still looking very bearish. This is still, in my opinion, a downtrend. It's like, does it have a lower high or does it have a higher low? See, that's a interesting chart. We get those charts sometimes in crypto. Still not a good sign though. Really not a good sign. You're still under the yearly 9. And this candle here that we had last year, it doesn't look the best. It looks toppy, right? So then that gives you a gauge. If you break 66%, okay, yeah, this may be in a yearly uptrend, brewing a move, taking out this last high. But until then, you have to be very cautious of this monthly just fully breaking down at the spot that we're currently at. It has really been just breaking us down. So in summary, Bitcoin looks absolutely terrible to me. Nothing's really changed. And well, the longer we chop, just the more opportunity it's giving us. So then when we do reach 69K, we all could have shorted 94s, 92s, 93s. It's just going to be like, damn, I don't know why we didn't do that. But of course, at ETA, we're all doing that. So tonight, potentially, we're getting another short setup. Watch the 12-hour EMA 100. That is an actionable setup. I showed very clearly last setup gave you a 29% move down. So in theory, if this is truly going to be the breakdown scenario, we truly are going to see bi-weekly BBWP expand to the downside. Then technically speaking, this 12-hour EMA 100 deviation setup that potentially is brewing tonight may actually be the setup that we get follow through down. So watch that very carefully. If you are being a bull here, you just simply need to get back above 92.2 and take out this week's high. If you can take out this week's high, okay, awesome. That'll really start brewing a move up, possibly towards 100K. Till then, bears are running that this is locally topped. They're just simply waiting for this weekly to churn red, and they're gauging the lower time frames to see, okay, does the 4-hour reject the 34? Mind you, that's a setup here. Support, we've lost it. We're moving up to it. No surprises. Does the 4-hour give you a lower high immediately after the lower low, similar to what we had yesterday? Or do we just start breaking down? Now, mind you, the 4-hour didn't reclaim 91.3. Now, that means that the 2-hour didn't hold 91.3. That means that the 8-hour didn't hold 91.3. So that's a concern. To me, this 8-hour is brewing what we see tonight. This and then that. So watch that very carefully. Bitcoin still looks very bad. And as long as you stand at 92.2, it could be the easy short zone tonight. And you simply just run with this week's highs, the high. So that can kind of be your easy gauge on risk. You have an easy short tonight. But in all honesty, yeah, if you're a bull, you just need to see this candle get bought up today. So watch that very carefully. Look at the last occurrence, this deviated 91.3, and look at the follow through. So that's kind of what we want, right? We want 91.3 to reject, 92.2 is the high, and then you get follow through down to the 86K region, where then that's where you throw your weekly chart on. You gauge the weekly 100, and this will be your confirmation if you're going to capitulate or not once you lose this. So that's all I have on crypto land. Let's really watch the daily close today. It's going to be very telling.
Alrighty. Let me check if I'm unmuted. I am indeed unmuted. Nice. So we're getting off to a good start. Let's start with the daily on Bitcoin. And we are now getting a little bit, we're getting a move down after getting a topping candle on the last daily close. And we did tap the 78.6%. And now we are coming down to hit the 9 EMA. And I am looking for a little bit lower to tap that 38.2%. And if you do get a closure below this 38.2%, which is currently at about $90,380, yeah, you are likely going to break down at that point, and you're going to tap somewhere around 86,000 at a minimum for a little bit of a bounce. At that bounce, I do think is likely going to fail, and that's probably going to take you towards somewhere around 82,000 next. 82,500 would be that next level. And momentum on the daily is starting to flip down. It is still in the bullish control zone with volatility about to start going into a contraction phase. We have to see where momentum and volatility go on this daily close in about 7 hours and 48 minutes. The 4 hours trying to get a little bit of a bounce, getting over that 78.6%. What you want to see is continue to close over about 91,200, and that should take you towards somewhere around 92,000. What's going to turn this into more of a reversal back to around 94K is if you can start to get closures back over 92,200, and that takes you back up to somewhere around 93.7 to 94,000. And momentum on the 4 hour is flipping to the downside, trying to flip back up, but it's still below the moving average and still in the bearish control zone, with the 4 hour jewel flashing a pretty powerful sell signal within the bullish control zone. So a little lower. 2 hours also flipped down, getting a little bounce from that 100. 12 hours currently over the median. We do have a silver cross to the upside currently on the 12 hour with momentum at the reset point, and volatility is at 0%, with the 12 hour jewel giving you a God mode sell signal. What you want to see now, if you are looking for upside, is ideally you want to see a close over this 100 EMA, and that would also close you over the median, and then you would have probabilities for going to the 38.2% of that level, which is at 93K. And this would be just a retest of the silver crosses, assuming you do close over about 90,060. That'll take you, and closing over 93K is what takes you up to somewhere around 96.6, 97K. It's going to depend on really today's close. 2 days currently now at the top 38.2%, with momentum still pointing up and volatility still expanding. We are currently rejecting the bullish control zone on this attempt. We want to see, if you're bullish, you want to see a close over this 38.2%, which will keep momentum up, and then you're likely to see a bounce from there until at least around 93K. Lose this 38.2%, then you're likely going to dump to somewhere around 87, 88 for a little bit of a bounce, and then down to 85. The index now. 5 days currently still flipped up with volatility approaching 0%. 5 days currently getting a rejection from the median, and you're currently still holding over the 9 EMA. 5 day has fired off that 9 EMA long strategy where it opens on a close over the 9 EMA, and then it gets invalidated on a close below the 9 EMA. And if we were to evaluate this strategy of when it's fired off and see the results, and there's an opposite strategy for the short side, to where you close below the 9 EMA, that does activate the short, and then it invalidates with a close over the 9 EMA. So you have a close below the 9 EMA here, which was at about 115,128, and then this got invalidated with 104 when you closed at 114. So this did get invalidated, but it closed at a profit. because it closed $1,000 lower than where it opened. And here's another a short that opened here. You closed below the 9 EMA. You got your short at 110,000. It didn't get invalidated until all the way over here. So this opened at 110,000 and it got invalidated at 93,000. So this was like $17,000 down on when this got invalidated. Now we'll see it to the upside. Here's where the long strategy fired off to the upside when it closed at 85,000, and this was active all the way throughout all of this. All of this never got invalidated until here. So it fired off at 85,000, and then it got invalidated at 115,000. So this was like $30,000 move on that long right there. Pretty good, I'd say. Find another long one. Here's one right there. You closed at so 63,300, and then this did not get invalidated until 92,000. So that's a $29,000 move right there, almost a $30,000 move, but you guys get the idea. So we did close over that 9, and as of right now, we are still holding over the 9, which is at 91,300. You want to continue to see closures over that 9, and then you should see another attempt at that $94,000 level. And if you note this 5-day silver cross to the downside, we look to see it at the previous 5-day silver crosses to the downside. There we go. This is the one that we had in that lower high in 2022, right before Luna. We had the silver cross down, and then we got the rally into the cross, close over the 55. Not really very important. More important that we went to that top 38.2%. You got a rejection of that 38.2%, and you failed to take out that last major lower high, and then you got your free move to the 200 SMA. Find this one. This is what this is one where you got basically the move directly to the 200 SMA before getting the rally. This was off the COVID crash, and this was more immediate. Whereas as of now, some more time has passed. More similar to the ones where you got the rally. Here's another one where you got the silver cross down. There was no immediate move to the 200. You got the rally up. Close over the 55, which is not really important. More important is that top 38.2%. You got a tap of that level, and then you got which also failed to take out that last major lower high. You got some consolidation in the zone, and then you got a free move to the 200. And this was when Bitcoin was at like about $8,000. Now let's find another one. And 3 makes a trend. There we go. This was in Bitcoin trading at about $500. You got this cross down. You got to move down to the 100. You got to rally up. This was a pretty nice candle. This from low to wick high was about a 29% 5-day candle, all the way up to the 55 EMA. That top 38.2% failed to take out that last major lower high, and then you got your free move to the 200 at $500 all the way back in 2014. And this is the only other one where it went directly to the 200 SMA. And this would be if you had to if you drew it in, and this was a very immediate move to the 200 SMA, just like the COVID crash. So the only 2 times where it went directly to the 200 SMA, it did happen very fast. And every other iteration in history, which was I believe 4 or 5 that did have the rally before, they gave you the rally into the 38.2% and the 55 EMA before, and failing to take out that last major lower high, then you got to move down to the 200 SMA. So right now that 38.2% sits at about 1055, but this level is likely to change on this next close. And the 55 right now sits at just around 100,000 at 99,300. This is going to be invalidated, and you are likely going to get that move to the 200 immediately if you get it to close below about 84,200. And right now, you are forming several drives of hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out all of these highs. You've even taken out this high here, while price was trading at about $116,000, while we're only at $91,000. And if you go a little higher in price, you're going to take out this high here as well on momentum. Let me zoom in to make sure. Actually, you've already taken it. Have you taken it out? Let me zoom in a little bit more. It's very hard to see. I'm not sure if this is higher or not. I might have to get real close on this. I think this is exactly the same. So it didn't exactly take it out. So if you do go a little bit higher on price, you are going to eventually take out that high. And that high is when we were trading at all-time highs. And we're going to be trading like 30% below all-time high with the price, where momentum is going to be taking out that high, making it a very significant drive of hidden bearish divergence. All right, let's move this. And now we'll go to weekly. Weekly is currently also getting a rejection of the median, and now or below the weekly 9. We are still above that weekly 5 EMA. Then, once you get a weekly close below 90,800, then you're likely going to dump to somewhere around 82 for a little bit of a bounce, and then likely going to dump straight to the 60s from there. Weekly is still pointing up with volatility now approaching 0%, and the weekly jewel is now firing off a buy signal. Let's mark this off with a vertical line. And we'll call it with this one. This gave 21%. 44%. 10%. Now we're taking the more immediate ones. About 16%. And as of now, about 7%. We're taking about 10%, brings us to about 97,000. And about 16% is at that 101, 102 level. Two weeks still currently freshly flipped up, but while volatility is not going into contraction, making it likely you're just going to make a lower high, while 2-week fuel is still playing out that sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. We are currently getting a rejection from the 5 at around 93,200. Getting a close over that level is what takes you up to that 100,000 level. As of now, you are still rejecting it. Monthly is currently still flipped down with volatility still expanding, and the monthly jewel is now giving you a fresh sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. This is only the second time in Bitcoin's history that this has ever happened. And this is also the second. The other one was the pink cross below the yellow at March of 2022, right off that 47,000 lower high, right before 17,000 bucks.
Thank you, sir.
And and what makes this technically more bearish than this one here is that you did go to neutral before you went to sell. Whereas here you completely skipped the neutral phase and when you went directly to the sell. So maybe I'm not saying we're going to see more than a 70% move, but in terms of this, it would be worse than what we got here. And we did see a 70% move down here.
For every Bitcoin holder person that just screams that that's their only life, like those people that that I find on X that are like, as a Bitcoiner, I am like, for those people, I hope not, but because they're obviously retarded, but I hope as a whole asset class that it really drops like crazy, because that'll be more bullish, because that's a bigger opportunity towards the future in a tokenized world. So if it doesn't drop that much, that's kind of negative for Bitcoin because the returns are already kind of shit, no?
Yeah. So if you do get that move below 30K, goes to like 28K, that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be ideal for anyone that wants to get in. And if not, you go to 40, like let's say the people are like, it's never going to come down from 50K. Then what's the appeal of it? Like Rivian made more money since the fucking tariffs than Bitcoin. Rivian, like get the fuck out of here. Double.
If it goes down to 28, 30K, then you can write it up to 200, and that's a nice return there.
Exactly. That's when it becomes appealing.
Otherwise, a measly 2x, what is that, a return for ants?
Yeah, what am I investing in? Bonds? Get the fuck out of here. Disgusting.
So, and monthly currently is still forming or confirmed several drives of bearish divergence because you did make higher highs all the way through, whereas momentum made lower highs, and you confirmed that here whenever you did confirm a local top. And as of now, we are just getting a bearish retest back into our monthly major EMAs. We're front running the 5 EMA currently, and the 9 is trading a little bit higher at about 97,000. Now we'll go into RSI. Start with tether. Nothing. 4-hour currently has active bullish divergence on tether. This will be active as long as you're closing over, what number is that? 5.93%, and your next target is the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about 6.12. That would be right along this 55 EMA. Nothing there. Nothing. I'll check Bitcoin. Nothing. 4-hour currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence on Bitcoin. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 93,700, and your next target is the bearish control zone at about 90,800 bucks. Planning to put that move slightly lower. 2-day still has active bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 87,550. Next move is the bullish control zone. That sits at about 94.6, with 2-day now very close to firing off that volatility setup. Let's see if we have closed. You haven't gotten the close over the 15% just yet. This closes in about 1 day and 8 hours. And you're looking to see that the close over the 15%, but we're going to get to this on the volatility on the momentum chart. 6-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence. That's interesting. I didn't see that. On this last 6-day close, we did confirm that divergence, and this is now going to be active as long as we're closing over 87,337. Interesting. I did not see that confirmed. And the target on that divergence is going to be, well, the easy target is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone. That level's at about 96,150. And then the neutral zone, which is going to update, but that level is currently at 108. Interesting to see where that goes on the update. And you currently have a fresh silver cross to the downside as well, and that target from the hidden bullish divergence would also be that silver cross, which is currently at about $98,500, $99,000. Plays into that 5-day silver cross trend as well. 2-week currently also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. Next target is the bearish control zone at 91.2. Monthly, nothing there. Monthly is targeting the bearish control zone, sits at about 66,000. Quarterly has a fresh drive of bearish divergence on this last close, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target off of that is going to be about 63,000, 64,000. The RSI target is going to be about 66,000 to 70,000. And 6-month also has now possible 3 drives of bearish divergence, and that will confirm with any close below $80,600, and that'll give you a target of somewhere around $46,000 to $45,000. Now we're going to momentum. Daily momentum is still pointed up with volatility expanding from 2 periods of 0%, and you are going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 92,730. So we got about 7.5 hours left to go to get this back over 92,730, or this is going to flip down. 4 hours currently already flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 93,250. 2 hours also flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 92.4. And hourly is now flipped back up with the silver cross down, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 91.4. 2 days also flipped up with volatility now expanding from 2 periods of 0%, and you are at about 20% now in volatility, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $88,450. And this is with this volatility setup confirming, that would take us to, let's see, find the last one that fired off to the upside. That's which started firing off to the upside and then continued downwards. This was how much of a move up? Here to here. About 8.5%. And take the other one. About 10%. So stick it somewhere around 8 to 10% from there. Interesting. Brings us exactly to that 200 SMA at around $101,000. And this will fire off in 1 day and 8 hours as long as we're closing over $88,450. 5 days currently also flipped up with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 86,200. And it lines up with that 5 day getting that rally into the silver cross before getting the free move into the 200. 6 day also freshly flipped up with that hidden bullish divergence freshly confirmed. Weekly also flipped up with volatility contracting. It's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 88,900. 2 week flip down with volatility expanding over 15% now with two periods of 0% volatility. And this did confirm with a closure over that 15%, and that would give us that moved down to somewhere around $66,000 to $70,000. And yes, this is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 102.5. So even if we go up to 101, 102, this would just be a tap of this pivot before this setup fires off. And this is the one that takes us to that $70,000 to $66,000 area, which is your free move to that 5 day 200 SMA. Monthly is also flipped down with monthly volatility now confirming over that 15 over the moving average at extreme lows. And this is the first time monthly has lost the critical zone, and monthly does have bearish divergence, and they're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $117,200. That monthly volatility setup with a bearish divergence targets somewhere around also $66,000 to $70,000. And quarterly also has bearish divergence now with volatility contracting almost at extreme lows. Quarterly has lost the 5 EMA, and momentum is freshly flipped down. And this is the first time that it has flipped down in the entire bull market on the quarterly. And you're now losing the critical zone for the first time ever in Bitcoin history. And you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $108,000. On the high time frames, you are heavily in bearish control with multiple drives of bearish divergence across the board. On the monthly, the 2 week, the quarterly, all has bearish divergence. The 6 month has possible 3 drives of bearish divergence. And once you close below $80,500, that will confirm, and that's going to give you a target towards somewhere around $42,000 to $46,000 on confirmation. Although I do think you're going to wick a little bit lower than that area. Wherever we go around there, wherever a flash break takes us to, we'll see. Maybe somewhere in the 30s, possibly even lower. Who knows? I can't see into the future. But on the short time frames, you do have momentum still flipped up on the daily and 2 day, all the way up to the weekly is still flipped up. And it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $88,000. So right now on the low time frames, I do think you're going to move down based off the 4 hour being flipped down somewhere around 90,000, 90,500, maybe 90,800, somewhere in that area. And as long as you're holding 90,000 on a 4 hour closing basis, then you are likely to see that bounce, that 5 day trend holding true, and the 6 day hidden bullish divergence into somewhere around that 99 to 100,000, maybe 101 zone, which all, and you've never taken out that last major lower high, which is currently 107.5. So very unlikely you'll take that out. And the closer you get to that 100,000 region, more opportunity it is to short that. Then you get your free move into that $70,000 zone. And the invalidation is simply getting a weekly close back over $108,000, or getting a tick back over about let's say 114,100.
Beautiful, sir. Now, I'm concerned about something you said, which is you cannot read the future. What are we doing here?
That's unfortunate. You got to sign off.
It's
then, I
very
guess.
unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. But next for you is XRP. We need Mr. Garlic Bread back. And for Alex, Intel. But I'll say this. That XRP long to the 2223, whatever the fuck it was beautiful. Beautiful on the last live. So thank you, sir.
Does Garlic Bread get his promotion back to Garlic House?
Let's call him Garlic what?
Garlic Condo.
Exactly. He's still working his way up. He's still working his way up. Oh my God. Thank you, sir. Ok, estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, para todos. Rápidamente, estoy simplemente checando el chat de Elite y pregunta Guille si... No, ¿fue Guille o no? ¿En dónde lo pusieron? Enrique, que si puedes usar BTCC para comprar Lucid. Güey, si van a comprar acciones, no las compren en estos exchanges. Cómprenla en lugares con brokers gigantescos de acciones. Estas acciones que ofrece BTCC y otros exchanges de estos, tokenizadas, la quieres usar para hacer cortos y longs, sin tener que usar opciones, que para mí me gusta más porque no tienes que timear el tiempo. Entonces, no lo usaría para tener mi portafolio a largo plazo. Estos exchanges son muy volátiles. Estás viendo literalmente los mismos setups de volatilidad que vimos, aparte también con momentum, en la caída de Luna y todos esos exchanges. Por el amor de Dios, no compres tus posiciones a largo plazo en estos exchanges. No lo puedo repetir lo suficiente, por favor. Quiero que todos ustedes estén muy bien y no queremos ver cómo se repite eso. Yo, por ejemplo, para comprar acciones, uso mi banco. También tengo una cuenta de Robinhood, pero no la uso. Uso mi banco gigantesco, ¿ok? Y no me muevo. Pero yo vivo en Estados Unidos. En México, GBM tiene acciones internacionales y en todos lados hay varios diferentes. Para que lo tengan en mente, por favor, ¿ok? Vale, ahorita le vamos a dar a XRP con Farhan y Alex se va a aventar Intel. No tiene ninguna otra... Tesla. Y después de Tesla, bueno, ahorita vemos. Vale, estamos viendo, adivinen qué. Siempre hablo del rango de Bitcoin, cabrones. Y lo pueden ver, aquí estamos en la tabla perfectamente rangueando. Excelente long que nos aventamos, excelente short que nos aventamos. Y ahora tiene cara que va a venir un excelente long. Sobre todo lo que me está gustando ahorita. Y les digo, siempre es que te está vendiendo la tabla, ¿no? Y fue justamente lo que le pegamos hace rato. En este momento la tabla nos está vendiendo junto con todas las noticias que esto es bajista, que la gente que estaba siendo bajista tiene razón, pero en realidad todavía nada ha cambiado. En cortas temporalidades estamos viendo abajo de la semanal, momentum todavía apuntando para arriba, lo que sugiere que esto es una corrección. Y además estás viendo este tipo de acción, una vez más. Por supuesto que va a resultar en ser bajista y llevarse todos los mínimos, pero... Por ahora necesitamos que más y más gente crea en el poder de la felicidad de Bitcoin, que más y más gente hagan post de lo importante que es ser un Bitcoiner, que no sé qué significa aparte de comprar con un botón cosas, pero bueno, necesitamos que esa gente salga a pegarse en el pecho. Entonces voy a apostar con ellos todavía. No por ellos, por su inteligencia, sino porque literalmente esto es lo que los está invitando a hacer un error. Pero yo sí me voy a salir, padre. Habíamos platicado el nivel de los 94, fue justamente donde abrí mi primera posición en mi short y nos fue bastante bien. Me salí antes que Alex, que todos con este EMA 55. En los 92,200, tristemente no me salió la tirada hasta los 90. Pero bueno, fue buena ganancia y de nuevo a mí me gusta llevarme mi lana. Lana asegurada es lana en el banco, cabrón, y nada más rico que comidas gratis, tu pago de tu vida gratis, ¿no? Así que siempre nos lo vamos a llevar así. Por ahora Bitcoin está corrigiendo después de haber venido a la parte del extremo del rango de los 95 casi. Venimos para abajo, tenemos una vela súper predatoria esta y después tienes una vela que parece ser envolvente bajista, pero no lo es. Y eso nos pone estamos rebotando el promedio del 9, damas y caballeros. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a esperar? Vamos a esperar un buen movimiento por encima de esta zona. La zona crítica son los 92.100, como dice Alex, justamente donde están estos EMAs. Y para abajo, lo que no queremos perder son los 90. Digamos esta línea amarilla, los 89. Si no, la corrección va a ser mucho más grande, pero puedes corregir hasta 87.500 y seguir siendo alcista en corto plazo para que lo tengan. Vamos a empezar en la de 6 meses en Bitcoin. Pero déjenme uso mi index para que no tengan que ver todas mis líneas pendejas y solamente vean algunas. Ok, este es un punto importante en mi tabla del índice. ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente señala un punto que fue resistencia, resistencia, resistencia. Por fin lo rompiste y saliste para arriba. Esto para mí es el punto donde mínimo tiene que venir el precio de vuelta. Este punto está en los 42.700 y coincide también con lo que está diciendo Farhan de acuerdo a sus indicadores. Esta es una tabla de 6 meses. Les enseño la tabla de 6 meses con volatilidad. ¿Por qué? Porque quiero que vean las divergencias. Volatilidad está a punto de pintar una divergencia bajista. ¿Ves cómo baja cada que Bitcoin sube? Está haciendo altos más bajos. Esto para que vean en volatilidad y teniendo la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la tabla, en toda la historia, nos dice que vamos a ver el movimiento más grande o uno de los movimientos posiblemente más grandes en la historia de Bitcoin. Ahora, si crees tú que va a ir para arriba, bien. Si crees tú que va a ir para abajo, bien. Cada quien hace de su vida el papalote que guste y lo vuela. Trimestral fue la que nos dio definitivamente la pauta con ya divergencias bajistas, en momentum también apuntando para abajo. Todo, cada que vemos una de estas cosas en volatilidad, puta madre, felicidades Alejandro. Cuando vemos una sesión por debajo de nuestra volatilidad, instantáneamente sabemos que ya vimos el tope, ya lo tuvimos y ahora tenemos expansión todavía de ahí para poder ir al punto, ya está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, la volatilidad en la tabla trimestral. Tienes una tendencia alcista, pero la teoría de velas nos apoya diciendo que esto es bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes una vela envolvente bajista, una vez más es de tope a fondo, se come la última vela completa, la absorbe, la envuelve, y es por eso que le decimos así. ¿Cómo confirmas esta vela y el cambio de tendencia? Porque lo que significa esto es un cambio de tendencia. Más o menos como la vela topera que ves acá, que la vimos en el ciclo del 2021, en noviembre del 2021. Esta vela significa lo mismo, que es una reversión de tendencia. Lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por debajo. En cuanto Bitcoin cierre por debajo en la trimestral, de $81,000 o el mínimo de esta. A ver, ¿cuál es el mínimo? Para no decirles mamadas. Denme un segundo. 80,619. Con que Bitcoin cierre por debajo de esto, vas a tener movimiento grande para abajo y fuerte y rápido. Y es lo que normalmente pasa. Te da como no pasa nada y pito. Y es justamente lo que estamos jugando en este momento. Todavía faltan 2 meses y 25 días para cerrar esto. Es muy importante saberlo porque pues afecta el tiempo a todo. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, pueden ver que la tendencia ya es bajista en la mensual. Habíamos tenido, ¿por qué lo dices? No, simplemente si lo consideras y lo tomas así, pues no, porque efectivamente tienes un mínimo más alto que este, pero en realidad lo que estás viendo es que todo esto era la tendencia alcista. Cuando Bitcoin consolida para arriba, normalmente tienes movimientos para abajo. Esto es lo que le falta, por alguna razón, aprender a mucha gente que sabe análisis técnico, pero no entiende que todas las tablas son diferentes, que cada una habla su propio lenguaje del amor, tío. Y a Bitcoin le gusta hacer la gatada al revés. Bitcoin, cuando tienes esto, es cuando baja, ¿no? Además, bueno, esto en cualquier tabla, pero a Bitcoin le encanta consolidar. Cuando consolida para abajo, sube. Cuando consolida para arriba, baja. Consolida para arriba, baja. ¿Ok? Y esto lo continúa haciendo, sobre todo ahorita. Lo puedes ver acá. Consolidaste para abajo, máximo histórico. ¿Ok? Consolidaste para arriba, para abajo. Y ahora, y aquí también, para abajo, arriba. Es muy importante entender eso porque Bitcoin habla un lenguaje diferente en su tabla. Es más predatorio para esa gente que por alguna razón aprende algo y se queda ahí trabada. Cada una de las tablas nos dice diferentes cosas y Bitcoin le gusta hacer lo contrario, por lo que es por eso que le decimos que es tan predatorio, porque normalmente esto no debería estar ocurriendo. Llevamos también, además de echarle un poco de papa a todo lo que hemos visto acá, rompiendo nuestros mínimos de por acá, estando en la zona por debajo de los $90,000, que sería más bajista que alcista. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 mensual, que nosotros consideramos bajista por 1, 2, y este va a ser el tercer mes, si es que no podemos cerrar por encima de $96,700 a fin de este mes. Todavía faltan 25 días, que es bastante. si me preguntas, tío. Y ahora, atentos, tenemos el setup de volatilidad más grande en toda la historia mensual de Bitcoin que hemos visto, lo que nos dice también que vamos a tener un movimiento más grande de toda la historia en Bitcoin. Y pues continúa con la confluencia de lo que estamos diciendo, ¿no? De que algo viene. Y una vez más, no estoy aquí para decirles una o la otra. O vas a ver Bitcoin irse a 300,000 o vas a ver Bitcoin comer mierda. Cualquiera de las dos, la que tú gustes, ¿no? Aunque obviamente hay cosas que señalan más que va a ir para abajo que para arriba, pero no estamos acá para convencerlos, simplemente poner nuestro argumento en la mesa. 2 semanas nos cuenta una historia bastante interesante. La última vez que cerramos por debajo del 34 fue literalmente inevitable ir a nuestro mercado bajista. Hemos tenido ya bastantes cierres por debajo del 34, que es la línea blanca que ven por acá. Y eso nos dice que vamos a comer mierda. Esta también, la tabla mensual es bajista, está en tendencia bajista ya con las velas. La trimestral todavía no, simplemente nos da una señal de reversión. La de 2 semanas es bajista porque ya nos llevamos todos estos mínimos de acá arriba. Estamos abajo, consolidando por debajo de esto. El promedio del 9 está por debajo del 21, que señala debilidad. Nos está rechazando el promedio del 9. Hemos estado bastante tiempo por debajo del promedio del 9. Y también acá, la de 2 semanas estaba pintando un setup de volatilidad, pero ahora se está yendo como de lado. Esto puede ser algo sneaky, algo juguetón, ¿ok? Lo que está pasando por acá. Les dije en la última sesión que estemos al pendiente de esto. En la de 2 semanas. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal tenemos, después de esta gran empujada de volatilidad que nos llevó del fondo, literalmente, ¿no? A donde estamos, que no fue una gran, son como $10,000, nada mal, honestamente, $15,000. Ahora estamos contrayendo en volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que viene una corrección. Esta gráfica también es obviamente bajista. Puedes ver todos los mínimos de acá, cómo se los llevó y estás abajo tradeando. Estás justamente apoyándote en el promedio del 100. La última vez en el último ciclo, una vez que viniste a apoyarte en el promedio del 100, fue cuando fue inevitable ir al mercado bajista. Lo estás haciendo una vez más. Por eso se llaman promedios y por eso los usas, para poder darte cuenta dónde estás parado en comparación con otros lugares, de acuerdo al promedio de todo el precio en todos esos, en esas sesiones. ¿Qué más? Espérame, déjame borro estas mamadas para que se vea bien. Tenemos una vela topera tempranera en esta semanal. Me gusta la idea de esto. Esto está baiteando a la gente como nosotros, ¿no? Los que somos bajistas a corto plazo, bueno, a mediano plazo y largo plazo. No largo interno, pero viene un bear market, ciclo de 4 años de liquidez, no de Bitcoin, de total. Esto, literalmente, esta vela le está diciendo, me está diciendo a mí, le está diciendo a todos ustedes que son bajistas, güey, ve, ya valió verga, aquí es donde se quedó. Es por eso, también tenemos que empezar a analizar qué es lo que la tabla nos está intentando vender tan temprano, tiene sentido o no, y va a ser tan fácil. Va a ser tan fácil como ver esta vela topera y decir, ok, esto fue ya el final de esto y nos vamos a ir para abajo. Personalmente no lo creo. Yo creo que la esperanza de todos va a ser, y pueden ver acá justamente en la semanal, cómo nuestros promedios, el 34 está en los $100,000. Esta va a ser la zona de juego para mí. Ahí es a donde vamos. Y hay muy buenas noticias en lo que Bitcoin está subiendo, lo que señala que definitivamente es una trampa alcista. Recuerden, cuando algo hace fondo, como ahorita, está justamente Farhan y yo estamos hablando de esto, ven la historia del dólar. El dólar se va a ir a la mierda. Acaban de sacar una historia hoy diciendo que el dólar va a desaparecer, no sé qué. Y ahora ustedes saben, de acuerdo, si escucharon el principio de este video, que el próximo, en enero, en justamente 12 meses, va a haber la venta de bonos más grande de toda la historia en Estados Unidos. Puedes ver todos los setups de volatilidad en todos los bonos de 30 a 10 años, que son los más importantes en cuanto a deuda se refiere, y están todos señalando que viene el movimiento más grande que hemos visto hace 40 años, desde que estoy vivo, casi, o sea, básicamente. Y eso nos debería de poner la piel chinita, porque cuando hay una demanda tremenda por dólares, no hay una demanda tremenda por activos de riesgo, y es algo que tenemos que comprender. Entonces, me están vendiendo acá que esto va a continuar subiendo en lo que está subiendo. Sí, y eso no es alcista, eso es bajista. A fin de cuentas, simplemente estamos ante el rebote esperando a que la gente se suba al tren de no, definitivamente vamos para arriba, porque ya ahorita la gente lo está dudando. Parte de estos mercados bajistas lo que hacen es muy inteligentemente meten a todo el mundo con esos pompazos para hacerlos pensar que definitivamente esto fue para mí lo que hizo el short también que tenía. O sea, tuvo muchísimo sentido. Ya platicamos de volatilidad contrayendo, de todos nuestros promedios a la baja. Pronto vamos a tener un cruce plateado a la baja. Yo me imagino que antes de que se dé es cuando vamos a ver a Bitcoin romper por ahí para dar la esperanza de que no se va a dar. Pero malas noticias para los alcistas. En la de 5 días, la única vez que hemos tenido un cruce plateado a la baja fue en el mercado del 2021. Esta es la de 5 días. En el 2021, una vez que lo tuvimos un retesteo de la parte alta de la zona azul en el HPDR y nos fuimos a la mierda. Vamos a ver dónde está esa parte alta de la zona azul en el HPDR el día de hoy para ver si se repite. La historia no se repite, pero rima chingón. La parte alta de la zona azul está en los $105,500, que es una zona que no mucha gente está esperando. Creen que los 100,000. Personalmente, y vi al güey que creó las bandas de Bollinger, no sé cómo se llama, se apellida Bollinger, obviamente, y ese tío dijo que Bitcoin podría llegar hasta los $107,000. Esa es más o menos mi tesis, porque todo el mundo con el que hables en cripto está esperando los 100. Arriba de 100, todo el mundo va a decir, me equivoqué. Arriba de 103 en específico es, puta madre, no mames. Ya acá entre los 104, 105, puede ser también esta línea meme potente, los 104. Pero ¿por qué yo digo 107? Porque tienes este máximo acá, este alto. Y una vez que te lo lleves, todo el mundo va a decir, no mames, el siguiente alto ya está en 116 y eso cambia cómo se comportaría la tabla. Pero es justo lo que hace Bitcoin, es cuando les digo que a Bitcoin le encanta hacer gatadas. Y la otra cosa que también les dije iba a hacer, que lo está haciendo, y no lo estoy diciendo para que crean que estoy bien, vean cuánta razón tengo. Lo digo porque llevamos siguiendo esto. Cuando llevas el pulso de algo, es mucho más fácil tradearlo. Les dije, si yo fuera el ojete del market maker, no me llevaría este mínimo, haría el pompazo antes para que todo el mundo crea que estamos en la misma situación que acá y nos vamos a ir a máximos históricos. Pero esto consolidó alcistamente para abajo, que es lo que Bitcoin hace. Esta consolidación que estamos viendo en este momento, mínimo tienes que darle el crédito, que es diferente. Es lo que en cualquier otro tipo de escenario sería alcista, menos en Bitcoin. El hecho que te haya puesto esto acá y no se lo haya llevado y con tanta paciencia esté haciendo esto es para poder atraer a la mayor cantidad de gente que todavía tiene ese hopium, ¿no? De que todo esto va a continuar subiendo y la verga. Simplemente es una trampa, en mi opinión, por cómo se ha comportado y ha hecho todas las cosas. Porque si fuera alcista hubiera bajado esto en los 74 y vámonos para arriba. Entonces, todavía yo creo que el siguiente bajón, si yo fuera el hijo o sea, tienen que contratarme a algún punto los viejitos malvados del mundo, porque yo también puedo ser un hijo de puta si quieren. Cuando esto baje, yo agarraría el 70, el promedio del 200 acá en los 77 y rebotaría. Y rebotaría a más o menos esta zona también, 112. Ahí es donde me comería todo el mundo. Todo el mundo creyó que ya hicimos un fondo porque fue más bajo que este, pero no que este. Y eso daría otra oportunidad para chingarse un chingo de gente una vez más. Voy a estar esperando ese tipo de acción, a ver si se da. Por ahora también ves que volatilidad está cayendo como mi ego. Y ahora simplemente estamos formando lo que técnicamente sería alcista, con altos más altos, con bajos más altos, que una vez más, para cansarlos bien, sería bajista, a fin de cuentas. Diaria. Diaria es un poco más sencilla de leer. Bajista, obviamente. Puedes ver cómo lleva esto. Esto para mí fue la zona de ruptura. Una vez que rompas esto, te vas para acá arriba. Por ahora, lo que yo creo vamos a hacer y lo que yo estoy jugando es mi rango, cabrón. Esto y para acá, ¿ok? Bueno, ¿dónde voy a vender? Acá, en los 96, el próximo. O tal vez acá, depende de cómo me sienta, qué esté pasando, cuánta lana me lleve. Pero acá definitivamente es un long después de venir de un corto. Ayer también me metí en Solana, no me acuerdo si fue long o short, me fue bien, hice 40% en el trade. Ya ni me acuerdo. Fue corto, de 140, y lo vendí temprano, que ahorita Solana está en 135, así que ni modo, lo vendí en 137. Sí, ya me acordé. Y ahora estamos aguantando el promedio del 9. Lo pueden ver por acá. ¿Se puede llevar el promedio del 9 y venir a retestear el 34? Por supuesto, porque puedes ver que el 34 fue lo primero que nos hizo el breakout. Hasta el 21, que es el amarillo. Puedes venir a retestear hasta acá tranquilo, a los 89,900. Perfectamente válido y en realidad eso sería más alcista. Eso para mí, si yo soy de las personas que están en el campo alcista, que ahorita lo estoy porque estoy en un trade en long, quiero ver esto. Quiero ver este rebotito por acá e irnos para arriba. Me gustó que hayamos subido, me gustó que nos tiren del rango, me gustó que estén hablándole a todo el mundo bajistamente, me gustó que la gente que tenía esperanzas de que Bitcoin pudiera subir ya está un poco rota. Eso quiere decir que definitivamente vamos a ver ese rebote. Y una vez más, estas tablas tienen momentum apuntando para arriba desde la semanal para abajo, lo que a corto plazo me dice que vamos a continuar viendo esa corrección. Recuerden, en el 2021, por más que es difícil recordarlo, ¿no? Porque pues muchas cosas pasaron. Pero en el 2021, tíos, literalmente tocamos acá en noviembre. Luego, esto fue el tope en noviembre. Del tope de noviembre caímos. La gente no aceptaba que era un mercado alcista cuando Bitcoin estaba en bajista, cuando Bitcoin estaba en $33,000. Y vean la gatada que les fue a hacer a todos. Bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, altos, altos más altos, mercado bajista. Y la gente lo aceptó por ahí de abril. Empezó abril, enero, febrero, marzo, abril y mayo fue cuando lo aceptaron, ya que Bitcoin había bajado todo esto. Es justamente donde estamos en todo. Es mi apuesta, es lo que estoy viendo. Nos están dando buenas noticias. El PIB va a crecer a 20%. Estados Unidos está creciendo a un nivel pendejo. Trump está haciendo buenas cosas. Está bla, bla, bla. Esto es justamente el entorno en el que quería estar, el que me hace todavía sentirme más seguro de mi tesis. Y pues voy a seguir adelante con ella. Ahora, ¿dónde está el trade? Aquí hay un long, papi. Un long esote. Y el long está entre los 89,900 hasta los 87,500 es el extremo, ¿ok? 87,500 estaría aquí. Por debajo de 87,500, te sales, puto. Y aquí tú escoges dónde va a ser tu salida, porque, o cuánto apalancamiento, tal vez usar menos apalancamiento en tu trade te ayudaría. Aunque un 20X no te saca en esto, que no está nada mal. Y ese sería el long, básicamente desde el promedio del 9, que es mi primera entrada. Ahorita tengo 3 entradas. Mi segunda es simplemente $1,000 abajo y mi tercera es $1,000 abajo. Es lo que estoy haciendo ahorita. Eso soy yo. Recuerden, Alex y Farn les van a mandar señales. Les han mandado todas estas señales de estos cortos. Me encantan los rangos. Soy gran fan de esto y yo voy a jugar el rango hasta que me deje. ¿Ok? Porque de nuevo, si metiste acá, este rango ha jugado divino y tienes que saber, son importante a romper 92,200 para poder continuar a la alza. Después de 92,200, primera zona donde te puedes hacer de tu long son 93,800. Segunda es el extremo en casi los 95. Y la tercera es el promedio del 100 aquí arriba en los 96,500, que no dudo que lleguemos. Pero me voy a quedar mi short ahí. Como siempre les digo, me gusta ver cuál es el sentimiento total de todo el mercado, etcétera, para entenderlo. Voy a llevarlo rápido a la dominancia de Bitcoin. Y una vez más, estamos mal si tienes cierres abajo de 87,400. 87,400 es lo que te confirmaría que todo esto se fue a la verga. La dominancia de Bitcoin, pueden ver esto, una tendencia bajista. Ahora, Bitcoin no va a ser el rey de criptos en total para adelante. ¿Qué es lo que va a hacer? Va a ser las monedas estables. Y es por eso que me imagino, vamos a ver, y Bitcoin hizo esta gatada de para abajo, hizo este alto más alto, la dominancia de Bitcoin, y ahora está como en camino para hacer un alto más alto, pero según yo, ahora sí puedo decirlo, que la tendencia se rompió acá y esto va a bajar. Y les he dicho 1000 veces, cuando ves esto, no te pones en modo alcista de Bitcoin. Si esto llega a caer y el precio de Bitcoin está cayendo, que es lo que creo que va a pasar, que es lo que estoy viendo que está intentando hacer los market makers, si eso llega a pasar, estás en un mercado bajista de esos chidos como el 2022. Entonces, ahorita el que te estén correteando y te estén diciendo y mamando y cantando alt season, alt season, alt season, alt season es literalmente tienes que olvidarte de todo y solamente pensar en liquidez, ciclos de liquidez. No hay. En el 2020 a 21, todo el mundo pudo comprar una casa, todo el mundo pudo comprar un coche y todo el mundo se sentía rico. Eso es lo que crea un alt season con fervor. Ahorita no existe eso. Es muy importante, ¿ok? Eso. Ahora, me pregunta, remember, Salo, si Bitcoin baja a los 44 y mínimo suba hasta el máximo histórico actual, haría un 3X. ¿Tú crees que Ethereum pague mejor? Sí. Yo creo que Ethereum está aguantando y siendo más bajista y haciendo a todo el mundo dudarlo. Lo que nadie se acuerda es, en el ciclo pasado, los objetivos de Ethereum empezaban en 12,000 y acababan en 20,000. Y es donde yo creo va a ir Ethereum después de ir a 1,500, algo así. Una vez más, no estoy prediciendo el precio del bajón, porque yo lo que quiero ver es que Ethereum esté abajo y que me digan, güey, Ethereum se va a ir a la verga, ahí es donde voy a comprar. ¿Me entiendes? Yo ya dejé de pensar en voy a comprar cuando. No estoy viendo mis tablas y poniendo precios. Entiendo mis niveles. Y cuando vea que lo están cambiando la narrativa es donde voy a entrar. Pero es muy importante entender esto. También con la dominancia de Tether, esta línea, damas y caballeros, una vez que rompes esta línea acá en el 5.9%, todo esto fue el mercado bajista del 2022. Adivina dónde estás entrando una vez más. ¿No? Y además Tether está en el punto, en la trimestral, también está en el punto más bajo de toda su historia en la tabla, lo que te sugiere que va a haber un movimiento enorme, enorme. Joaquín me pregunta, Salo, ¿en qué rango sería bueno entrarle a Coinbase? Vamos a ver cuando nos cambien las noticias, güey. Ahorita las noticias son muy buenas todavía de Coinbase, ya está 50% abajo. Aquí hay algo para mí que me hace, quiero que lo vean en putiza, vela topera y seguimiento instantáneo. Y ahorita a donde llegó hasta abajo fue 49% y ahorita está 45% abajo. Estoy pensándola, honestamente. Sé que esto va a continuar cayendo, pero esta vez no sé qué tanto pueda caer. ¿Por qué? Porque ya no es nuevo, ya no es como, ve, cripto es nuevo y esto no existía antes. Y además ya tienen todos los contratos de gobierno, son la base del nuevo sistema monetario. No voy a esperar la corrección, la primera que vimos en Coinbase, cabrones, fue de 90%. Hasta acá abajo fue 92%, casi 93%. No creo que veamos eso, pero ya estando 45% castigada en 2.45, buenos números. Me gustaría que viniera esta línea. Yo abajo de 200 compro. O sea, sin pensarla, porque sé que va a ir a 600 mínimo. Ese va a ser el siguiente movimiento una vez que salgamos de acá. Pero ahorita todavía no. Y sobre todo viendo Circle. Circle tiene que pasar por el primer día de Coinbase. No, Circle todavía no es probado. Cuando hablo a la gente de Circle me dicen, no, va a ser XRP la chingada. Todavía no existe ese sentimiento acá. Entonces, voy a ir de acuerdo a lo que me esté dando la tabla, no voy a pensar más, pero pues sí, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Mr. Alex, we're ready for some intel, and I mean literally the graph, not the intel from anything.
Oh, intel.
Or anything like that.
Let's see here, America's favorite holdings.
Oh, right. Man, in Spanish, there's a commercial about Maduro. Have you seen it? That they have like a little action figure, and they're like, it's a Lego action figure, and it's Maduro. You can get Maduro to get him deported and get him to be put in jail, and it has like the boat where they brought him in and all the outfits. It's fucking incredible. I'm gonna send it to you, even though you won't get it.
Apparently, the Nike tracksuit sold out that he was wearing.
Of course, right? That's the world that we live in right now. Of course.
I didn't know Maduro was a YN.
What's a what?
A YN.
What's a YN?
I can't elaborate on stream or we'll get canceled.
All right, you'll send it to me on a text message, por favor.
Yes, I'll send it.
That's funny. Some black Air Force energy there. All right, well, let's look at some intel because we actually were gauging potentially, if we look at the weekly, We're looking at potentially a new range to form once we got that reclaim in December. Notice here the reclaim back above $38.66. $38. Yeah, $38. To me, signal to move all the way back up to that $44 region. Now, this has played out pretty nicely. We need to be watching very carefully the reaction here, only because this was the last major zone where you found some pretty harsh rejections, and even here as well. And it can also hold as nice support. So we're at a pretty big spot on Intel's chart. Really, after the higher high on the weekly, you're now either gauging for a little pullback to trap, maybe some shorts, higher low at the 5, EMA 5 before going up, or just simply a reclaim of that $44.75 region. Either or, even if you're the most bullish bull, you're not really looking to position long here. You're either looking for into next week a higher low or a reclaim of specifically $44.76. If you actually start seeing that $44.76 hold reclaim, that'll be a really good argument to see some upside expansion. For me, the next target, if you end up reclaiming that $44 region, very simply will be up here. Right there. You'll be watching for a move up to that $51 area. Get back above $51, and that's when Intel really can start making a move up towards that $67, $68 area. So really, in summary, the big spot where you can start getting some pretty nice moves up is off the reclaim of $44.76. Till you actually get that, though, you need to be cautious here, some kind of pullback. Oh, look at that. Good confluence of this $44 area being a pretty important spot, just shown here with the bi-weekly SMA 200. Now, for a chart like Intel, the SMA 200 on the bi-weekly is going to be very important. You can just observe here, when you're under it, you often make some pretty harsh moves to the downside. But when you're above it and holding above it, this is when Intel can go on a pretty epic rally to the upside. So off the back of this last rejection we talked about, and even here, remember we circled them right in that $44 region. It's actually off the back of the bi-weekly SMA 200. So you haven't even gotten a reclaim. You've actually rallied up to that resistance at $44.76. Where this closes will be very important. You ideally want to see this bi-weekly SMA 200 get reclaimed. Even if, let's say, that $44.76 level starts rejecting, this could play into the fact that we're just going to form some kind of higher low into next week and then start moving up into potentially the new bi-weekly candle. You just simply need to start seeing $44 reclaim. If you start seeing this region get reclaimed, the bi-weekly's gotten above the SMA 200, the weekly's gotten the reclaim, and at that point, there'll just be an objective up to that $51 level and possibly a lot higher. Really, the last deviation of the SMA 200 led to a pretty epic move down. What you don't want to see is a reclaim, expansion, rejection, and then another deviation. If you're going to be a bull, you're allowed to be bullish as long as Intel holds above this bi-weekly SMA 200. So, in that idea, are you allowed to be bullish quite yet? No. Is it very close to maybe flipping very bullish? Absolutely. If this starts moving up, you could see volatility, which was at extremes, start contracting while price goes to the upside, playing in favor of bulls. So Intel's very close on the higher time frames, at least on the bi-weekly chart, to really potentially solidify a local bottom. But you'll need two things to occur. Firstly, this SMA 200 to get reclaimed, and then you need to see us actually break that $44 region and hold it. Those two things can occur, then yeah, there's going to be, in my opinion, not much for bears here than just a massive bullish reclaim. Now let's see the monthly. Monthly looks good. Consolidation off the EMA 100 gave you expansion. But now again, you're just at the big spot. So you just need to be watching this one line very carefully. Let's see the HBD on the monthly. Okay, so you are at the 95% zone. So at least more of a reason to be watching this zone carefully. But you can quickly see if you get back above this 95%, can easily make a move up to 97.5%. Still a very extreme zone, but plays into the ranges pretty nicely that we're talking about. $44 reclaim lifts you up to that $51 region. Now let's go to a more lower time frame and see if we see anything. So we see a 2-day higher high break. Could play into that higher low idea on the weekly. 2-day, you're allowed to get bullish on the 2-day if you get back above $44.76 on 2 to 3 closures. That'll signal continuation to me. But until then, you're just still within this range. Gauge a higher low and watch very carefully. As long as Intel is not taking out December 23rd low, you can come all the way down to here, still form a higher low, still keep bullish structure, and this still could play into another weekly setup here, where you're just simply getting another retest of the weekly 9. Something that you haven't yet retested. You've only gotten expansion off the 5. So it's still brewing a weekly 9 retest. So perhaps in the next week, that'll be where the higher low spot forms. Right? It's very easy. It's like higher low here, resistance, rejection, potentially trap shorts. As long as you stay above $38, it's going to be more likely to break out, unless you get any kind of daily 2-day close above that $44 region. You simply want to just see consolidation above it into next week. That'll lead to that $51 region, something like this. But it's very hard to be bearish on this chart as long as you're holding above $38. Now, if you start losing $38, rejecting it, okay, we've seen some pretty nice short setups here. But until then, not really looking to be shorting Intel, honestly. Now we'll go back to the daily. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of all I see on this chart, really. Just 2 zones, higher low, potential to a breakout towards 51 or lose $38 and you enter a daily sell. Lose $38 to me will be a big sign. Potentially starts really testing that trend idea. It's not really until you lose specifically $34.95 where this will start looking like it's entering into a weekly downtrend to me. Now you visually can see, just like I said on the bi-weekly SMA 200, the weekly SMA 200 sitting at $31.60, very close to that weekly EMA 34. So if you start losing $38, it's going to start opening up this range again. We've seen this range play out pretty nice to the upside. Reclaim a level, move up. You try to hold near that level, you often move up again. To the downside, you reject the levels, you'll go down, lose it, you break down. So to keep the bullish opium alive, stay above $38. This keeps it into a buy. You get your higher low, and then you potentially get another shot at that $44 region again. But mind you, this still can chop for a while. It's not really until you get either a $44 reclaim or a $38 loss. So until then, you're just better off sitting, waiting on your hands. You know this bi-weekly is closing in 9 days. This will be really important to really confirm if this is some kind of local bottom. But really, you're not really supposed to be longing resistance, specifically resistance that rejected you pretty massively. From this point, Intel went on a pretty epic move down. If you measure it from this, well, let's measure it from the meme line down. I mean, this is what took it down to that $18 area. So we want to be watching very carefully the zones, but it's looking pretty bullish to me if we can actually get back above $44.70. So watch that very carefully. We're at resistance. You're in higher high posturing. So bulls can't afford a pullback here. If you end up seeing a pullback, don't get trapped. Don't start shorting. Understand that this could easily just retest that $38 before moving up. It's not really until you lose $38 where then you can start opening up the idea to maybe short Intel. Let me just see if there's an easy gauge on when we can short. So if you start specifically losing $38, that could brew maybe the monthly 5 getting lost, takes you down to the next level, right? That $35 region. I'd say if you start seeing Intel actually lose the SMA 200 on the monthly, that'll just be, in my opinion, a very brainless short in this region. bring a move down to that $26 to $25 area. So until then, watch very carefully the reactions at $38. Understand you're in higher high posturing, so a pullback can come here. And if you're trying to be a bull, you just simply need to start seeing that $44.70 region reclaim for a move up to $51. That's when you gauge this wick high. If you start taking that out, okay, now you can make the case that this isn't a massive breakout. Breakout to me is really targeted to around $65 to $69 for the culture. You break the high here, yeah, you're gonna move up to 86. Now, where did we get 86 is a good question. So I'm asking myself that. Well, let's see. Gotta be a reason. Interesting. Hold on. I'm like, why do I have an 86 line? So actually, more accurately, it'd be here. We'll just fix this. 76. So $10 lower. But until then, be mindful. The 6 month, it kind of looks of a concern now that I see the higher time frames. If you end up rejecting here, this could just be the next lower high on the 6 month. So right, higher high posturing on the weekly, 2-day, daily. It's good, but that's why breaking this high here at 51 will be, in my opinion, the key to really start breaking out towards that $65 to like $70 region. Because if you end up coming up here and rejecting, well, this is just going to start looking like the next major lower high in a series of lower highs on the 6 month. I know that I drew that bad, but you gauge this one, this one, this one, it's all lower high. So that's kind of the bare hopium is if you do end up seeing this $44 region reject, you lose $38 on the 6 month. I think $38 is a good spot too, because even on the 6 month, I don't mean this candle is essentially flipping red. Brewing a breakdown towards $35, you lose that. You're not going to have much until 25, 26. So that is just on the macro kind of what I see here. But until all of that occurs and you actually lose $38, you just need to be watching carefully, potentially a breakout here. So watch that very carefully. $38 is a good line in the sand. And if you actually get reclaims above $44.70, implications to a move up to 51, where then that's going to be potentially the big test on the 6 months as the trend flip back up. Because actually the trend is down on the 6 month. Shocked it took me that long to see that till now. But it doesn't really change anything. It just can exacerbate the bearish idea if you get that $38 trigger. But until then, this could just start slowly making its move up to this high. That's where the objective is. When you're in a downtrend, you start trying to shift it. The only way to shift it is taking out that last major lower high. So, I mean, bulls are trying, gone up 140% so far. But this is a big concern still. Because in theory, if this ends up lower high in here, this can come all the way down back to around $18. And at that point, you just need to be looking for a test down to like $12 maybe. Testing 09's low. So very interesting chart when you look at it on the higher time frames. Looks kind of concerning. But when you start really looking at it on the monthly, weekly, and 2 week, there's still some hopium here for bulls. So watch $38, line in the sand. If it continues to hold 38, you'll make a move up back to around $44. Reclaim that, move up to 51, where, okay, then the 6 month can get repaired. But until then, you do end up seeing it reject here. Be mindful that the last 2 rejections led to pretty major moves down. And so as a bear, if you end up finding weakness here and it actually breaks 38, you'll know your 6 month chart's potentially brewing that lower high. That's a major cause of concern for me. But until then, let's see if that weekly holds the higher low. Let's see. That's why the trend will be your friend. If you start seeing weekly, 5-day, daily all flip down, then the monthly is taking out that $38 region, you're going to have, well, there's not going to be much hope here for bulls. Specifically, if you see a candle like the monthly, this month flip red, it's not going to be a good sign.
I mean, we're on a downtrend until you take this out to begin with, like the 51, right? this is a quarterly chart. Once we get here, we can fucking break out and go nuts. But until then, you still, you could easily just come up here, establish this, do this, and this would be the worst because everybody would turn bullish, and then you can go here, just based on temporality and what we're seeing on everything else, right? Not much. This is a very tricky chart for investing on a long term on it. Very tricky.
Even if it takes out 51 and goes up, you still then are where your quarterly, that purple EMA, where the low was essentially at like $18. As long as that doesn't get taken out, you could make a higher low there, anywhere around there. Then if you take that out,
yeah,
51 gets taken out, and then it goes in for a higher low on the macro around like 20, 21, 30. Yeah, that could be a real possibility as well. The 6 month was a very sobering chart. When I opened it, I'm like, oh, yeah, that just looks like it's lower high. But still, what I said is very valid. The lower timeframes are trying to shift into an uptrend. You're just at that very big spot at 44. So if you can actually see that get reclaimed, more confluence, maybe that 51 trend shift on the higher timeframes.
Yeah,
maybe.
And last time he lost this zone, like it literally just went down under here and stayed there for like 20 years. 13 years, I'm sorry, 14 years, I'm sorry. And right now it just only went right here. And Intel doesn't really do the garbage that Bitcoin does. Once it goes down from the looks of it.
Yeah.
That's your bottom.
Stocks, especially with like higher time frame trend, like you can visually see the lower highs. It can't just be that easy.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Thank you, señor. Very good. Tesla next, por favor.
Perfect.
Estamos viendo Intel en la de 6 meses, pero quiero ponerle en la de 3 meses. Es la mejor versión de esto. Tope lo hizo en el año 2000 con el crash de las .com. O sea, esto es algo que no se ha recuperado en 25 años. La gente se queja de los altcoins y la verga. 25 años no hemos regresado al tope. Y acá quiero que vean esto. Obviamente esta zona para Intel nos lleva a cerca de máximos históricos. Lo retomamos en el 2017, lo logramos en el 2021. No históricos, pero por acá, ¿no? Desde entonces caímos de esta zona. Cuando caes de esta zona, a Intel le gusta regresar acá. No regresó para acá por completo y obviamente estamos en un completo diferente entorno porque antes era las .com, que era más simple, y ahora tienes en Nvidia y todo esto en la carrera de inteligencia artificial. Pero para mí más importante que eso es las empresas mismas están creando sus propios microchips. Ya lo está haciendo Tesla, ya lo está haciendo Rivian. Y todas estas empresas de inteligencia artificial están creando chips que son más eficientes y mejores para ellos mismos. Ahora, eso le quita clientes a Nvidia, porque recuerda, Nvidia no hace la cantidad de dinero que hace vendiéndote a ti tu gaming station, ¿no? No estás comprando una computadora powered by Nvidia y con eso ya tienes absolutamente todo. Nvidia está haciendo trillones de dólares. Le está vendiendo a Mark Zuckerberg, a Tesla y a todos ellos. Y todos ellos parecen estar en la misma página. Y lo mismo con Intel. Ahora, esto no es una acción que me llame a mí la atención porque, una vez más, como les digo, no me quiero meter en cosas que que no tengo conocimiento de. Y cuando veo tendencias grandes, no explicaciones sencillas, como, güey, Tesla está haciendo sus chips, Rivian está haciendo sus chips, todas estas cosas están empezando a crear sus chips. Tienes a Nvidia. Por más que Estados Unidos esté invertido en esto, güey, no es como que a Estados Unidos le importa el dinero de la gente, ¿o sí? Porque si sí, cuéntenme cómo. Exactamente. Y la cosa es, si estás volteando a ver desde el 2021 a Intel, alto, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto mucho más bajo, y acá puedes tranquilamente simplemente chocar acá. Esa línea de tendencia ya la teníamos y teníamos el rebote por esto. Podríamos tranquilamente venir para acá y una vez más. Ahora, ¿sería más alcista esto? Sí. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué te estás llevando esto así? Yo lo pondría en realidad así. Yo esperaría que Intel regresara a los 25 para invertir en esto. Porque ya aquí, ¿cuánto te da? O sea, de 40, ve esto. Digamos de donde estamos tal cual. A máximo histórico que es acá, 75%. ¿Sabes en cuántas cosas puedes invertir que te vayan a pagar más que eso? ¿No? O sea, y aparte, ¿cuánto tiempo se tarda Intel en moverse? Esto es lo que hace un gráfico. Este es como un gráfico de boomers, honestamente. Si entraste aquí abajo, qué chingón. Pero si no entraste y estás acá, ¿qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Para empezar, riesgoso simplemente subirte acá y mantener esto. ¿Por qué? Porque si no te llevas este máximo, estás en una tendencia bajista todavía desde el 2021, o sea, hace 5 años. ¿Ok? Si estás en esa tendencia bajista, aquí tranquilamente esto podría ser un SFP. Si no saben lo que significa, vayan a ver Criptolingo. Y si no saben lo que significa un SFP, en total, vayan al puto curso, por el amor de Dios, para que puedan entender todo esto y absorban y puedan, porque normalmente cuando tienes un SFP es una reversión y esto podría tranquilamente rechazar. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer para ser alcista? Esta chingadera tiene que venir acá, venir a retestear, llevándote el máximo de acá, y todas mis líneas están súper chuecas. Y de ahí ya rebotar a la alza. Intel tiene un futuro más prometedor que antes. No sé. No entiendo. Más allá de que Estados Unidos esté comprando acciones y la verga, no entiendo por qué. Entonces, una vez más, no es lo mío. No soy experto en esto y no les voy a decir que se va para arriba o para abajo. Yo lo que pensaría, si simplemente va a seguir todo el mercado, es que venga para acá, que venga a esta zona, haga lo que les dije, se lleve este máximo y venga a ser tal vez un bajo más alto abajo de esto. Esta es mi zona de compra. Es lo que yo pensaría ocurriría una vez más en Intel. Y tal vez de aquí lo único que están haciendo es simplemente un bailout a Intel con lana del gobierno para ya todo el mundo salirse y mandarlo a la verga. Eso es lo que yo pensaría sin entender la industria. Se los estoy diciendo, siempre soy honesto con ustedes. No es como esa gente que dice, les voy a hablar con la verdad. Entonces, ¿qué pedo, güey? Todo lo que me has dicho es mamada, ¿no? Ni siquiera piensan en eso. Pero sí, venimos, rompemos, tienes por primera vez acá, después de este bajo más bajo, bajos, en total, tienes por primera vez algo de formación alcista, donde estás creando bajos más altos, ¿no? Altos más altos, pero en general, hasta que no te lleves los $51 por acá, no tienes nada en la bolsa. Volatilidad no te está diciendo nada, se ha estado yendo de lado desde el 2022, así que suerte con ese pedo. Volatilidad en extremos en este movimiento en la mensual es lo que a mí me empieza a hacerme preguntar cómo se vería con el HPDR. Y ahí veo el 95%. ¿Dónde está el 95%? Justo en mi línea de tendencia, acá. Y estás ahí. ¿Dónde puse esta? En el 97.5%. Pueden entender por qué ya estamos en extremos en esto. Y esta es una tabla mensual, cabrones. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que probablemente este movimiento, a menos de que tengas una consolidación por mucho tiempo acá, y estamos hablando de años, porque si esta es una tabla mensual, tienes que pensar en eso ya estando acá. A menos de que haya una caída gigante que haga que todo se reajuste, o una subida gigante y que consolides en esa subida gigante por años, esto tiene cara que se va a tardar en moverse. Por eso también no me llama la atención para nada. Este movimiento, ¿cuánto fue a la gente que, a ver, si agarraste el fondo de Intel hasta ahorita, 144%, nada mal. Esa fue la mejor compra de todo Intel, honestamente, quien haya entrado en los aranceles. Pero ahora con Intel estando acá, empiezas a pensar, ¿no? ¿Cómo va a abrir el próximo mes? O sea, ya subió esto, debería de ser alcista, pero todavía no tenemos nada acá que nos lo diga. 2 semanas nos dice que tenemos camino para correr y es justamente eso, ¿no? Que nos llevaría hasta acá, a esta zona. Está el SMA 200, rompimos, caímos, retesteamos, vámonos para arriba. No retesteamos el 100, que el 100 lo habíamos perdido desde el 2024. Podría ser la oportunidad en estos $32 o regresando a esta línea meme o al mismo 36 con el 200. Pero por ahorita no tienes entrada. Ahorita lo que más sentido tendría es un corto, pero no le quieres hacer corto a esta madre acá ahorita. Podrías simplemente alimentar el movimiento final, que sea este 88.3%, para poder engañar a todo el mundo y continuar a la baja. Atentos. Semanal tienes un setup de volatilidad por acá, si es que llega a cerrar así. Y ese setup de volatilidad te lo está dando con una vela verde y digamos que puedes llegar a 51. 51. Yo esperaría ver este viernes cómo cierra esto. Si cierro ahí, nada mal, ¿eh? Nada mal, esto quiere decir que va a haber continuación. Cualquier tipo de retroceso sería oportunidad de compra a corto plazo para vender. A largo plazo no sé, cabrón. Largo plazo ahí es donde todo se sigue viendo bajista. No ha cambiado nada en la estructura hasta que te lleves los 51. Diaria, tienes el setup de volatilidad también expandiendo, por supuesto, desde el punto más bajo en un rato, desde hace un año. No, octubre del 2025. Y eso ya te llevó al 97.5%. Digamos que llegas al 100% en los 53. Esto indica que ya está agotado o cerca de estar agotado el movimiento a la alza. Entonces voy a quitar el HPDR, traducírselos a español, mis estimados, y véanlo. Claramente estamos en un canal alcista. Es más, puedo hasta ponerlo literalmente acá para que lo veas. ¿No? Estaría así. Estás en un canal alcista, puedes tener un rechazo en los 45 tranquilamente. ¿A esta madre le gusta consolidar para arriba? Sí, efectivamente. Esta madre consolida para arriba. Cuando cae para... Esto es alcista en esta tabla. Perdón, es que a veces me cisco por Bitcoin. Pero tienes un setup alcista en este momento que está empujando. Yo pondría atención a la volatilidad diaria junto con el cierre semanal, con la volatilidad semanal. Porque esto te va a decir qué tan agotado está el movimiento. Primera zona de resistencia es justamente estos 45, 47. Segunda, los 51 con el máximo de acá. Puedes romper eso, podemos empezar a platicar de venir para acá, pero entrar ahorita en esto sería muy riesgoso a menos de que lo hagas por ahí de los 37. Y en los 37, lo bueno de Intel, porque tradea como una acción de boomers, lo único que tienes que hacer es no llevarte esto. Tu invalidación en tu trade está aquí en los 35. Si esto cae por acá y te llevas este mínimo, Intel no hace las gatadas de Bitcoin. Intel sí se cae. Ahí es donde dirías, uff, algo está mal. ¿Quieres entrar en long? No lo hagas acá. Yo esperaría a que venga acá o a la parte baja del canal para poder encontrarlo. Y una vez más, no te lleves los 35. No le diría a nadie que haga un corto con esto teniendo un setup de volatilidad a la alza en lo que el precio está subiendo. Y además, estando en extremos, puedes llegar, marcar tu extremo y bajar. Sería una trampa. Y personalmente, a mí, a menos de que algún día anuncien algo que no comprendo, yo creo que Intel debería estar en largo plazo yéndose a la mierda. Es lo que yo pienso. Simplemente combinando el factor del mercado bajista que yo veo con la liquidez yéndose a los dólares, etcétera. Eso para mí no me dice que esto debería ser alcista. Pero, pues ahí lo tienes. La jugada long en el retroceso. Ahora, puede que no te lleves este mínimo y que vengas a rebotar, ponte tú a la media del canal. Correcto, puede ser. Pero ya aquí hay muy poco camino. Si no te da un extremo por acá abajo, entre los 37 y 35, yo no tomaría un trade en long en esto. Porque hay muy poco para ganar y mucho para perder en Intel. Invalidación una vez más, tus 35 acá, este mínimo. Porque Intel se comporta como acción de boomer. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a XRP con Mr. Farjano. Un segundo, aquí tengo el letrerito. Share them XRPs, son.
Vamos por unos XRPs.
Vamos por unos XRP to the market, right?
See. Alright, so on the daily, we're gonna start with. Actually, I'll start with the high time frame. Let's start with the quarterly because we did just get a quarterly close, and we got a bi-yearly close, and we got a yearly close. So we are. I'm gonna. What's the word? Ignore the yearly because there's not really any data there. So I'll start with the 6 month. And we still do have momentum to the upside on the 6 month with volatility expanding from 0%. Although I would take this with a grain of salt because this is going to remain up all the way into to where the move to the downside has played out a good amount before it flips down. And on the yearly, we did close the last yearly as a pretty nasty looking candle, major top candle, and I would expect at least a retest of the 90 MA after a candle like that, and that's somewhere around $1.42 at the moment. Let's look at the quarterly. Quarterly is also still flipped up, with volatility expanding as well in the quarterly. And we did get a retest of our 38.2%, another retest in this zone on our open, and we are still currently seeing expansion off of that area. And we are up on this quarterly candle in, I believe, how many days now? Today is what, the 7th or the 8th, I'm not sure. But in about 7 or 8 days, we are up about 31% on from the yearly and quarterly open to the high of this candle as of now. What you want to see for continuation is a close over the 61.8% at around $2.27, and you do have almost 3 months to go, which is an eternity in shitcoin land, and that should take you up to your current all-time highs if you can get a close over 227. Monthly is still flipped to the downside. It's trying to flip back up, but it's still below that moving average with volatility currently now approaching a zero at extreme lows. We are currently getting a rejection of the median, and as long as you are closing below that median, you're more likely to come back down and retest this 38.2%. Closing over the median gives you your breakout to somewhere around $3.20 to $3.30. 2 week is currently now flipped up with volatility contracting. Zoom in, you are making your way back into that 38.2%. You want to close over around $2.13, and that gives you a move into about 250. Weekly is also flipped up. Weekly is now rejecting the top 38.2%. Weekly jewels losing the sell signal. If you close below this 38.2% at $2.34, likely going to come down, test this median somewhere around $2 flat, and ideally you can hold somewhere between $2 and $1.88, and then you can get another retest of 230. But if you close below $1.87, you're likely just going to break down to somewhere around $1 flat, and that's like a 50% move down from there. 5 days also flipped up, although you are getting a rejection of your bullish control zone with volatility now pretty close to going into a contraction. Actually, it is going into contraction with the 5 day jewel giving you a fresh buy signal with a 5 day silver cross as well. Same idea looking to happen around Bitcoin. We're going to move up to that 55 EMA rejection there, and then it move down. And now you are losing the top 38.2%, which is at 225. And if you close below that area, you're likely going to come down to around 176. 2 day currently is still flipped up with volatility still expanding. You are getting a rejection of your 100 EMA, likely going to bring you down to around $2 flat. Daily getting a rejection of the 88.3%, getting quite high, very close to flipping to the downside, and likely going to give you a move to somewhere around $2 flat. 4 hour pretty heavily to the downside, very close to flipping back up with volatility expanding, and the 4 hour jewels giving you a God mode sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow in the critical zone. Very powerful signal there. Likely going to get a signaling a bounce somewhere around here though. From here, should take you up to somewhere around 220s, 230 maybe. And if you can get a 4 hour close over $2.32, that gives you a move back up to retesting these rally highs somewhere around 240-ish. Which then can, if you can get a close over about $2.42, then takes you into somewhere around 260, and getting a daily close over 260 takes you into somewhere around 320s to 330s. Going to actually we'll look at the Bitcoin pairing now. Quarterly still flipped up on the Bitcoin pairing with volatility expanding. That was one massive fuck you candle to the downside on the last quarterly. And the invalidation right now on being bearish on this is going to be getting a break of this lower high at about many zeros 3419. If you can take this high out, then you're likely going to come back up and test this breakdown point at many zeros 75. And that's a good amount higher than this high here. That is like 120% higher. That gives you XRP going to some nice new all-time highs. Probably not $21, but some nice new all-time highs. Monthly is flipped up, getting over the moving average now with volatility expanding from almost 0%. On the opposite hand, you are getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel with monthly now getting to approaching resistance at this top 38.2%. Monthly is very close to giving you a fresh silver cross to the upside. It is like a ball sack hair away from crossing the 21 over the 55 now. It's 0.6 over here lower than this 55. And once they do cross, this likely does have a nice little pump ski associated with it. Because if you were to find, actually we don't have a silver cross, but if you were to draw in this 55 to where it would have been in this zone here, where it did cross in that zone, you got a massive pump speed. That would take you to somewhere around 78.6%, which is many zeros 5, That's more than 100% move from where we are now. But you need to see a close over this 38.2% and ideally over this 100 EMA. If you can see both of them together, because over here you got a rejection of 38.2%. You close over the 100, but you rejected the 38.2. You want to see the close over the 38.2 like you did right here, which gave you that move up. And that'll take you to a summary at least around here. And if you were to count it from the 38.2%, that is 125% up. 2 week is also still flipped up with volatility expanding from extreme lows. 2 week jewels giving you a fresh buy signal now. Flipping back around. Let's zoom in again. Pink is crossing below the yellow, however. And currently you are getting a rejection of the 38.2%. You do have 11 days left to go, long time. You can see a close over this 38.2%. That's what gives you your move up. Weekly is also freshly flipped up. Weekly is, however, rejecting that 38.2%. Same look as mainly as the dollar pairing. These naturals going to look similar. 5 days giving you now a fresh silver cross from the Bitcoin pairing. You are getting a little bit of a top candle though. Likely going to come back down and retest this cross, maybe a little bit lower than this median / 100 EMA. Ideally, you don't want to lose the cross though. Somewhere around this cross with 9 would hold, make your next higher low around $2.30, and then you can come back up and retest these highs. Lose this area though, and you're likely just going to break down and come to fill in this wick here. 2 day currently still flipped up. Volatility is expanding. 2 days giving you, close to giving you a silver cross. Daily is also a little toppy, getting a rejection of your 88.3% area. And you're very close to getting a silver cross, likely going to come down a little bit to test that 2 3s. And if you can hold the 2 3s, then you should see continuation up. And 4 hours getting pretty extreme with the downside, very close to flipping back up here. Let's go to RSI. Oops, wrong one. Week 2 week is now close to putting in a fresh draft bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $2.04, and that will give you a move up to the bullish control zone, which currently sits at $3.56. I do think that's new all-time highs, is it not? No, it is not. It's right below your current all-time highs.
It's close, yeah.
It'd be that classic bear market move where you get it ever so slightly close to your all-time highs, and then you get a nice rejection, and then massive fuck you candle down.
I mean, Bitcoin did it twice in 2024 at the end, and then he did it when he got to 126. He did 124.
It gets a little close, and then gives you a little tickle, a little feather, and then the
Fuck
dildo,
you, buddy.
the dildo.
Yeah.
It's like that meme of Diddy and Maduro in prison saying they took my oil too.
Excellent one, by the way.
On the 5 day, we got a confirmed drive of regular bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $1.83. And next target on the divergence is in the neutral zone, which currently sits at about $2.50. 3 day currently also has active multiple drives of bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over the same number, $1.83. Next move is the bullish control zone. That's at about the same number, $2.50. Today also has bullish divergence. Next target is the bullish control zone. Sits at about 224, and then the critical zone is at $3. For nothing. 2 hour currently has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $2.28. Next move is the critical zone. Currently sits at about $2 flat. Lines up with that previous setup of somewhere around $2 flat from here. And we'll look at momentum. Quarterly is still flipped up as long as you're closing over $2.05. And this quarterly pivot went up dramatically. I believe it was somewhere around 40 cents last time, and now it's all the way up to $2.05. The idea was once it gets to somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone, it's going to be significantly more difficult to keep this momentum up, and the pivot is going to go up. So now we are much closer to the price action now, and we are still above it, but 3 months is a long time to go in shitcoin land, and this can easily go back below $2.05. And once quarterly momentum flips down, then you can just call it a day and go home, pack it up. And you're probably not going to see new all-time highs for maybe 4 years, maybe 8 years, who knows? We'll see. Monthly is currently now freshly flipped down with volatility approaching extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $3.15. Weekly is also flipped down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down with a drip of death as long as you're closing below 245. Weekly is currently now freshly flipped up along with Bitcoin, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $2.05. Interesting. Same level as the monthly pivot or the quarterly pivot. 5 days also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $2. 2 days also flipped up with a drip of life, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 191, and you're getting volatility expansion. Excuse me. Daily is now also flipped up with a drip of life, and your volatility basically topped out at 94%, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 228. But you're slightly below now. Got 6 hours left to go to get that back over 228. So this will flip down here, and once this does flip down, that's going to put in a it's going to put in hidden bearish divergence, and you're likely going to get a test somewhere down to somewhere $2 flat at that area. 4 hours currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $2.30, with volatility now contracting for many periods of 0%. And 4 hours now forming hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out all of your previous lows on momentum, with price still making a higher low from this zone. And you would need to close over about $2.32 to confirm that, and then you should see a movement somewhere around $2.45. Let's go back up. All right. Quarterly. All right. So in the high time frames, it doesn't quite look as bad as Bitcoin. Doesn't look good, but it doesn't look as bad as Bitcoin does. You are getting a move down to your quarterly 90 MA. Momentum is still pointed up, although the pivot went up dramatically. On the low time frames, you are getting a momentum flipping down and multiple setups targeting somewhere around $2 flat. The hopium is you can get a bounce from that $2 flat area, get back over about $2.30, or even getting 208, but ideally 230 on a daily closing basis, and then you can get a move into somewhere around $3 to $3.30, which would be the target of your hidden bullish divergences that you would have at that point. You start to get daily closes below $2 though, and start consolidating in that area. More likely, you're going to get that volatility expansion to the downside, and then your next target from there is about $1.30 for a little bit of a bounce, then somewhere around $1 flat, and then I'd target somewhere between 40 and 50. Somewhere between 50 and 60 cents from that zone there, from that period there. I'm more leaning towards the downside setup than the upside. I don't really see anything or any reason why XRP would go to new all-time highs from here, although momentum is still technically pointed up, but I'm looking more so as another lower high bounce rather than a reversal to new all-time highs.
Yes, in motherfucking deed, son. Alex got Tesla next, and you got Oklo.
Oh, cool. Alrighty.
You guys see my
Okey-dokey.
screen? Motherfucking shit's not appearing.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
I
see
see
it.
it.
Okay. I'll do it then. Perfecto. Thank you, sir. Mr. Garlic. What was it? Mr. Garlic Condo?
Garlic Condo.
Perfect. Thank you.
Garlic Condo will take whatever promotion he can get.
I bet he will. I bet he fucking will. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo XRP, la moneda del futuro, por cierto, en estos momentos. Algo que puede notar en la diaria en XRP es sencillo. Está haciendo la misma trampa que Bitcoin. El de, ve, hicimos altos más altos, pero nos rechazó esto de esta zona, pero no hicimos un alto más alto que esto, y nos está rechazando el 200. Eso es perfecto para poder atraer a toda la gente que le haga un short ahorita a esta cosa. ¿Va a corregir? Está corrigiendo. Estamos aguantando el promedio del 5 justamente acá. tuvimos el boom que habíamos contado en el último en vivo, donde dijimos que esto probablemente iba a ir a los 2-3. Eran 2-2, 2-3 y lo fue y lo hizo y de ahí el corto. Una vez más, no me animé porque XRP no lo entiendo yo. Así que no les voy a mentir, no tengo los huevos. Esta cosa es demasiado loca para mí. Pero ahora pueden ver que venimos al promedio del 100, que no habíamos visto desde octubre. Y el promedio del 100 es la línea roja, por cierto, por si se lo preguntan. Venimos, lo tomamos y ahora estamos por debajo de... Aquí va a haber un long otra vez, pero la pregunta es, ¿dónde? ¿Cuál es el extremo que vas a entrar en? Puede ser justamente acá en el promedio del 5, pero recuerda, ve todos los promedios que rompiste acá. La primera vez que rompiste el 34 oficialmente me hace pensar que esta sería tu zona de interés y es justamente lo que coincide con lo que dijo Farhan en los $2 planos hasta el 1.95 que pueda venir a hacer esto porque es un gato de mierda y continuar a la alza. Ahora, cuando volteamos a ver XRP en altas temporalidades como la trimestral, se ve mejor que Bitcoin, pero el pivote de momentum subió. Estamos viendo que debajo de esta línea no hay fiesta y debajo de esta línea hay rechazos. Y eso nos dice que estando por debajo del promedio del 5, perdiendo el promedio del 5 por acá. Recuerda, en el mercado del 2017, que fue el verdaderamente alcista para XRP, que hizo su máximo histórico potente, una vez que perdiste el promedio del 5, valió verga. Y acá, una vez que perdiste el promedio del 5, que es la línea verde, valió verga. Acá ya perdiste el promedio del 5. Entonces, para mí lo voy a tomar en cuenta como ya valió verga. Además de que habías tenido, obviamente, esta gran expansión de volatilidad ante la subida y ahora tienes contracción de volatilidad una vez más ante la bajada, igualito que Bitcoin. No le puedes echar más flores a esta madre, ¿no? Pero acá tenemos nuestra zona de rechazo en ese promedio del 5, en los 2.24, para que lo puedan ver por acá. Estamos en una tendencia alcista, pero esta vela nos está cambiando el panorama y nos pone en una tendencia bajista, pero más bien nos señala indecisión. Si lo pongo en esto, me va a dar, una vela topera trimestral, nada mal. Una vez que pierdas el 1.75, que es en la de 6 meses, el promedio del 5, una vez que lo pierdas ahí, estimado, ahí ya quedó este pedo. ¿Dónde está el promedio del 9? ¿Por qué vergas desapareció? Bueno, denme un segundito. Voy a agregar mi promedio del 9 a estas chingaderas. Copy y pasta. Ok, ahí está. Tengo otro promedio del 100. Un segundo. 9. Y por cierto, si están viendo, así es como pones los EMAs. Style, lo quiero azul porque siempre es azul mi promedio del 9. Y ok, aquí lo tenemos, en el 1.42. Pero para mí, tu parte a no perder es el 1.76. Una vez que pierdas el promedio del 5 en la de 6 meses, valió verga. También tienes el cero de volatilidad más alto en toda la historia de XRP, lo que puede decir que esta va a ser oficialmente la moneda del mundo. Estados Unidos va a dejar todo su poder con el dólar. Va a decir, güey, ya no quiero imprimir dinero gratis. Ya no, quiero ser transparente, quiero enseñarle a todo el mundo en blockchain lo que estoy haciendo y vamos a hacer el XRP, el dinero del mundo. Y les juro por mi vida, eso es lo que piensa una gran cantidad de gente. Y lo mismo con Bitcoin. Así es, efectivamente, Estados Unidos va a dejar su poder de imprimir dinero que le genera la militar más poderosa de todo el planeta, solamente para hacerlos a ustedes contentos y que no les devalúen su dinero. ¡Qué grandes tipos son estos güeyes! Vamos a la trimestral, donde estás viendo la contracción de volatilidad justamente ante la vela roja, una vela topera. ¿Qué más quieres? Cualquier cierre por debajo de esta vela, 1.75, que de nuevo vuelve ahí con el promedio del 5 en la de 6 meses. Una vez que te veas abajo de 1.74, es donde todo va a empezar a tomar un camino bastante familiar para todos los que vivimos el 2022. Así que podremos disfrutar de esto. Aunque ahora el dólar se va a ir a cero, entonces XRP debería irse más arriba. Es lo que pasa cuando no comes por 3 días, cabrón. Es buen ayuno, ¿eh? Buen ayuno, panza plana, te quita todo. Mensual. Para nosotros estar debajo del promedio del 9 mensual, que es la línea azul, una vez más, nos dice que estamos en ¿cómo se dice? En una tendencia bajista y hemos estado por 1, 2 y este va a ser el tercero, ¿ok? No puede cerrar por encima de los 2.24. Vamos a ir a comer mierda, ¿ok? Otra cosa que vale la pena notar es XRP está una vez más en la mensual, regresando al punto más bajo de la tabla, preparando un setup debajo del 15%, lo que nos dice que viene un movimiento potente e inminente. en la tabla de XRP. Además de que pueden ver claramente, arriba de esto tienes consolidación alcista que te puede llevar a máximos históricos. Abajo de esto es literalmente lo que sigue, que es comer mierda, ¿ok? Y abajo del 1.95 te lo confirmará y entrarás en territorio de mercado bajista. XRP hizo esta gatada de estos minimitos y con poca volatilidad por 8 años, menos en tiempos de picos, que en estos fueron muy rápidos. A mí me hace pensar que podríamos tranquilamente venir acá, seguir haciendo altos más altos, entre los 60 y los 80 centavos. Cualquiera puede ser los 80 que lo aguante. Esta ya debería ser la zona donde debería aguantar. ¿Ok? Pero de nuevo, no me voy a meter a predecir precios del futuro porque lo que me he dado cuenta es que es más fácil simplemente ver cuando me mandan noticias malas ya que algo está abajo y que el sentimiento es bajista, y ahí simplemente me entro en la reversión. No me voy a preocupar de esas pendejadas que todo el mundo se preocupa y no voy a ver técnicos porque todo el mundo las está viendo. Simplemente voy a ver lo que la gente no ve y eso es la falsedad del mundo. Wow. Vaya, hoy qué profundo como mandingo en tu vieja. Ahora, 2 semanas podemos ver que también hemos estado debajo del promedio del 9 por un chingo desde septiembre y hemos estado cayendo, venimos a retestar acá, nos pinta una vela topera en la de 2 semanas, aunque apenas acaba de empezar una vez más el bait de Bitcoin, haciéndote pensar que esto fue el tope, el rechazo y ahora vas para abajo, incitando a que la gente venga a hacerle corto para poder tener un squeeze y después continuar a la baja, es lo que yo pienso. Una vez más, ¿dónde está la entrada? Uf, es lo que está difícil y nos tenemos que acercar un poco más. Puedes ver que volatilidad había expandido ante la caída y ahora está contrayendo, lo que efectivamente nos está diciendo que corrección, que va en contra de la tendencia. Eso quiere decir que efectivamente cualquier movimiento para arriba es para después tirarlo. Y a mí no me sorprendería que XRP haga la misma gatada que acá, que venga a los 2.6 y de ahí caiga. Es la de 2 semanas semanal. Podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. Vela topera, tienes el promedio del 34 al 21 rechazando, el 9 por debajo de todos. Es una vela, una gráfica muy bajista, ya recargándote en el promedio del 100. La última vez que te viniste a recargar en el promedio del 100 y lo rompiste a la baja fue acá en noviembre del 2021, y lo que indicó fin del ciclo, y yo estaría esperando exactamente lo mismo y consolidó por un rato debajo del 200, que normalmente por cierto, es lo que quieren ustedes hacer. Cuando estás viendo una tabla semanal y ves que el precio está por debajo del SMA 200, ahí es donde quieres comprar lo que estés viendo en general. No es recuerda, cada tabla habla su propio idioma y te dice sus propias cosas, pero básicamente la oportunidad grande es cada que estás debajo del 200 en todo, SMA 200. Por ahora está rechazándote el 55, el 21 y el 34, pero él está retomando el 9. Lo que diría que los 2.13 serían una buena zona para agregar. Ahora, diaria te había dado este zampompazo y ahora volatilidad se está dando la vuelta. Esto quiere decir que el movimiento puede estar exhausto, simplemente va a recalibrar para después continuar. Y es aquí donde les digo, en la diaria es lo que yo estaría volteando a ver. La diaria, lo que no hemos roto, no hemos venido a retestear, y ya saben que yo soy un gran fan de los retesteos, es el promedio del 24 y el 21. Que mínimo XRP venga para acá, que todo el mundo diga ya valió verga, o que sea predatorio y venga el 1.95. Posibles entradas 1.95, extremo 2.02. La primera zona que tal vez venga y simplemente rebote sea el promedio del 9 y el 55, más o menos en los 2.08. Pero para mí, si yo fuera uno de los degenerados que invierte en XRP, me esperaría a esto, porque XRP le gusta ir a extremos. Y una vez más, está jugando el mismo juego de Bitcoin. Ve esto, fue un alto más bajo, como estos. Eso quiere decir que ya va a caer. Ya sabemos nosotros que XRP tiene que hacer un nuevo alto antes de ir para abajo, y es justamente lo que estamos esperando. Hacerle corto a esta mamada, ni de pedo ahorita, ni de pedo, sobre todo en donde está ahorita, en especial, ya tienes un movimiento bastante grande. Así que ahí lo tienen, corto plazo, esperar una entrada en long en XRP y a ver cómo nos va. Alex, we're ready for some Tesla.
Nice. Tessie girl. Honestly, what an interesting chart. It's just been stuck here for a little bit. And I keep seeing CT get very bullish on Tesla.
Yep.
Let's see
That's
why.
the beauty of it.
Yeah, let's see why. Because the chart will tell us, son. And so far, I will say the flip side of this, which is bullish, is that you're flipping this wick into support. But see, this consolidation for the last few months, really you need to see a move if you're having a bullish bias sooner rather than later, honestly, a move out of here. Because what you're potentially doing is becoming weaker. This looks like a major liquidity grab, which means any move up is just simply potentially a lower high forming. And also you got a liquidity grab to the downside. Could absolutely just be a quick liquidity grab. New all-time high, we'll say. But even if that is, then we're in higher high posturing on the monthly. Bulls really just need to see expansion out of here. Just up only mode kind of for Tesla if you're really trying to be bullish here. Because now when we view the weekly, you can see you're at the big spot, right? That $438 region was a pretty big zone. I think, yeah, $436 and like 50 cents. Big zone. If you end up deviating it, you're falling back within this range. You're potentially going to get a move all the way down to that 415, where that's the red line. That's kind of where you saw once 415 was lost, a major rejection down on Tesla. That did end up leading you all the way down to that $200 region. So still that's not happening. You're holding support, but right, barely holding on to support, in my perspective. You made that high, you've immediately come down. You've lost the weekly 9, and this week you've just tested it and now rejecting. Giving bears the upper hand here. Next 2 days, if you start seeing Tesla close under $436.51, you do have to be concerned of this range or scenario opening up that we experienced in the beginning of the year, January. And actually, let's go back to the weekly. There's still a lot to talk about. You even have a weekly volatility setup, breaking above the moving average, not falling under it, and it's not giving you the setup firing off, but just implications that volatility here is starting to pick up, and it's very close to actually confirming a volatility setup. Now, if you start losing that $438 region on Tesla, to me, I'm going to start really being concerned that this volatility setup is trying to fire off to the downside. Now, confirmation of that easily for me will be once you actually lose this weekly EMA 34. So at that point, you're under 415, major meme line zone, last rejection spot, honestly, that really took you down to $200. Back under the EMA 21, big zone here on the weekly that's been holding us. I mean, this was the last spot before it made the high. Under the weekly median, and you'll even get that weekly sell trigger, psychological number around $400 becoming loss, giving you more of a bias to go down towards that $371 region, and that's where you get your breakdown. So you notice here the weekly EMA 100 sitting at $328 hasn't been tested. You start losing this 34, that's going to be the target to around that zone. About a 17% move. And for the last few weeks, when we've been talking about Tesla, really it's been hard to become bullish here, even despite a brand new all-time high. Because if this all-time high was going to hold, I would have wanted to really see $465 just hold, consolidate, or just very easily not go under November. November is wick high here, November 3rd. That to me would have been a good sign of continuation. Instead, you're just falling back within this range. Losing the weekly 9 doesn't signal continuation, signals weakness to me. And the fact that the weekly volatility did absolutely nothing in terms of this high here also is a concern because, well, it could start firing off to the downside. So that's the weekly view. Not looking the best. It's not the worst, but we'll quickly get confirmation into next week if you're potentially going to start making your move down to 415. Watch $436. That's going to be your line in the sand. We'll talk about it more in the lower time frames, but if you start seeing this weekly close under $436, you'll either be in a chop zone scenario, but even in this chop zone scenario, you did make a move down to 415 before getting a bounce, or you'll just start getting continuation down from 436 SRA, meaning it was flipped into support. You'd be watching for that being flipped into resistance. It does get flipped into resistance. I mean, brewing that 415 move where then that's your kind of final kicker as a bear if you're going to break down or not. Again, similar to what we were saying here, even once you started to really break down in November, we needed to start seeing the move down to 375. Once you got back above 415, you weren't in any kind of breakdown scenario anymore. This then led you up to that new high. So if you revert, come all the way down, start losing it, It's the same kind of energy you're here, but now you're potentially just more in bearish price structure. Why? Because, well, you had the EMA 21 on the weekly pretty down, actually. This caught the low at 380s. Now it's pretty much lined up nicely with that 415 range. So if you start losing 415, it'll just be much more weaker, something that didn't occur here in November, while also potentially, firing maybe volatility on the weekly, potentially. Where back here, this was in contraction. This was just contracting, if you notice. See, Tesla's like a ball underwater. You really can't keep it here for much longer. It will either make a move up from this point back above 465 and make a new high towards that $530 region, or it'll just start breaking down and Tesla won't reach $500, something that just seems pretty much guaranteed on crypto Twitter. $500 is coming up. Now that was all just based off the weekly. A lot of good data on that weekly, but we even have this bi-weekly here. Telling you this is a pretty big zone that we're currently in. Notice that bi-weekly median freshly lost. Now again, this is interesting because all these moves down so far that you've been seeing since September really haven't been fully in bear control. Now you freshly have lost this bi-weekly median into December, going into this new year. This is really not looking the best. I mean, you're potentially just getting a bi-weekly median rejection. That gives you an HPDR target down to that 390 zone, testing essentially November's low. But you do notice here also the 5 is getting lost. Now this is closing in 9 days, so we just want to be watching carefully. But this again isn't really the chart that's showing continuation to new highs. It's actually showing a lot of weakness. And you're at a big spot here on Tesla where you've seen some pretty epic moves down. You want to be watching to see if this bi-weekly 9 will get lost. Now the weekly losing the 9 already has implications for this bi-weekly 9 to potentially get lost. You want to be watching very carefully. It's already almost been tested. I'll keep going to the higher time frames, and then we'll focus on the lower. And even the monthly here kind of plays into the idea that you do kind of need to see a move here sooner rather than later. Bulls are running on potentially as being a monthly bull flag. It's playing out a little too long. You'd expect to see some kind of move in January, really. This is a monthly throwback. You've tested the monthly EMA 5. You have 23 days left to go. This is kind of the reasoning if you're a bull, in which I was saying in the beginning. If you're a bull here, you're just kind of looking for a pretty explosive move up to the 500s. You have an HPDR target here, breakout, go to $475. In all honesty, really the 61.8% will be brewing. That's at $530. So you've gotten the retests, but now you need to see bulls actually pick up. And again, if you start really losing 415, confluence of that being a big zone, simply based on it falling back under the 38.2%, back under the 5, and you can just simply see where the median is actually sitting perfectly at our next target at 371 if you lose 415. So bulls need to pick up here pretty soon. And so far, the weekly is not shaping up for a move up so far. Quickly can change if you get back above 465. But until then, it just looks like the weekly has put in a top candle. You've gotten follow through. This follow through has led you to lose the weekly 9. And now you've rallied up to that point, but it just seems like you're putting in a bearish retest before going lower. So things have shifted on this bi-monthly chart, closed under the median. And it's interesting because you're even testing the bottom side 38.2%, very near it actually. Where is that coming close to our 415 zone? So that's actually a very interesting perspective. And again, why bulls actually kind of need to see this bounce sooner rather than later. This could just result into a bi-monthly breakdown off the back of potentially a bi-monthly hanging man here, usually form near the end of uptrends. Your wick body, your wick low, your high here, your candle body, not closing in doji, little up, and potentially getting follow through with confirmation of this maybe being some kind of local top simply by the fact that you've lost that bi-monthly median for the first time, and like, I guess since you reclaimed it in November 2024. So yeah, I don't really see why everyone's super bullish on CT about Tesla. It's pretty concerning, actually. Looks pretty concerning to me. Yeah, it looks like it's on the verge, actually. Now it can quickly turn bullish, but you need to start seeing bulls pick up here. We've really focused on the higher time frames. Now let's see if the lower time frames are telling us anything. So you have a 5-day volatility setup that's in conflict with your weekly. And again, just like the weekly, the 5 days getting back above the moving average. Again, no sign here of expansion. You need 15% to actually break. But this is just telling me, okay, maybe volatility is going to start picking up somewhat. It's interesting to see that with this move down. You do see you're losing the 5-day 9, right? The 5-day 9's been holding really since the reclaim back in November. So this entire move up, you've been trailing the 5-day 9. Now you're losing it and you're rejecting. Now the next target here is really honestly that median in the EMA 21. You've gotten close to it, but still not tapped, sitting at $422, very close to 415. That's still the big line in the sand. If you lose 415 going into February, it's going to be absolutely disastrous for Tesla. And the objective for bulls at that point will be how quickly can they get reclaimed. So if they stay under 415, already seen some pretty epic dumps. Mind you, volatility here is different than where it was over here. You're actually getting a volatility setup, the weekly 5-day, getting that bi-monthly median loss, potentially brewing a bi-monthly local top. And the hopium now is trend. But as soon as you start seeing November's low get taken out on Tesla, specifically the low at $382.78, yeah, that's all bull hopium is lost, in my opinion. You really should just be looking for lower. Now we can look even at the 2-day and see. So 2 days closing today, it's very actually close to a sell trigger. So all of this has just brought you down to the 2-day to give you a sell trigger. Now it's pretty much lined up nicely. You lose that 2-day EMA 34, it'll be the start of potentially losing this mid-range here. This acted as nice support, honestly, for the lower time frames. Above it gave you moves up as long as you held above it. Staying under it gave you moves down. Now you have that 2-day EMA 34 there. I don't know why this keeps doing that. So you want to be watching the zone very carefully. If you start losing this into today, that'll just give you implications of that 415 move potentially brewing into next week or by the end of this week. Now we can see here, right, this EMA 34, if you lose it, will give you a target down to the 100. Now you didn't see it really work out here, right? You lost it, got bought up, went down, formed some kind of cheeky price divergence, went up. But here it actually worked pretty nicely. You lost it, rallied up, rejected it, and then you got a pretty easy move down to the EMA 100 on the 2-day. Yeah, like 17% with your eyes closed. That's pretty nice. So you can see here, this is starting to line up. If bulls can't really defend that 436, it will start opening up 415, but you will have to make the argument, will that just be the loss of 415, giving you that deeper move down to the 370s? Because you see here, the EMA 100 is about 12% away. But what would be the technical target here? With even weekly volatility and 5-day volatility supporting a big move. So you want to be watching the 2-day carefully, because that's when things can really start shifting. If you're trying to be a bear here, you can start looking for setups here as long as you stay under 438, or is it 436? My apologies. Going into the next 2-day candle closure. Then it'll look like this. You maybe get some kind of lower high formed here before the breakdown. Let's go to the daily. And daily to me looks like just like the 2 days losing major support. Daily gives you confidence of this just being a bearish retest, potentially lower high. Target down on the daily is still the EMA 100, similar to the 2-day at 420. Confluence too of a major breakdown at 415 just simply by the daily EMA 100. Liquid's been holding pretty nicely here. The EMA 100, and even on this move down, you got chop around it. You lost it one time. That was a trap, and you broke out. So I still stand on it. If you lose 415 on Tesla going into next week, or even 2 to 3 closures under on the daily under 415, that'll be a really good indication that this is going to start breaking down towards 370. Now you've seen these ranges play out pretty nicely. 415's lost, rejects, moves immediately down to 370, where then that doesn't hold. Here we want to be watching that scenario carefully because you do have that daily SMA 200 around that region. If you start losing this daily SMA 200, that'll be major implications that the monthly is going to start closing bad. You're then not going to hold above the monthly 9 and potentially start making a move down to the monthly 21. So now in the higher time frames, we know Tesla is absolutely terrible. Not much really to say on that. As a bull, you just simply need to get it back above 465 and hold it. And then you can make an argument for high. But until then, this has just been going down since that high. You have to really question if that was just a liquidity grab. Yes, made a new high though, so that's great. But you've also now shifted daily trend down. So that's not a good sign if you want continuation. Weekly has a major volatility setup. While losing the weekly 9 could be just that easy indication, right? As long as you're under the weekly 9, you're not going to really get a bullish move up, but rather more of an implication of a move down to 370s and lower. And in this same region here that you're now consolidating, you've also seen once you lose 415, you get very harsh moves to the downside, pretty easy short setups. So is now the time to short today? No, you're watching the 2-day. You want to see if you lose the 2-day EMA 34. That in itself is a sell trigger, and then you're using the weekly to give you confluence to see if 415 gets lost. If you see a scenario like this, gets lost, rejects, that'll be an easy short, and that's something I'll be watching for ETA because I don't think Tesla's just going to stay up here forever. And I honestly don't think this high is going to play in the bull's hands. Because just look at this on the higher time frame. It looks like actually nothing's changed. You just quickly took out the stops using this high in November. So we'll have to see really carefully. Rates against time for bulls, though. You need to start seeing bulls pick up here. If they can't pick up within this next month, so in 23 days, they can't get a bounce out of here, it's going to look really concerning going into February, in my opinion. So you have a time frame, you have an area. 436 is a big zone. As a bull, you just need to see that be defended. And if you start seeing that loss as soon as today, it's going to be your first sign that this is starting to break down. You can even see here, you're just at the last spot on the 2-day. So if you're bullish, you need to start seeing this either get a deviation, reclaim, or just simply not lose 436. So that's all I have on Tesla. Not looking the best though, honestly. And it really does look like it wants 370. So
yeah, at the very least, I think it's going to go way lower than that. I mean, it's also temporality. If you look at Rivian, Lucid, blah, 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 January, February, March, around March, April, it's when it bottoms. And that's independent of everything that's going on. So let's go with that. Mr. Farjano, Mexicano, can you please show us Oculus so you guys can go?
All right.
Both.
Let me share my screen.
Bam. Thank you, Alex. That was very clear and simple.
Yeah, I think Tesla will be an easy trade if just patience. Either 415 loss or 465 reclaim.
Yep. The guy with the AMC. I want to talk to Carol, Ian Carroll, because he told me I didn't know anything. I told him to get out at 30. He was like, "You don't know what you're talking about, bro," because he used to drive Uber and follow the thing on Reddit. So now he knows better. But hey, listen, we're listening to someone that gets conspiracy theories off Wikipedia. So that's what you get when you listen to people like that. All righty, we're ready, sir.
But he's down $75,000 on AMC.
Fucking retard. I learned the hard way, but I put very little money. Thank God.
He put $86,000 into fucking AMC.
Yeah, dude, you have to be completely fucking retarded. So either way, congratulations to that dude.
Or you gotta hate money.
You got absolutely. I mean, you hate it without knowing that you hate it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Take us
You
there,
have a
sir.
natural repellent. All right. So on the monthly, you are getting momentum flipping to the downside. You are starting to lose the bullish control zone with volatility going into contraction, and you're getting a monthly sell signal with the God mode background. You haven't confirmed the sell signal yet, but it will confirm at the end of this monthly close, assuming you close below this candle's high, which is at $114.29. If you take out that high, then you're likely going to come back up and retest this current all-time high somewhere around $189. Previously, that was beyond the 100% range, but now the 100% range has stepped up. And so you tapping that area now would only take you to somewhere around the 78.6 to the 88.3%. But that comes with a big if, and that of taking out that $114.29 high, and that's on a closing basis, by the way. 2 week is getting very extreme to the downside. This is the area where it does tend to flip back up with volatility pretty much topped out, and the 2 week jewel still giving you the sell signal. And we are currently getting a bounce from the 97.5% range from the HPDR. And now we're getting back over all of our major EMAs as well. You want to see a close back over the 9 EMA and ideally close over the 95% at about $99.34. Then you should see a move somewhere back into this breakdown zone at around $115, $116. And that gives you that possibility of taking out that last high on that 114 high on a closing basis. And then you can come back up and retest this 38.2% around 146 bucks. Weekly is already flipped back up, getting pretty extreme to the upside now, with volatility going into a contraction phase, and the weekly jewel starting to lose the sell signal, flipping into a neutral signal. Let's see, and you are going to be very close to forming some hidden bearish divergence. Once you take out this high, price is still going to be making a lower high, and at that point you will have possible hidden bearish divergence. 5 day also flipped up with volatility contracting. 5 days close to reclaiming that 38.2%, closing over it actually. Yeah, it's sitting at $97.77. If you can close over that area, you should see a move into the 78.6, which is currently at about that 149, 150-ish area. 2 days also flipped up with volatility very close to going into expansion. 2 day jewels losing the sell signal. 2 days already gotten the close over the 38.2%, giving you a target towards somewhere around $100 to 106. And 2 days giving you a fresh silver cross with the 21 going above the 55. And then daily is now closed over all of our major EMAs as well. Daily is getting over the 88.3%, with momentum currently still pointing up, getting pretty extreme. Volatility is expanding, and you want to see a close over the 88.3% at 97.64. You should see a movement somewhere around 100, like 105, 106 for the 95%. And 4 hours also flipped up with volatility expanding, although it's getting very extreme. And the 4 hours still playing out that buy signal with the pink crossing above the yellow in the bullish control zone. You are getting to the 95% right now. So if you close over about 96.57, you should go up to somewhere around 97%, 200 SMA, around that low $100 area. But this is a very high probability area for rejection and a little bit of a pullback while these ranges can step up. Now let's check the RSI. Two weeks about to put in a fresh drive of hitting bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $85.83, and that will give you an easy target towards the simple moving average, which currently sits at, wow, $200, $201. This will update in 9 days, however, so whatever it is at that time is going to be the target. Weekly is also putting in another drive from hitting bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 85.83. That gives you a target towards the simple moving average, which currently sits at 143, 144. 5 day also putting in a drive of hitting bullish divergence. This confirms with any close over 81.31, and that gives you a target towards the simple moving average. It sits at 147. 2 day already confirmed a regular bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $71.76. Next target is the bullish control zone at 114.50. 4 hour also has active bullish divergence, but you're already in the critical zone. Let's look at momentum. Momentum on the monthly is currently pointing down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain pointing down as long as you're closing below $174. 2-week is also pointing down as long as you're closing below $135.21. Although you're getting quite extreme in this area, in the next open, this pivot is likely going to go down. Weekly is now very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you close over 103.64. 5 days very close to flipping up. Also, we're already above the pivot, and it will flip back up tomorrow if you close over $96.13. 2 days already flipped up with a derp of life, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 77.61, and that pivot is significantly below price action. Daily is also flipped up with a derp of life with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $71. And 4 hours also flipped up with a derp of life as long as you're closing over $84.54. So the high time frames are still leaning bearish with momentum flipping down, but there is starting to be hopium now with monthly having a possibility of reclaiming all of our major EMAs, and if that does happen, we're going to get at least another test of our current highs, and we are getting on a 2-week volatility starting to contract from that range of extremes that it stayed at on the way up, with momentum getting very extreme now and very close to flipping back up, putting in possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week, the weekly, the 5-day, all the way down on all of our medium-term timeframes. So currently have possibility for hidden bullish divergence, and the lower ones have already confirmed regular bullish divergence, which right now in the low timeframes with momentum being pointed up, volatility expanding, gives you a target towards somewhere around low $100, like 106 to possibly 115. Although that area likely does give you a little bit of a rejection and a pullback because you are getting very extreme areas on momentum and the HPDR. That pullback maybe takes you towards somewhere around $100 flat and turns that $100 area from resistance into support, and then from there the next target on the hidden bullish divergence somewhere around $140 to $150, and then if you can get closures over that area, the next RSI target is at $200. I'm not saying it's going to go to $200, just those are the levels where if you right now you're looking at a move towards somewhere around 106 to 115. Daily closures over 115 takes you into somewhere around 140 to 150, and then I'd say to be safe, weekly closures over that 150 area take you into 200.
Thank you very much, senors. We're absolutely fucking done. Is there anything you'd like to add before you go?
On Bitcoin, I'd say watch that $90,000 area. Start to lose $90,000 on a 4-hour closing basis, then prepare for the breakdown.
Yeah, same with me. Watch that 12-hour setup tonight, potentially. I'll post a trade on ETA if it triggers.
Fucking sweet tits, boys. Thank you so much for everything. Enjoy. Tomorrow we have class, so remember, because I always forget.
Perfect.
Thank
Buenos
you so much.
tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego,
Cochiloco
Cochiloco.
signing off.
Adios, Alex.
See you boys
Thank
tomorrow.
you. Enjoy the beach. Ok. Tesla, damas y caballeros, para todos ustedes. Tesla es lo que habíamos platicado. No hay más, ¿no? Bueno, sí hay más. Puede que, ¿no? Los que dicen que ya es bajista, que es alcista, continúa alcista. Mínimo en la semanal estamos preparando un setup de volatilidad y podemos ver esto. Vela topera, caída, ¿no? A Tesla le gusta hacer lo mismo que a Bitcoin. Antes de continuar subiendo, baja, ¿no? Es como la gatada. Ven este mínimo de acá, este es el de los aranceles. El de acá bajó a un poquito más. Acá les dije, el que esté buscando hacer un corto en Tesla en alto histórico lo va a encontrar, porque a Tesla le encanta hacer esta gatada de que subió acá a 4.89 y ahorita 4.99 y justamente se dio la vuelta. Ahora, ¿por qué digo que se está dando la vuelta? Temporalidad. En temporalidad me refiero a enero, febrero, marzo hasta abril. Es cuando las empresas de coches eléctricos tienen sus fondos. No tengo ni puta idea por qué, pero eso es normalmente. Ahora estamos hablando de que Tesla vendió 20% menos coches o más de 20% menos coches y también su utilidad bajó y bajará más de 20%, pero nadie está hablando de ello. Lo que a mí, cuando no me estás dando las malas noticias, acá quiere decir que me estás vendiendo que va a continuar subiendo. ¿Y eso por qué lo harían? Para que yo compre en esta zona, que les he dicho, esta es una zona de distribución. Yo por eso vendí en 4.68, ahorita estoy arriba de esta. Estoy contento, pero puede darse la vuelta y continuar y ya pues posicionaremos después si es lo que da. Pero personalmente no lo creo. Además de eso, si les pongo la de 2 semanas, pueden ver acá clarito, de este tope a este tope, a este tope, a este tope, conectando todo esto, es una zona perfecta de rechazo. Esto es un SFP que hizo que tuviera una caída dramática. Acá simplemente nos rechazó. Tiene menos fuerza ahora que antes. ¿Ok? Y puedes ver que volatilidad venía de extremos hasta arriba y volatilidad la tienes aquí abajo en esta segunda vela. Esto a mí me dice que estoy perfectamente bien posicionado. Discretamente, esta hija de puta cerró debajo del promedio del 5. Yo quiero ver esta cómo va a cerrar. Si cierra por debajo del promedio del 5, normalmente es lo que nos da el indicador para la gran caída. En la de 2 semanas para Tesla. Y una vez más, el hecho de que todo el mundo continúe siendo alcista. Yo también soy muy alcista a largo plazo en Tesla, ustedes lo saben. Voy a poner 30% de todo mi cash en Tesla. Lo he contado y les conté mis planes de inversión en esto. Y simplemente creo que puede corregir bastante interesantemente. ¿Por qué? Porque todo tiene que corregir ahorita. Y más Tesla. Porque una vez más, los resultados, simplemente con que no me hablen de resultados, con que nadie me esté diciendo que el volumen en cuanto a ganancias se refiere siendo destruido por la quitada, porque recuerda, no nada más les quitaron los $7,500 que regalaba el gobierno para que compraras el coche, ¿no? Que eso quiere decir que el coche lo podían vender a 100% de margen y ganarle rico. Ahora tienes que reducir tú tu margen y darles ese 7,500 de descuento y más. Y ese es el pedo enorme. Tal cual como con las casas, los coches en este momento están en un periodo en Estados Unidos donde no se mueven, donde la gente no tiene para comprar, los precios no caen, pero no hay transacciones. No las hay. No las hay. Lo estamos viendo con los números caídos, tal cual como habíamos dicho. Con todo y que están dando los mismos o mejores descuentos que antes. En realidad son mejores descuentos que antes. Deberían de ver los correos que tengo de Lucid. Lucid rompió el récord de ventas que había tenido antes. Lucid está en otro lugar. Tesla en este momento, aunque estén celebrando esto, esta es la gran vendida a todo el mundo antes de la metida de pito y después lo que sigue, que es lo bueno. Porque ahí es donde ya Tesla va a ser el proveedor número 1 de trabajo, sea primero en logística, sea después en todo lo que se refiere a actividades humanas y empezando con los choferes, ¿no? Que son los coches. Ya se manejan solos, ya están ahí. Y ahí muchos dirán, pero entonces eso no es, todavía no es alcista porque no hay regulación, porque todavía no lo pasan y eso es a propósito, tíos. A propos. Trinity has entered the Matrix. Perdón, estaba pensando en la película de The Matrix. Pero en fin, tenemos máximo histórico, altos, más altos, pero esto tal cual como Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, consolidamos para abajo, tenemos movimientos para arriba, consolidamos para arriba, tenemos movimientos para abajo, consolidamos para abajo, vamos para arriba. Es bastante sencillo y esta consolidación no puede ser más alcista en este gráfico. Vamos a la de 6 meses rápidamente porque esto pinta una excelente fotografía con lo que les estaba contando. La de 6 meses está preparando el movimiento más grande en la historia de todo Tesla. El último movimiento que dio así fue el de julio antes de este gran putazo a la alza. Esto nos puede dar algo completamente contrario. Y no sé cuántos de ustedes estén poniendo atención a lo que Elon ahora se está metiendo otra vez en política, etcétera. Normalmente esos ciclos de cuando Elon entra en política, todo el mundo le pinta bigotes nazi en todos lados, el bigote de Hitler, el saludo nazi, y eso quiere decir que eventualmente Tesla cae, le da lugar a la narrativa, en vez de decir lo obvio, ¿no? Que, güey, subimos el precio hasta acá, Elon es el hombre más rico del mundo, cada que sacan que Elon es el güey más rico del mundo y empiezan a hablar de impuestos, normalmente ese es el tope, y eso es parte de mi fascinación con poder entender narrativas y recordarlas junto con el precio de las cosas, que creo que sería bastante útil para ustedes si no lo usan. En verdad, aprender las narrativas grandes que mueven a la gente, que generan pláticas. Y esto es obviamente algo que sé por marketing y por redes sociales, ¿no? Pero creo que si lo puedes aprender, va a ser muy valioso para ti en poder estudiar el mercado. Tesla tiene una clara tendencia alcista en este gráfico de 6 meses. Lo puedes ver desde acá, desde los $15 hasta los $500. Básicamente ha sido un absoluto tren. Nunca hemos perdido esta línea roja. Yo entrando en esta línea roja, cuando llegamos a tocar por acá en los $200, $220, esperaría tomadas de liquidez que probablemente nos lleven hasta los 183, pero mi zona de acumulación en Tesla podría ser, y una vez más, dependo de las noticias, cabrones, dependo de las noticias. La primera zona de acumulación importante sería en los $300. La segunda zona de acumulación importante sería por acá, básicamente, en los $225. Esas serían las dos zonas a las que voy a estar volteando a ver cuando me den buenas y malas noticias. Ahora, si este movimiento en la tabla de 6 meses lo da a la baja, el movimiento va a ser más grande y esperaría los $180. Y este sería en realidad el límite que yo estaría buscando, por ahí de los 180. No sabemos qué va a pasar y también tenemos que entender que si vamos a mover liquidez en cantidades de trillones al dólar, todo va a estar mucho más castigado de lo que pensamos todos. Es lo que yo pensaría. Ahorita le comenté en un tweet a Brian Armstrong porque aparentemente China con su moneda estable está empezando a darle dividendos a la gente. Ahora sí que intereses, ¿no? Que es básicamente lo que nosotros estamos haciendo con el Genius Act. Y dice Brian, estoy preocupado de que tal vez no lo vayan a... Güey, vas a dejar que las instituciones primero compren la mejor deuda, que es la más cara, la que mejor paga, y ya cuando pague nada, todas las monedas estables se van a volver yield porque va a ser la manera en convertir a todo el mundo en tener monedas estables sin que tengan que comprar pinches bonos, porque literalmente cuando compren sus monedas estables están comprando bonos sin saber, y eso es parte del plan y eso es una gran cantidad de liquidez yendo a esto. Y eso es lo que nos va a dar ese gran rebote en todo cripto, nos va a dar una gran entrada de liquidez en todos esos mercados y nos va a dar ese ciclo de 8 años que les he dicho que va a ser explosivo una vez más. Esa es mi esperanza. Pero antes de ello tenemos que comer mierda y comer mierda empieza por acá en Tesla. Entonces, en la de 6 meses nos vemos alcistas, estamos por encima de todos los promedios, no hay nada que nos diga que es bajista esta tabla en la de 6 meses. Eso quiere decir que en 1 año, 2 años continúa siendo alcista. En 2, 3 años. Eso es una tabla de 6 meses, eso es lo que te da. Esta tabla te da un movimiento de 1 año y medio, la trimestral, y continúa siendo alcista. El promedio más bajo cercano es el promedio del 5, que está en los 380 y estamos bastante por arriba de ello. Pero pueden ver, cada que tenemos un bajón significante como el de los $100 en octubre, cuando tuvimos el de abril del 2024 en los 140, $130, siempre hemos venido a tocar el promedio del 34. Y todavía no venimos a tocar el promedio del 34. Ahora, esto me enseña más fuerza en esta gráfica, va al revés. En esta gráfica el promedio del 34 lo estamos usando menos. Normalmente en las gráficas va al revés. Esto quiere decir que tal vez el promedio del 34 no se ha visitado y esto es por lo que les digo que el 21 sería para mí una zona importante. Pero, atentos, todas nuestras velas a partir de esta caída en el 24 han tocado el 21. Lo que, una vez más, y el promedio del 55 está bajando por acá. Lo que nos dice que lo mejor que podemos hacer es, en vez de apostar a un número, es esperar a ver cuándo la gente le empieza a decir en X a Elon. Y sé que piensen que es mamada y les estoy enseñando análisis técnico, pero les enseño análisis técnico para que entiendan fundamentales y puedan decir, ok, estoy acá en los $300 y ya estoy viendo que a la gente le están diciendo eso. Estoy viendo el promedio del 21 que va por ahí, que literalmente lo ha respetado más y más. Eso quiere decir que entonces en los $300 voy a entrar. Eso es lo que te va a ayudar los fundamentales de análisis técnico cuando lo juntas con cómo funciona la psicología del mercado. Debería de escribir un libro que se llama La psicología del mercado. Estoy seguro que alguien ya lo escribió y que no se trata nada de lo que le estoy diciendo. Pero el libro tendría 3 páginas, ¿no? Y todos serían fotografías. Qué pendejo soy. Lo bueno es que estoy aquí para reírme de mí mismo. Y es justamente lo que estamos viendo. Trimestral continúa siendo alcista y había dicho esto. Hemos tenido por fin expansión contracción de volatilidad, es lo que está apuntando ahorita. Y justamente después de esta subida que nos la dio con literalmente un poquito de expansión en volatilidad, estamos entrando en uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla. Lo pueden ver, no es mucha la diferencia, pero definitivamente empezamos a caer y eso nos dice que estamos ante una corrección, una posible corrección si es que esto se mantiene así. Todavía faltan literalmente 3 meses para cerrar esta pinche tabla, así que Dios ampare a todo el mundo. Una vela de indecisión a tope es una vela topera en mi libro y esta justamente es un doji. Vamos a la mensual rápidamente. En la mensual tenemos volatilidad en expansión, pero la primera sesión que nos dio en expansión fue a la alza y continuó expandiendo y ahora va a la baja. Esto declara indecisión, lo que básicamente puedes ver esta vela aquí y esta vela acá. está hecho a propósito para que no puedas hacer un corto y para que no puedas hacer un long y quedarte acá en lo que están absorbiendo toda la liquidez de toda la gente que piensa que los robots ya van a venir en un año y van a cambiar al mundo, y por más que estén más o menos listos, los van a soltar cuando esto sea necesario, y eso todavía no es hoy. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad contrayendo, lo que me dice que también mi mensual va a contraer, que mi 3 semanas va a contraer, si es que estamos adelantados. Les digo, aquí la atención está en el detalle. El detalle es, damas y caballeros, cerramos por debajo del promedio del 5. Una vez cerrado debajo del promedio del 5 es lo que causa la sangre. Y lo que me gusta de este bajón del promedio del 5 fue, te enseñó acá que el 9 aguantó, ¿no? Te enseñó acá que apenas si cayó, está aguantando el precio. Esto es una trampa perfecta para cualquier persona que sea alcista y esté buscando esas excusas, entendiendo la posición de Tesla. Para mí, y se los digo una vez más, tengo el promedio del 200 por acá, en los 215, lo que me hace pensar que esa zona es bastante viable, pero cuando me estoy fijando en esta tabla, yo volteo a ver la semanal. La semanal es la que me habla a mí. Estamos ante un setup de volatilidad preparándose. Volatilidad va a continuar contrayendo, aumentando todavía más presión en el movimiento que se vaya a dar acá en Tesla. Tenemos una vela topera, tenemos instantáneamente seguimiento. Además de eso, tienes un cierre por debajo del promedio del 5, debajo del 9, y ahora vas una vez más. Esto no lo habías hecho. La única vez que cerraste bajo el promedio del 9 fue este ajuste de noviembre rápido, que fueron 2 semanas, y además fue rápido el chingadazo al promedio del 21 para sacar a la gente. Ahora todo el mundo va a esperar que esto aguante o que ni lo vengas a tocar, simplemente por cómo está postulado, pero esto es bajista. Además de que, una vez más, Tesla no consolida para arriba antes de un subidón, consolida para abajo. Y esto está consolidando para arriba entre mínimos y altos. Entonces eso le da más confluencia a mi análisis. Y acá lo que vengo a decir es, cada que vienes entre la semanal y las 2 semanas es la que me hacen pensar dónde voy a encontrar mi rango de inversión, porque debajo del promedio del 200 está acá, debajo de los $300. ¿Me entiendes? Entonces vamos a ver cómo aguanta. Cada que entramos en debajo del S&P 200 es cuando queremos invertir en Tesla. Esta fue la oportunidad en abril del 2024. Debajo del S&P 200 fue esta en agosto del 2024. Esta fue nuestra oportunidad que tomamos en el 2025, en abril, con los aranceles haciendo más de un 100% de nuestra lana, doblando nuestra lana en meses, porque aparte vendimos rápido en septiembre, que fue cuando dio el putazo para arriba, si no mal recuerdo. Y eso fue literalmente hermoso. No, fue esta. Fue en noviembre del 2025. Acá sí. No, fue esta. La de septiembre, efectivamente. Entonces fue abril, enero, febrero, marzo, abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre. En 5 meses hicimos el doble de nuestra lana. Y eso es lo que a mí me importa. Ahorita si ustedes me dicen, güey, pero Ale, si esta chingadera baja y se queda en los 270, ¿no te vas a sentir mal por haber vendido? No, porque ya hice el doble de mi dinero. Ya tengo 2 veces más dinero para meter acá, menos impuestos, obviamente, pero ustedes no saben si puedo hacer un offset de mis impuestos o no este año, no tienen ni idea. ¿Hasta cuánto también? ¿No? Y por eso digo, no me importa. A mí me gusta que todo se me pague rápido. Y es por eso que digo, a veces es bueno estar monitoreando el mercado y ver este tipo de olas, porque si en el 2024 me dijeron que no podía caer, ¿se acuerdan? Que era de, güey, ya, Trump, le pagó Elon Musk a Trump. Elon Musk es el presidente. ¿Qué fue lo que hizo esto? Cayó. Y es justamente lo que estoy esperando acá. Simplemente alcista arriba de 450, que es esta línea, que es la que estás perdiendo ya, y eso te va a llevar acá. La siguiente línea a perder, bueno, hay 2, 430 y después 414. Una vez que pierdas 414, y ahora, lo peor que puedes ver es esto, que venga acá y continúe para arriba, porque eso quiere decir que continúe en una zona de distribución, continúa haciendo la ilusión de que está haciendo bajos más altos. No es una ilusión, los está haciendo con altos más altos. Y eso sería la peor trampa para gente que es alcista en este momento en este mercado, que no tiene sentido alguno. Yo estaría volteando a ver la semanal con este setup de volatilidad entre la semanal y la de 2 semanas, porque estás perdiendo el promedio del 5. Estas 2 tablas son críticas. Acá, primer nivel a superar si eres alcista, 450. Segundo nivel, 460. Tercero, máximo histórico. Ahora, eres bajista, no quieres ver a Tesla pasar una vez más por encima de los 469. Básicamente. Aunque hasta que no estés haciendo un nuevo máximo histórico, este es el pedo de esta invalidación, y por lo que funciona psicológicamente también, puedes venir a los 4.48 una vez más, que es el alto histórico pasado, y simplemente darte la vuelta para abajo. Una vez más, temporalidad no le favorece a Tesla, buenas noticias no le favorecen a Tesla, el que esté consolidando para arriba no le favorece a Tesla, no es alcista, y que esté cerrando la tabla de 2 semanas por debajo del promedio del 5 y la semanal por debajo del promedio del 9, 2 veces seguidas, puede ser la receta mortal para empezar esa corrección grande que tiene Tesla, y sobre todo el que nadie esté comentando de los malos resultados, y no como malos resultados. La gente está diciendo, es que ya no importan los coches, que no estén hablando literalmente de solamente el volumen que decreció, que fueron 20%, pero el volumen en margen que está decreciendo, que es lo peor de todo. Eso quiere decir que resultados van a encogerse cabrón. Fue lo contrario que pasó en el mercado más alcista que hemos visto del 2021. Y eso es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Eso es Tesla. Vámonos a Oclo en putiza. Oclo, una vez más, había pintado lo que parece ser fondo, pero tienen que entender, habíamos puesto estos objetivos cuando veníamos de aquí arriba, después de ver esta vela topera. Semanal y la de 2 semanas también me parece que lo había pintado. ¿Era la mensual? La mensual, era lo que lo había pintado. Simplemente estás haciendo, veniste al promedio del 9 y estás dando esto con un rechazo del promedio del 100. Entonces, si volteamos a ver Oclo, no lo puedes ver en temporales tan altas porque no hay tantos datos. Pero Oclo en este momento está recuperando esta zona. La zona de los 110 es la que nos debería de rechazar siguiente. Y esa zona en 110, si podemos romper acá los 117, yo diría, ¿sabes qué? Esto fue el fondo y vámonos para arriba. Pero no es así. Oclo va a ir y venir a esta zona. Nunca ha visitado esa parte. La última vez paró en el 55. Por esto esta es mi zona de máximo interés por ahí de los $40. Y hoy sacaron una noticia positiva de Oclo diciendo que, güey, el gobierno de Estados Unidos, y si no me creen, la acabo de retuitear, perdón, les voy a enseñar esto porque literalmente es súper importante de verdad entender esto. Aquí está. Oclo signed a DOE agreement to design, build, and operate radioisotope pilot plant under the reactor pilot program. It shows Oclo isn't just working on nuclear power, but also critical nuclear infrastructure with the government. No hay nada más alcista. Te están diciendo que Oclo no nada más trabaja en reactores nucleares minis para poder darle todo el poder a AI. Te están diciendo que Oclo trabaja con el gobierno de Estados Unidos para poder rehacer toda la inversión y la infraestructura nuclear que existe en el país. ¿Y qué hay más alcista que eso? Y además tener al hijo de Satanás, que es Sam Altman, puesto el iniciador de esto. Una vez más, Oclo a mí me encantó cuando estábamos acá, acá abajo, en los $8, $7. Nos venimos hasta acá, cabrón. Estoy encantado con esta empresa y sé que va a tener más crecimiento. El FOMO es brutal porque ya vimos cuánto fue esto. Para la gente que no tiene una puta idea, vean esto. Desde $9 hasta acá, estás hablando de 2000%, 20x en tu dinero. ¿Ok? Y ahora hay gente que está entrando una vez más acá. Personalmente no lo veo bien. Ya habías perdido el promedio del 9, lo ganaste, lo perdiste, lo ganaste. Esto me está diciendo que este chop va para abajo. En lo personal, lo pienso. O sea, ha sido castigada brutalmente desde el tope para que lo tengan puesto en la cabeza. Acá ya 63% hasta abajo, pero puede continuar bastante más. Lo único que tenemos que ver es simplemente, venimos acá a rebotar a esta zona de los 109 y ahí es donde deberíamos de encontrar rechazo. Yo no entraría en un long acá, yo no entraría y compraría acciones acá. ¿Por qué? Para invalidarlo tienes que bajar de 70 y estás en 97, eso es casi un, ¿qué? ¿30%? Me estoy mamando. Sí, un 27%. Tiene que bajar 27% para invalidar tu idea y eso no es bueno. Lo que yo sí creo es que ahorita lo que ustedes van a ver, los holders de Oclo, es esto, no poder superar esta zona, rechazar ahí, venir a buscar este nuevo mínimo e ir a buscar esos $40 prometidos. Porque de nuevo, normalmente todas las empresas en su primer ciclo, y pregúntale a Coinbase, tienen este tipo de empujones, bajadones, súper empujones y luego bajadones completamente locos de 90%. Si Oclo nos fuera a dar un bajón del tamaño de Coinbase en ese entonces, que no lo creo, yo creo que un 70% sería ideal. Ahí está, 70% sería por acá en los $50. 50, $40 es mi zona, además de que estructuralmente esta es la zona de breakout. Oclo en una cosa como la que vivió Coinbase estaría bajo a los $13. y aquí es donde no quiero que se me pierdan. Para mí, el promedio del 100, no, el 200 semanal es mi zona de máximo interés. Yo creo que lo podemos venir a tocar tranquilos. Lo habíamos tocado en abril del 2025, el promedio del 100. El siguiente viaje debería ser el 200 y ahí es donde voy a mantener ojo bien pelado para Oclo. Y entonces de aquí nos vamos a 100, 110 y de ahí deberíamos de tener ese rechazo espectacular para poder continuar esta tendencia bajista. Y esto es lo que le estoy diciendo a la gente. La gente voltea a ver el mercado y dice, güey, todo está súper alcista. Esta madre ya bajó 63% y está haciendo un alto más bajo, 50% abajo del precio. Volteo a ver Coinbase, ¿no? Coinbase, de este tope acá en julio, ya bajó hasta 50% y ahorita está solamente 45% abajo. Volteo a ver Circle, ¿no? Y Circle, que es literalmente el nuevo sistema Swift con el dinero dentro de él, está 73% abajo, tío. 73. ¿No? Volteo a ver Nike. Nike, voy a poner trimestrales para poder llegar rápido a esto. Volteo a ver Nike. Y el pedo de Nike, lo que mucha gente no entiende y que cree en Nike, es por eso que no le quiero meter a Nike, está 64% abajo, pero está 64% abajo desde el octubre del 2021 y continúa tendencia alcista. La razón por la que yo no le metería a Nike es, creo que ya tocó fondo, tal vez no. El peor de Nike es que no puede tener crecimiento competitivo ya. Y mucha gente dice, no, pero ¿cómo no? Tienen toda esta infraestructura en todos lados. Uno, inteligencia AGI va a cambiar absolutamente todo tipo de producción, de todo tipo de cosas. Por eso tienen que entender que no me estoy metiendo en tantas cosas que son sencillas, que normalmente todo el mundo diría, esta es una cosa fácil. El pedo de Nike más grande es lo que yo había dicho cuando empecé a hacer videos y empecé a crear negocios siendo uno de los creadores. Yo fui uno de los primeros pendejos en X, en Twitter en el pasado, de los primeros pendejos en YouTube, de todo eso. Y yo vi y dije, ¿por qué vergas la gente va a comprar ropa de empresas grandes en vez de su creador favorito de contenido? Y no todos sus putos creadores de contenido ahorita tienen más pinche ropa que Nike. Y es por eso que me cuesta trabajo entender eso. Estamos ante un cambio sólido del sistema. Jack in the Box, abajo, hasta casi 90%. Algo que no habíamos visto ni en el 2008, cabrón. O sea, lo que estamos viendo ahorita con estas empresas súper castigadas, hay muy pocas que no están tan castigadas. Enovix no es una empresa establecida, entonces no la puedo contar. Pero ¿qué me dices de Roblox? Vean esto. Roblox, ¿cuánto está abajo? Y aparte, esto es de pedófilos, que quiere decir que debería ser más alcista. 50% abajo. Ahora, estás en la zona rica para poder rebotar junto con donde estaba la tendencia. Tal vez Roblox parece compra. A mí Roblox, Coinbase, Oclo me parecerían compras, pero el pedo de que parecen compras es que es el primer bajo antes del subir y bajar otra vez. Y normalmente esto toma tiempo. Y si estoy midiendo que para verano es donde vienen los 6 meses para adelante, para las monedas estables, para el Genius Act del 2027, pues tíos, te está diciendo que va a haber chop con nuevos mínimos de aquí al fin del verano y ahí es donde vas a encontrar básicamente tu fondo. Es lo que yo esperaría. Los índices literalmente los empujan dos empresas, Nvidia y otra. Estos índices van a corregir también eventualmente, pero esto es lo que mantiene la ilusión del mercado. Estos índices con 5 otras empresas que no están 50% abajo, todas las demás están 50% abajo. Y ahí es donde tenemos que tener cuidado. Entonces, Oclo va a los 110 muy probablemente y de ahí va a rechazar para continuar para abajo. Yo no entraría ni en la subida ni en la bajada. Es una empresa completamente sin fundamentos, no ha hecho nada todavía, tiene muchos planes chidos, pero una vez más, para largo plazo, ustedes saben, 10% de todo mi dinero va a ir a Oclo. Efectivamente, se los conté ayer, pero por ahorita no. Estoy esperando. Todas las empresas están muy castigadas, no ha habido un fondo. Y una vez más, si ahorita volteo y en las noticias me empiezan a decir cosas malas, diría, cabrón, les voy a hacer un en vivo y les voy a decir a todos, olvídense, estaba mal, no va a haber fondo en verano, este es el fondo. Pero solamente nos están dando buenas noticias. Donald Trump sale a decir, las criptomonedas son muy importantes. He visto cosas importantes, pero no tan importantes como estas. Y ahí es donde dices, ok, cripto está abajo y me están intentando vender que es el fondo con buenas noticias. El fondo de cripto vino cuando nos dijeron que Bitcoin se iba a ir a cero. donde en todas las entrevistas, en todos lados dijeron, güey, esto ya valió verga, tuvo una corrección más grande que nunca y todo el mundo estaba en el ambiente que te mandaban un mensaje en X, ¿no? Este pendejo le gustaba Bitcoin, ese es el fondo. Cuando te dicen que ya no va a haber más, que va a haber una guerra nuclear. Y luego, ¿cómo te das cuenta? La validación para mí, si ahora entendiera el mercado si hubiera entendido el mercado como lo entiendo hoy, para mí la validación de que efectivamente es lo que iba a subir, y me da gusto que no lo tomé, y les voy a explicar ahorita por qué. Por lo mismo del tiempo, es más, no les voy a hacer el pedo, ahora les cuento el por qué, el cómo. Porque tuvimos guerra nuclear con Rusia. Ese para mí hubiera sido la primera señal de fondo. Pero si hubiera dicho, ¿sabes qué? Güey, es guerra nuclear con Rusia, me la voy a tragar entera. Y después me dices, los bancos están quebrando y Bitcoin está subiendo y lo está haciendo porque la gente lo ve como un safe haven, no es cierto. La historia es, me estás mintiendo con lo de los bancos para que no compre esta chingadera. Lo bueno para mí fue, con lo de los bancos, Bitcoin se fue de 16 a 25, 28, 30 y se quedó ahí hasta octubre. Esto empezó en marzo. Y en octubre yo les dije y les hice un video desde Qatar, cuando atacó, no sé quién a Israel, los de Hamas, el cero de Hamas. Cuando atacaron a Israel, les dije, compren Bitcoin, compren acciones, compren todo, se va a ir todo al cielo. Se va a ir todo al cielo, porque es lo que están haciendo, una inyección oficial de todo y te están dando malas noticias, va para arriba. Ahí es donde para mí fue el momento donde comprendí lo que entiendo hoy, que me sigo volviendo, espero mejor todos los días en poder analizarlo. Y es lo que todos ustedes tienen que hacer. Empezar a ver, ¿cuándo te está regalando dinero Donald Trump que te dice buenas cosas? Te dijeron, el mercado no puede bajar en el 2025. Ya Donald Trump es presidente, es el presidente que más le importa a la bolsa. ¿Y qué fue lo primero que hizo? Bajó. Te dijeron que fue por los aranceles. Y ahora te están diciendo que los aranceles son muy alcistas. ¿Qué es? ¿Cuál es? Es irrelevante. Si la bolsa está arriba, una acción está arriba y hay buenas noticias, ese es el tope. Si una acción está abajo, está muy castigada y te dan malas, peores noticias, ese es el fondo. Es así de fácil. Y una vez más, no se trata de un encabezado. Se trata de un encabezado que tenga impacto en la gente, que todo el mundo lo tenga, porque te sacan encabezados todo el tiempo. Ellos están vendiéndote encabezados. Saben que no vas a leer el artículo. Da igual. Ayer pusieron un artículo que se murió Michael Schumacher a los 76 años. Y muchos de ustedes van a decir, no mames, ¿se murió Michael Schumacher? No, tampoco tiene 76 años. Es otro Michael Schumacher, pero no pusieron foto a propósito para que fueras y le dieras clic al o para que dijeras, güey, Michael Schumacher se murió. ¿Me entienden? Y es como funcionan las noticias. Cuando a Tesla, a Rivian, Lucid, la gente le empieza a decir al CEO qué hacer, es cuando compras. Es tal cual. Y cuando te dicen que literalmente ya no puede parar, es cuando vendes. Y es así de fácil es como yo veo ya las cosas en el mercado y llevarme en promedio de mis dos posiciones, que fue las que me situé este año, 100%, el doble de mi dinero desde abril, simplemente con haber invertido y haberme salido en noviembre antes del bajón, me pone bastante bien parado el haber hecho el doble de mi lana invertida, que fue una tercera parte de mi lana, se dobló. Y ahora voy a meter con todo en este nuevo ciclo que espero. Y de nuevo, no tenemos que ser pacientes, tenemos que entender que esto va a tomar tiempo. Esto va a ser un golpe fuerte, fuerte, fuerte a la bolsa si pega como estoy esperando que pegue. Y más que fuerte, va a ser de esos que va a durar un rato abajo. No va a ser porque nos han acostumbrado a recuperaciones rápidas y eso es también parte de la psicología de lo que nos quieren dar. Entonces vas a tener que ser paciente. Si estás encontrando y buscando fondos como el tío Salo, vas a tener que ser paciente. Ese va a ser tu mejor aliado en este juego. Y de nuevo, los inversionistas más cabrones son pacientes. La gente con dinero no tiene que apurarse. Y si quieres ser gente con dinero y gente que es un buen inversionista, tienes que actuar como ellos para eventualmente juntar esa línea de tiempo contigo. Porque si te comportas, si tienes los hábitos de un inversor potente, eventualmente vas a llegar a ser ese inversor potente en carne y hueso, porque tu realidad es la que tú creas de esa forma. Con eso dicho, damas y caballeros, me voy a despedir. 4 horas y media, 3 días sin comer. Nada mal y con mucha energía, sobre todo mucha energía. Aunque, no les voy a mentir, ya esta es mi recta final. A las 5 de la tarde puedo volver a comer y me voy a echar una siesta ahorita. Hice ayer en la noche, no podía dormir de toda la energía, ya cuando llegas a este ciclo en tu cuerpo, donde toda la grasa que estás quemando te da un chingo de energía. no podía dormir. Entonces me aventé, ya hice todo un PDF de lo de Venezuela y todas estas cosas. He sido muy productivo. Entonces ahorita necesito un descanso. Me voy a echar una siestita, a ver cuánto me puedo dormir, si le puedo borrar 1 o 2 horas al día para esperar a esas 5 de la tarde. Y esto es a todo el mundo. Les deseo siempre a ustedes este año en todas sus inversiones, en todo lo mejor, pero también quiero que entiendan la realidad de esta vida. ¿Quién es más exitosa? Una persona que no tiene que trabajar y tiene todo el día para sí mismo, su familia, la gente que quiere, las cosas que quiere practicar, etcétera, que no, o un multibillonario que tiene que trabajar todo el tiempo, hacer mierda y media, culearse a la mitad del mundo, ser miserable, que sus hijos le tengan miedo y que él ni siquiera tenga una relación personal con estas personas. ¿Quién es más exitoso? Te vendieron la idea de que el billonario, el más exitoso es aquel que es dueño de su propio destino, de su propia vida, de su propio tiempo, de con quién decide pasar ese tiempo, sea solo, sea con sus seres queridos, sea con su perro, con quien sea. Eso es lo que he encontrado después de encontrar el éxito con dinero. Quiero que ustedes se enfoquen en eso también, porque no hay nada mejor que vivir de la manera más sencilla. Y a mucha gente te dice nombres y te dice cosas que es ridículo cuando literalmente no le tienes que responder a nadie. Soy incancelable porque no me puedes cancelar. Me puedes cancelar de YouTube y sacarme de todo eso. Voy a seguir haciendo mis pendejadas, pero no lo necesito. Y es ahí donde quiero que se enfoquen a llegar. No estén gastando dinero a lo pendejo en estupideces para impresionar a todo el mundo, para crear una vida ficticia como todo el mundo lo está haciendo ahorita, que es muy triste. No lo hagan, no caigan en ello. Inviertan en esto para su futuro, para algún día, si no están aquí parados, puedan llegar a esta vida, que es la vida más deliciosa del mundo, donde te vale verga salir, despertarte, estar en pijama. No tengo que impresionar a absolutamente nadie. Y ustedes, lo único que tengo acá es el tiempo para poder continuar volviéndome mejor en algo. La gente lo nota bien, la gente no lo nota bien. Estoy aquí por mí y quiero que ustedes estén ahí por ustedes mismos en todo lo que estén haciendo. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho y me voy a tirar una siesta. Si me despierto, bla, 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 y tengo mucha energía, nos aventamos un en vivo que quiero platicar con ustedes del cómo crear un nuevo, lo de poder mejorar sin tener que hacer propósitos de año nuevo, porque creo que es muy importante de haberlo sabido. Lo sabía, pero no lo sabía. Es lo que quiero compartir con ustedes. En el próximo Nadie Me Preguntó. Les mando un abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Gracias por todo. Su tío Salo les dice hasta luego. Güey, ¿por qué hablas en tercera?